So the original idea of going to Cincinnati space. Right. Quickly become that's not
Yes, it is. We're taking the picture.
Go back and start over.
Well, that was one thing that I learned from watching somebody else do this I asked a lot of questions up front. What do you charge for ABC for? And I got an estimate from them before I did it.
That's amazing.
Because I don't want to call it.
That's out the bedroom. Allow us to do 2 minutes of 5 minute videos, but to take it to the next level.
We have software games.
Okay,
So let's not do that. Cash bar. We took a
So all the veggies.
That's what you're talking about.
As everybody pretty much
I guess.
Because we have very,
Right.
All right, if that is the case, I'll go ahead and call this meeting to order. Is the feed on?
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you very much. Madam Secretary Treasurer, would you please call the roll?
Okay, Newt, Fletcher,
Here.
Walsh.
Here.
Baker here, Lopakatsa.
Here.
McCloskey.
Here.
Quiniam. Here. Hiller.
Here.
Dadich. Here. Riley. Talent.
Here.
Primorano.
Here.
Schatz.
Here.
Koretsky.
Here.
Gallagher Newberry.
here.
Gibbons.
Here.
Bradsky.
Here.
Wilkin. Gallagher.
Here.
Johnson. Chung. Hall.
Here.
Womack. Here.
Okay, thank you. You will recall during the past week, we were having an email conversation. Originally, we had proposed going into executive session at this time. We won't. We'll go ahead and go through the presentations from Robin and Tara. And then when we go into our smaller working groups, that's when I'll entertain a motion to go into executive session, because we'll be talking strategy and perhaps some proprietary approaches that we will want to keep among ourselves. Let me start the meeting with a couple of thoughts about membership, because we're doing this meeting of the board quite differently. We are going to meet and spend most of the morning, if not all of the morning, tackling a single issue and using the talents and time of everybody around this table to focus on a significant issue of interest to SPJ. You will recall in my inaugural speech last September, I said I wanted to start a conversation about membership. The board of directors of SPJ has not looked at membership in any kind of systematic or strategic fashion in about 10 years. And I think it's important as we undertake this effort to remember the context in which we're working. That was 2006. 2008, we had the recession. One of the unfortunate casualties of the recession is you had employers stop paying dues of any kind. I know I cover the legal field. Law firms previously would always pay for bar dues or bar associations as well. That stopped. In journalism, newsrooms, which had been supportive of SPJ and stroked the check for their members to belong, that stopped. And I think we all can have a sense of what's been going on in the industry over the last 5 or 6 years. The places closing, companies being bought and sold, journalists losing jobs. So we have some difficult times in which we're working. Back in November, I had made that statement in September. We asked Joe Skeel, as part of his annual review, to take a look at membership. And he and I put our heads together and came up with a proposal and a plan. And I asked you for your support, and you overwhelmingly gave it, and I appreciated that. We're going to be in a similar situation today. After you hear from Robin and Tara, we'll get to a point where you can take a look at the work that was done in Scottsdale, and you can decide if we want to adopt that. And it says there are two options that we have today. We'll have two different tracks. You can support both of them, you can support one of them, or you can vote to support neither of them, in which case the small group work will become general work on membership. It's kind of like, what ideas do you have if you don't like ours, in so many words. Essentially, one of the things that's going on here is that we as a board are taking ownership of membership. That's one of the things that it's kind of a sea change that wasn't really, it's one of those things that after the fact we realized it was a sea change, because previously attracting new members was a task that was the work of local chapters. National was doing a lot about retention, and Linda was doing phone calls. We had somebody, we hired a temp guy who came in and did that. So recognize that this is important work. This is something that no board previously has done before. But I think we have a sense of urgency. We had an unexplained drop of how many hundred, Tara? 200-300 that happened in December and January, that the staff has done just about everything possible to figure out why that happened. Was it a computer glitch? You know, what the deal was. But it was there, it happened. In Scottsdale, what we did, as you will learn, is we really talked about what the core work of SPJ is, what it is we do and what it is we believe in, and how do we attract people to come join us, and what can we do for people. Those are the two tracks. Essentially, that's what we're going to have here. Robin and Tara are going to present those, and then we'll talk about tactics if you choose this is the way to go. Put on your absolute best thinking caps and most creative thoughts for this tactical work, because I know in talking privately with any number of you over the last, my term, there's some great ideas. You know, you guys have been leaders in your chapters, you've been leaders in this organization. There's a reason why you're sitting at this table. And we want to use everything you have. And, you know, there was some back and forth about big ideas versus small ideas or whatnot. We just want ideas, no matter what their size. We need to come up with approaches that may be new. Some of what you're going to hear from Tara and Robin is new. Some of it is pulling together strands of stuff we've been doing and to be more unified, which I think overall, even if we just did that, this has been a very valuable exercise. So, you know, one of the questions that Michael posed to me in email is, you know, how much is all this going to cost? We don't know yet. You know, what do you want to do? I mean, that's why you're here. We have some money. Do we want to spend it on this or that? Joe Skeel will tell you that when I was Secretary Treasurer, I'd just gone on the ladder, and we were going over the budget. I went through it and I asked him, where's the marketing money? He said, we don't really allocate it. Which, you know, having run a newspaper for quite a long time, seems to me you've got to have that in there. That'll cost us money for marketing and branding. But that's if that's something we choose to do. So, one other thing that I should mention, all this work hasn't been occurring in a vacuum. We have been working on membership just about all year. I asked Robin Sakula to continue as membership chair because to me, she brings a dual focus that is the best of all worlds for this organization to have her in this post. She's a former journalist, so she gets it. Her current work is mostly marketing. And so what can we do? And she and Tara working together, put together what at my paper we call the WWYB campaign. We want you back. And that went out last fall to past members. We got what, 75 people back? And to me, that was the perfect way to work it. They did some very basic segmentation. Before it was just kind of barfed out emails or letters. And this was, to students, to working journalists, to retired people. I mean, just very simple demographics. And hopefully in the membership system, we can tap more of that kind of thing. I think the work they've done together is an example of how a volunteer can work hand in hand with a member of our professional staff very, very well. So I would ask you one thing. We're not going to solve every problem of SPJ's membership this weekend. We just aren't. This is a start. This is a good start on what we want to do. And I look forward to hearing all your ideas, bringing a lot of positive energy to this task. And I think it's going to be a great day for us. And Robin, I will turn the floor over to you.
Thank you. I'm going to stand because it's just easier for you guys to hear and see me. I think I know most of you, but my name is Robin Sakula, and I've gotten involved in SPJ really through my local chapter, which is Louisville Pro, and I'm in the Louisville, Kentucky area. I live in New Albany, Indiana, and as Paul indicated, I am primarily a consultant. I work with organizations and help them do marketing and communications. At the heart of everything I do is storytelling. So that's the journalism background coming into the work that I do. What I really have looked for within SPJ are opportunities to help us tell the story of what we do and how we do it better. And membership to me is an area where I felt that I could bring some of the skills I use for my clients to the table and work together. I've been chair of membership for about 18 months. At the beginning of each year, I prepare a strategic plan for the year with goals and things that I want us to do. There's strategies and then there are tactics. And then I share it, typically I share it first with staff because they can tell me if the things that I want to do are actually doable. Do we have the tools? Is this going to be expensive? Am I asking you to do something that is ridiculous and undoable? I want to make sure the things that I'm asking are reasonable and also will be helpful. And make sure they're not things that we have tried and failed at before. So they examine it. I usually shared it with Dana last year, shared with Paul this year, and then we set about to doing some of those things. I tap into the membership committee as needed and ask them to do some things. And also I share the plan with them, ask for their feedback, and we're off to the races for the year. And I ultimately, as I see it, the staff of SPJ are the people who are going to carry out whatever a volunteer comes up with as far as the details go. So to me, it's very important to have that buy-in and to work hand in hand with staff. This year, the work that I've done has dovetailed really nicely with Paul's focus and on membership and really studying it, which he indicated we haven't done in quite some time. The discussions I've wanted us to have are the ones that we're having this year. They're big, high-level discussions, and I think they're really important. Really, what we're discussing is how we get members, how we keep them, and what we're offering. And are we offering the right kinds of things? All of this work culminated in the session in Scottsdale, which most of you know about. We really wanted to delve into membership in a very high-level way, and that was our task. As most of you probably realize, much of what we do with SPJ is focused on whatever the day-to-day task is. You're reading your board packet in preparation for the meeting. If you are You're a regional director, you're the workhorses really of our organization. You do a ton of stuff. Running Markup Excellence, planning the regional conference, working with your chapters. It's a lot, it's a ton of work, it really is. And you're handling all those kinds of questions you get, and you're doing all those sort of things. And if you think about it, that's really how journalism is too. We're chasing the story, we're editing copy, we're focusing on the right here, what's right in front of us. I kind of view it as something like parenting. We're in the evenings, I'm helping my girls with math homework. I'm trying to convince them that vegetables are not trying to kill them. I'm trying to get them to do all the things they need to do to go to bed and all this kind of thing. And I rarely step back and ask myself, are my children becoming the kinds of people I want them to be? And that's where we are with SPJ. Instead of handling all the tasks, we're taking time to step back, look at our organization and say, is this what we want? Are we doing the things that we want to be doing? We've talked a lot about numbers, but I've never really viewed membership necessarily as a numbers game. It's higher level than that. It's important to know the numbers. It's important to realize what they represent. And yes, there's been a big membership slide, and we're concerned about that. But what really needs to happen in the wake of a membership slide isn't really one thing. There's not a single initiative or something that we can do that's going to fix this. What really needs to happen is something that is big, a bit of a culture shift, and that's what we're doing. Whatever we do, it's got to be bigger than the problem that we have. We really are at a place where we're asking ourselves what those big are we who we want to be kinds of questions. It's about asking ourselves, is SPJ what we want it to be? Are we serving members in the way that we need to be serving them? And really, the big thing, and the reason we all got here, is that we need to ask ourselves, are we actually improving journalism? That's the whole point. And are we aiding the free flow of information in society? Because that's also the answer to these questions are what we were really going after in Scottsdale. And I know some of you were skeptical about hiring an outside facilitator, but for SPJ, it was really important. We are an organization that we get far too stuck in the past. And I don't know how many of you experienced that within your chapters, but we talk about things that happened 30 years ago as a reason for some policy or some procedure. We just love the past. Well, I mean, who can blame us? I mean, come on. Being a reporter was kind of fun 30 years ago. We were good guys. But the job of an outside facilitator is really to pinpoint that stuff, that stuck thinking, the defensiveness, and the roadblocks. We've always done it that way in moments. And the facilitator was really good at taking us up above the clouds at that 30,000 foot level. What we did in Scottsdale essentially was break into groups and talk about why people come to us, why they've stayed with us, and what's keeping people from joining us. What are we not doing that we should be doing? What are we doing that we shouldn't be doing? We talked about widening our net and expanding the definition of who can join us. Then we wrote ideas on Post-it notes, like we're going to do today, and we looked for patterns, and we grouped concepts in ways that made sense. Because as people begin to talk, we begin to see these patterns. Many of us were beginning to echo each other and talk about, one person identifies a problem and another one says, this is a potential solution. We checked for things too that we could implement easily, and then things that would take some time to do. And then you have to divide those up, because we want to do both, but it takes time. So you have to know what the difference is. The letter that we did, the We Want You Back campaign, that to me was a relatively easy, of course Jared did all the work, what I do. But so that's why I thought it was easy. But to me, that was a fairly easy thing to do. We just needed to do it. Just say, we need to do this. So as Scott said, we came down to these two proposals that you read about in your board packets. We want to provide resources to assist journalists throughout the life cycle of their career. And we want to create a new type of membership that allows those who are fighting for information to gather resources and to get help from us. So those are the places that we came to. Both of those things are about improving journalism. And that's good. That's where we want to be. What happened in Scottsdale was that we had a very informative, thoughtful, robust discussion that did not pull any punches. We said things that needed to be said, and I think it's really important. You might have ideas today about things that you want to see us do, but remember, we want to have these discussions at a higher level. If you have specific tactics, yes, please voice those, and we probably will have a place for them in one of the plans. You'll find that they're kind of really silos, and we're putting things in. So for a strategy is we want to bring more members into SPJ. Tactics are we're going to market to them with a video. We're going to ask them to join. We're going to do that's kind of the difference. Strategy really is that higher level discussion that we want to have. And I'm almost at the end of my little speech here, so hold on. Following Scottsdale, we did not sit and wait. We've got some things done. Tara asked me as chair of membership to handle 6 focus groups. We didn't have as much participation in those as I would have liked, which is too bad. But we did have those. I talked with some different members. We put people in different categories, and you've seen that also in the board packet. And then John Enslin and Sonny Alvarado helped me pull some of those groups together. I'm very grateful for their guidance and help. So I talked to some people then, they gave me, and then Sonny and John passed along their feedback. The other thing is during the We Want You Back campaign, I made a point of putting in the letter that we sent out that people could contact me. And the reason I did that and not Paul's, because Paul's busy enough. He's his president, he's got a lot going on. So I said, well, why don't you let me take that burden? So I said, put my name and information in this letter and tell people they can contact me if they want to talk. I heard from probably 25 to 30 people, emailed with some, had some phone calls with people. So that also informed that process that we're going through. I talked to people and asked them a lot of the same questions that we're delving into. When did you join SPJ? What have you gotten out of it over the years? Why'd you drop? And why are you thinking about coming back? And what would help you? Do you know if you have a local chapter? Are you involved in that? Do you know about the communities? One person who contacted me was a publisher of a rural paper somewhere out west, and I was able to email Al Cross and loop them into a conversation and tell them about the rural community that's starting. So that connection really is what people are seeking. We want connection, and that's a huge thing for people. I'm going to be listening to you today. I'm going to be taking a lot of notes. I come to this today wanting to get as much information and feedback from you as I can. I do not want to be defensive of these plans. That's not today's point. Today's point is to improve journalism. I want to hear your ideas. I want your feedback. And if you don't get to talk to me today or want to, please reach out to me. I'd be happy to talk to you by phone or email or Skype or Snapchat, if you want, and delve into these issues, because I think each of you are here because you care about SPJ and you've got some perspective to share, and I want to hear it. So, with all that being said, I'm very excited about continuing to work with Tara on this process. We do work really well together, and I'm very grateful to have her, because I think that she knows the organization very well. She's very passionate about it. I don't think there's any human on the planet who works harder. I think she's a vampire, you guys. She doesn't seem to sleep. So, in my reading of the Twilight books, she's... Anyway, I'm done.
Thanks, Robin. Tara.
All right. It is. Oh, it's good. Okay, So I won't take up a whole bunch of time because Paul expressed to you why this is important and the reasons that we, took this on this year. And Robin talked a little bit about Scottsdale. One of the things I wanted to show you was kind of this picture. So we asked the group in Scottsdale, why did you become engaged with a group? It doesn't even have to be SPJ. Why did you join and belong and stick with something? And so then we kind of tallied up everybody's answers, and it ran a gamut. I mean, we had a lot of things that drew people into a group. And then we kind of tallied it up, and we went with the two most common reasons. And that was fighting or engaging in a fight, winning a fight, losing a fight, didn't really matter, just participating in it. And then also that personal connection. And we heard that from a lot of people in that room, and Robin talked about it. So those were kind of the two silos that we broke down, which is the end result kind of that you're seeing in your packet. And so that's really what the group dove in on. Because one of the things we realized while we were there, and I think is important to realize today too, is that successful plans for us are going to be focused. That group could have sat around for a long time in Scottsdale and talked about the future of journalism and this organization. And those are conversations that do need to continue. But because it's a priority this year and because we have to get some stuff done, we have to focus and drill down a little bit more on kind of the concepts. And so that was the two silos that we went into. Paul mentioned this, I think, briefly, perhaps in an email, but I did go to Albuquerque to do a mini scripts program with their chapter. And we kind of did the same exercise at the end of the day after they did the disc test. And one thing that was really interesting was we sat down and talked about what they wanted to do and what they wanted to focus on for the next year. And we ended up with the same kind of two silos. So the personal connection, providing resources to people at different points in their career, and then they were like gung-ho with the advocacy piece of it, so the fight. And so I thought it was really cool and very kind of affirming that we got to a good place because they didn't know anything about what we did, and they ended up in the same place. So that's kind of the background about how we got here. The overall memo in your packet, I won't spend a lot of time on, talks about a couple things that we are working on trying to kind of stop the slide immediate, things that can happen right now that we can get going. And then of course they couple with this plan really well and things that we can work on moving forward for the next kind of year or two. One of the pieces in there that I did want to highlight though is the communication efforts. Paul mentioned it when he was talking to you briefly earlier. We've kind of done a one-fits-all approach thus far to our members and communicating and things like that. And Joe and I have listened and watched and learned from a lot of different association training programs focused around membership. And one thing that we're constantly hearing that's so important is the way that you're communicating with members that they feel special and unique. And so one of the things we're going to try and get off the ground immediately is a new onboarding process. So right now, when somebody joins SPJ, they get their confirmation, they're a member, and we just start treating them like some of you who have been a part of this organization for 40 years. So one of the things that's really important is talking to those people for the first 6 months, 12 months of their membership and making sure that they understand how to get involved. Because there's a difference between joining and belonging. When you pay to be a part of SPJ, you have joined. When you decide to renew, you belong. So we only have that short time to make sure that you decide to belong to the organization. So new onboarding process, also sending people information about journalism. We send them leads now, but wouldn't it be great for retired members to get a newsletter that says, hey, so you're retired, here are some volunteer opportunities in your community that may have to do with journalism. So those kinds of things. That's the overall memo, and it's just a couple of the things I wanted to touch on there. I'll not spend a whole lot of time on each individual plan because I'm sure you guys have read and there's a lot of details in there, but a couple of things I did want to touch on. These are overall concepts. So what we're working on today, what we'll continue working on are the details and the specifics for each of these concepts. So one of the things in the Fighters Plan is the supporter membership. And this conversation has already been in the works. Lynn has been working with the task force for a while now. And basically that kind of centers around, it fit in nicely with this whole fighter idea. Because we're talking about giving people the tools to fight their own fight. And now Lynn and her team have been working on a different way for people to engage, to fight their own fight, to get those resources. So we're gonna, after lunch, kind of work through some of the specifics of that membership. But can I just get a show of hands really quick of who supports the concept overall of a supporter type membership? Now, not what we're gonna call it, not how much it'll charge, but allowing people to become members of SPJ in a way that allows them to support our missions, our cause. First one. Okay, awesome, great. So I just wanted to kind of highlight on that we're not drilling down into specifics. We'll come back after lunch on that. A couple other pieces in the Fighters program that I wanted to touch on, the program's resources and tools that are in there. This is basically taking some of the things we're already doing, creating new offerings, some that you guys are going to work on figuring out today, and really allowing people to engage in that fight, really stepping up the advocacy efforts that we work on. The third kind of component in that Fighters plan is the Dr. J concept. One thing that's important to remember is that this is an SCX initiative. So they've been having this conversation for a while. And so the basic gist of it is that this person is kind of a boots on the ground resource. People call the ethics hotline. This person is like a hotline live person. So we're talking about somebody who is going to be able to be that resource. Again, it's an SCX initiative. They're continuing to have conversations about it. One of the things that I think is important for this board to think about is that this may be a situation where this person goes in because we have a fight that SPJ is working on and they're going to be the boots on the ground. And so is this board comfortable, of course, always at the president's discretion, with that person kind of speaking with Paul and working with the team and then creating kind of the base of that effort there. So working with the local chapter, if it's an area with the chapter, working with the exec team and trying to figure out what our position is, how we can be of help, resources and things like that. We see this kind of as the same kind of concept in how Paul works with Andrew Seaman now. And so this is a scenario very much like that. So again, the specifics, much like the supporter membership, SCX is still working on those. But can I get a show of hands how many people support the overall idea, concept of somebody serving in this role to be a resource? Okay, awesome. Okay. And then the last thing I wanted to kind of touch on for a second is the timeline with this strategy. So the supporter membership and the fact that that's already in the works, as well as a couple of the other advocacy things that we're already doing, make this one pretty feasible to get off the ground relatively quickly. So the kind of target date for this one is going to be EIJ 16. And now I don't know what that means. We're going to work on some of the specifics today if you guys support this plan, but that's kind of the goal. The other plan, the Lifers plan, as you can read in your packet, kind of talks about offering journalists resources at all stages of their career. It does couple with the supporter membership a little bit, because at the beginning we're talking about what is the news. I might want to be a journalist, but I'm not sure. And that's a place where those supporters can kind of dabble in our world a little bit. This is really taking a lot of resources, tools, offerings. Again, some that we already have, some that we're working on, putting them together and kind of tying a nice little bow on it. The reason that this one is launching later is because we'd like to focus on the Fighters plan first, and because this one's a little bit more meaty. So it's going to take a little bit more work. So the goal and the timeline for the Lifers plan is EIJ 17. One of the things that's important to remember about these two kind of plans and initiatives, and I think you'll hear it, Paul mentioned marketing. I think you mentioned marketing as well. And we could sit around and talk about marketing all day. But one of the things to remember is that we're an organization that serves from 18 to 80. So when you talk about marketing, we're improving journalism, which is a great message. But if we have these two kind of silos that we're able to say, hey, we're fighting for your rights. Advocacy is a big piece of us. And also, we're here to serve you every step of the way. From the second you decide you may want to be a journalist until you retire. And that allows us to kind of narrow down and hone in on some of our marketing pieces. So overall today, like Paul mentioned, we have a couple options. It will basically be like a work session and giving you guys some time to get down and help figure out what we need to put into each of those plans. again, like Robin mentioned, these plans are not the end all be all. They will not solve membership issues forever. We will not grow from, 6,000 to 25,000 overnight. These are a good place to start. And they are feasible and doable and actionable. And so I think that's what's important to remember as we kind of move forward. So I'll turn it back over to Paul for some discussion about the overall plans. Board.
Okay, thank you, Robin and Tara, both of you. Appreciate it. Those are the presentations from the membership committee chair and membership strategist. For purposes of getting the discussion going, I'll entertain a motion. Do we want to talk about them together or separately? What's your pleasure?
I would like to talk about them together.
Okay. I'll entertain a motion that we adopt the fighter plan and the lifer plan as described by these two people.
Second?
Wait a minute, I have to.
No, I'm doing nothing.
Sorry.
I have a lot of questions about
Apology.
that. Is the motion to adopt, my understanding is what Tara and Robin said, those were very, very strategic top down. What we read in the packet actually gets a lot into tactics, and I have questions about some of the specific tactics. So are you entertaining a motion to
To
adopt
adopt the overall strategies.
as opposed to what we read in the packets, which have a lot of great detail, but I have questions about.
Can I
Could someone word the
clarify that
motion
real quick?
and then we-
Okay.
Can I clarify for you real quick? So a couple of the things that are listed in the packet are ideas for tactics. So essentially what would happen today if the board decided to approve the overall concepts is you guys are going to work on those tactics. So one of the things that we had talked about was some of the questions that we've thought are, how do we measure success at these things? What kind of offerings are there? What do we provide these people? And so the examples like the high school journalism database that's listed in there, it's something we already do, and it fits nicely into that silo. But that doesn't necessarily mean that each of those pieces have to stick.
Michael.
Can you kind of word a motion a little more detailed, and then we would be able to vote on it?
I'll entertain a motion that the SPJ board adopt the strategic plans as proposed by the Scottsdale group to have the lifer silo and the fighter silo.
Calvin's point, you're saying adopt the plan, not necessarily everything in the packet, right?
Correct. Yeah, no, it's basically approve the overall ideas and the strategies that have been proposed. So
No, I second it.
Also moves.
Eddie moves,
Okay. Second.
Rebecca seconds. Now we have discussion. What do you think? Or are we ready?
I personally feel more comfortable after we've gotten into the weeds a bit. I mean, these are fine concepts. I mean, all we are voting on is to say lifer
Fighter.
and fighter.
Yes. Concepts.
The overall concepts as approaches to move forward in crafting membership plans. Michael.
I realize Alex discussed a little bit of the crime is bad kind of thing, but if they did this process, and that's what it takes to get to the details, because I'm like, you don't want to get the details, but I think you pass this first and then we talk about the details, because otherwise that would not last.
Any further thoughts? Somebody like to call a question?
I'll call it.
Becky calls the question. Okay. All in favor of the motion that's on the floor to approve the fighter and lifer strategies, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you very much. We now have a strategic plan and we'll work next on filling in the gaps, which I understand and I appreciate your concern because that is where the real work gets done. And I think that's right. And that is, the whole purpose of all of us being here this morning. So, Tara.
Okay. So for those of you who
Thank you all, by the way. Appreciate that.
who've been to a scripts program, we do kind of some facilitated work time, and that's essentially what we're going to do this morning. The Scottsdale group got to dive in and do the kind of 30,000 foot level, but we didn't get to tactics and discussions. And I think it's important because you guys represent a broad, view of our members, different beats, different jobs, different timelines in your career that you guys help figure out kind of what those pieces are. So,
Actually, before you start,
yeah,
I'll entertain a motion that we move into executive session at this time.
thank you.
Does anybody want to make that motion?
I'll make the motion.
Second?
I'll second.
Okay. All in favor of going into executive session so that we can break into our two work groups?
So we discuss that.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sure. Andy, go ahead.
Could somebody say exactly why we're reaching a point where it's private?
I think because we may be talking about the proprietary issues, issues of strategy, and also because, excuse me, I think that there may be some legal issues as well that may come up. What can we legally do? What can't we legally do in some of these situations? So I think just for all those reasons.
Michael?
I have no problem closing off the video because if we're gonna be in small groups all around here, I can't sit there walking around with a camera. Each group, that kind of suck, but, what kind of legal issues, just to clarify, what possible legal issues or strategic issues would we be revealing to the 5 people that are watching this?
For example, I mean, like, dealing
Two
with,
of them.
for example,
A sellout. 2 of them from SPJ, Florida.
okay. Well, for
I
example,
think that's
dealing with
true.
government agencies, like, could SPJ, for example, follow suit or something? Is something that we want to do? What would happen if that, so that could be one of them, for example.
But I guess if I'm gonna close, I don't wanna get in the weeds, we have more important stuff to do, but just as a general tactic, I think when we close meetings, I know we can, I know we're totally able to do it, but I think it's nice to have like a really clear, concrete reason, and I just haven't heard one, but that's all I'll say about it.
I think the argument is that, the reason that we stay in open session so much is to try to operate similar to government boards or agencies or whatever, similar to those that we cover. This is where I think that analogy breaks down, because we are not a government agency. We are a professional voluntary professional association. We are embarking on an important mission to seek to figure out how we can appeal to members, and we're talking about some of our most, I won't say private things, but certainly the things that would be confidential. And there may be strategies or tactics that might be proprietary because there are 60-some journalism groups. And yeah, there may be 3 to 5 people listening, but we want to make sure that that's our personal work product, a work product that's personal to us. And therefore, that's the reason. And the other reason, as you point out, Michael, it's simply going to be impractical if we break into 2 groups to try to stream 2 groups. The logistics just really aren't there. So I think that amplifies your statement. Andy.
I'll just touch on that a little bit. I think what we're talking about here also is concept. I don't know that making this an open meeting means we need to have somebody walk around with cameras, keep it open that way. What we're saying is that the discussion here can be shared, so that sets a line for what we can talk about publicly. And I agree with Michael. I haven't heard anything that I think is specific enough that would make me want to say that this is private. I can imagine that there might be something that comes up. So I appreciate the interest in heading that off before it comes up, but I would rather see that.
And I will say I also, if this goes to a vote, will be voting no to go into executive session. Just because, to me, I think, I don't know that there is a legal reason, but I think this discussion could also maybe create for the new ideas that we're talking about. If it is shared, maybe will members kind of look at this and think, wow, this is really cool, this is coming down the pipeline. I do, though, I am conscientious if people don't feel comfortable sharing ideas freely. And I don't know if anyone doesn't feel comfortable. I know I would be comfortable if it was open or closed. So.
If I could, one of the things that I know from, both covering government organizations and also now being kind of in one since I teach at a university, a lot of times that work product does get slowed down. If you're open completely, people don't talk. And I think that there could be some legal issues that do come up that we may not even think about right now as legal issues, but we may suddenly turn around and go, oh, wait, yeah, we need to talk to a lawyer about that. And also being a member of one of those other 66 other journalism groups, if one of the 5 people listening could be one of those and go, oh, well, we may just appropriate that from SPJ and beat it to the punch. I think that's also a concern.
Now,
I think that we should keep the meeting open. Logistics are the logistics. I don't know how we handle that, but 2 things. One is just spotlight just one best picture for openness and transparency, right? And if we're trying to get membership and we're closing doors, that kind of sends a bad kind of mojo out into the world. We shouldn't be doing that, especially in New Orleans where voodoo and crazy stuff is a possibility. But beyond that, and to your point about other groups, the reality is there are dozens of other journalism groups out there. But if they're going to steal our stuff, they're going to steal it now, they're going to steal it later. We're all kind of in this boat together. We should be swimming together and not really worried about that. Let's just do it better, period. That's kind of where I'm coming from.
go ahead.
I think the logistics aside, I don't have a problem leaving the camera on. If people can't hear us, they can't hear us. If you feel like you need to say something proprietary and you don't want it published, then stand somewhere that you're not on the camera. And say it to somebody and get it on the record. But I guess it seems a little silly to be fighting over cameras on, cameras off. What we say is for public, and I don't have a problem with it being done.
Patty.
I think that anytime we gather as a group, we say things that could be characterized as proprietary. So I don't really see that our discussions here rise above our usual discourse when we gather as a board.
Alex.
Yeah, I'm also in support of keeping it open, and I'm just trying to think about the logistics. We haven't really debated this before now because I think we thought we'd be going into executive session. I don't know if we could keep minutes. I mean, if we're breaking into only 2 groups, can we still have maybe minutes in each group? Or
Big brainstorming session.
right, it's a big
So I
brainstorming
think
session,
minutes
so I
are gonna be
think
challenging.
that would be a
But
challenge.
we would report back,
And that's
so then those could be the minutes from the breakout sessions. I mean, that would be easy.
right. I mean, I'm just trying to think of the record keeping because I don't know. I mean, I think we do have the minutes out there that were published as a public record. I think possibly more people would review the minutes to see what ideas were brainstormed.
Right, and I don't, well, I'm not on board, I can't talk.
Right. And by the way, minutes are selective, so if there is anything that's I guess we feel is a legal issue or something, that wouldn't necessarily have to be in the minutes in which we feel that, but it would be a summary of the conversation we had here. Does that sound right?
I can answer the minutes question. They're always very vague in terms of just capturing the essence. I can't envision we would want or need minutes that lists every single thing that anybody says.
Right. Especially in the brainstorming.
Bill McCluskey.
The technical logistics aside, I'd be happy if some of the people from the session down the hall wandered in and listened or
Right.
participated.
Right.
I mean, as long as they're here and doing SPJ stuff, I'd love their input. That requires an open meeting.
How about this? There remains a motion on the table that will be voted on. But let me propose a further compromise, as we've been compromising on some of these things all week long. Each of the 2 work groups, I mean, logistically speaking, I don't think we can have a camera trained on each of the work groups. I just don't see that as, but the idea of reporting back minutes or that each group comes back and creates a document that will be part of our record of today. Would that satisfy the concerns? Yeah.
Is each group coming back and reporting to the full board?
How's that work?
Because that would be, to me, what would be open also. Is that what's gonna happen?
Well, maybe that's the way to handle it, actually. Joe?
I think, Karen, was the process that we had outlined was that the groups would, you all have a post-it thing, right? You have one of these. The groups would go around and talk about some of these issues that were like starter topics, right? Like this is to get the juices flowing in areas we think that are most likely. We never envisioned a time where groups would come back and report because we wanted to spend as much time getting as many ideas up on these various things as possible. So the report, if you will, is going to be what ends up on these sheets of paper at the end of the day in posted form that staff would then take back in our suitcases and distill into an overarching plan.
Michael?
Just a procedural thing. So actually, it occurs to me, I have no idea what the hell we're doing today. So after, maybe you did, you guys all did, I read the packet. So after we do all that, then we just go consider opt-out for the membership, and we just don't talk about this stuff again. It's like Fight Club.
You guys are gonna talk about it in your groups and in the brainstorming sessions,
And then
but but then we're done, like with that. So you guys come up, what's gonna happen is we're gonna work on some tactics, ideas, strategies for each of these silos, right? And then we'll do it very similar to we did in Scottsdale, where people are gonna kind of vote, make hash marks on what they think is really important for us to do right now. So if there's 30 post-its around engaging with local media, for example, it would be awesome if we could do all 30 of those things. The reality is that we're not going to.
Sorry, but I guess my question is, after we do all that, this board is not going to sort of sum up or decompress or direct. It's just, we're gonna go around the room and do the stuff, then we're gonna eat lunch.
Depending on time.
Okay, that was different than what I thought we were doing.
But we're gonna come
At
back.
the end, you'll see a result.
Yeah, but this
Have those
idea
kind of
of coming
brainstorming
back
sessions.
and kind of walking through the ideas, are we gonna do that this day, today?
Yes, and we'll get to like the end, but not as a whole board. Like we won't come back together and talk about each of the silos answers. Does that make sense? So you'll be working in them and you'll see them,
Okay.
but then we won't come back and talk about each silo and the answers that are on all of them as a full board.
What if we did this, and we can build the time in to do this, that we have, not unlike what we did in Scottsdale, we have a spokesperson from each of the groups come back and give kind of an executive summary or discussion about what was discussed. Would that, Patty?
Yeah, but each of the groups, are we talking two groups, the lifers and the fight?
Correct.
Okay. But there's a bunch of different, so we just need a little more instruction on what we're supposed to do here. Each of the pieces of the paper on the wall, some of them are lifer ideas and some of them are fighter ideas. Is that
Yeah.
right?
Yep, and so
Okay.
we're gonna break it into groups. And I don't know if you guys wanna finish your discussion about open or if we wanna go into instructions.
We do have to take the vote on that.
Michael, and then we'll take a vote on the motion that's on the table.
If we leave the meeting open, I just would love it if at the end of doing all this, and I would hope, I'm really succinct, but it'd be really cool to me if in an open meeting, after we do all this stuff on the wall, that we just, each of us say like 40-second bullet about like where we think we're going, what the most important thing was, highlight, low light, something where when we leave here as a board, I can go back and tell people, we did a lot of cool sticky notes on walls, but we also talked briefly about this. This is how we summed it up. And that summary would be open and everyone would know where we're going.
I think that is, having gone through the process of Scottsdale, having worked with them in terms of the plan, I think that makes sense. And I think that would be a satisfying way for everybody to sum up this particular part of the work. So we still have a motion on the floor to enter executive session. Matt?
I make a suggestion that we just withdraw the motion and get to it. And I think people who know that we're going
Okay.
away will come back.
Who was-
No, I would like to vote on it.
Sue, you withdraw the second? Do you withdraw the motion? Sure. Okay, so we remain in
I
open session.
object, I would like this to be on the record. I would like us to vote on the, yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't jump in quick enough. It's been withdrawn already, so.
It's been withdrawn.
It's been withdrawn.
All right, never mind, done. Moving forward.
Been withdrawn. Okay. We continue in open session.
Not necessary.
And now we'll
Keep
go,
going.
Tara, tell us how you want the groups to proceed.
Yeah. Okay, so just kind of like scripts, and this is kind of some of the beauty of having a facilitator. You won't see the whole process as you sit here right now, but I promise we'll get there, and it'll be great. So the whole idea of today is brainstorming. We're gonna throw a bunch of stuff at the wall, and we're gonna see what sticks. Literally with the Post-its, because I hope they stick. So that's the goal. We want throwing out ideas, good, bad, whatever they may be. So if you pick up your table tent and look on the inside of it, there's a number, a 1 or a 2. And so you are in either group 1 or group 2. The first plan we're going to be diving into this morning is the fighters group. Timeline-wise, we'd like to kind of get started on that one if we're going to anticipate releasing something at EIJ 16. So that's what we're going to work on first. Part of the fighters kind of thing is we're looking at tools and resources for kind of 2 silos. So journalists and also supporters in the general public, especially because the new supporter kind of membership type, however that shakes out, is going to be important to be able to provide some of these resources to these people. So you're going to break up into 2 groups and then you're going to switch. So everybody will get time to throw ideas at the wall on both silos. And so we're looking at resources, tools, training ideas, things you'd like to see, big, small, medium, large, however they shake out for journalists, and then also for supporters in the general public. Do those 2 things kind of make sense to you? Okay. So around the room, we have these because it helps the Post-it stick. So the group in Scottsdale kind of identified some even smaller silos that we could offer resources in. So in the fighters, for supporters in the public, engaging with local media. So these are going to be things that we offer to help the general public, the supporters membership, engage with local media. Now some of these will be the same in the journalist area because those are going to cross over. It's good for journalists to engage with the public. And so we're going to see some of the same ideas distilled in different areas. Journalists' rights for supporters and public. What's important that we tell them that are the rights of journalists so they know how you guys do your job, how to understand, how to better help. So you'll see all of the red ones that are over here. Those are supporter and public initiatives. And then there's just an extra thoughts one where if you think something's brilliant, kind of along this fighters thing, and we haven't thought about it, just stick it up there. And then over here on this back corner, it's the same kind of silos, just for journalists. So we're coming at this 2 kind of different ways, and what I think we'll see is a really great cross-pollination of some of the things that we can offer, both to the general public and to journalists, and how it benefits each other. So everybody has a Post-it in front of them, a little Post-it pad, and I have extras if you have a ton of good ideas and you run out. And you also have a little flare pen there if you'd like to use that, because you can write on the wall. But we're going to split up. Group 1 is going to come over to the supporter and public posters. Group 2 is going to go to the journalist posters. And what you're doing now is not a lot of discussion about these ideas. If you have something that fits there, write it on a Post-it and slap it on the appropriate poster. Okay? So we'll do this for about 15 minutes, and then we'll switch groups. Yes.
Question.
Patty.
So supporters and public, meaning if we create this category called the supporters category, that's that population. And the public is truly like anybody else out there that we could think of an idea how to engage them.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Michael. I'm 1. Thank you, Michael. I'm 1 too. I'm on
Sure.
Number 1.
You had 1.
All 1. I say something right at the start?
Yes.
The more we call it journalist rights and not the public right, the less able to sell it.
You should flare and change that.
Write it down there, guys.
That's why I'm confused, because these two things don't quite go along with what I thought we were talking about.
That's why I figured, let them guide us.
Good.
Here is here are the ideas. And in terms of fighting the fight is a public rights amendment. And that comes in all kinds of formats. That is where journalists seek information, file FOIA requests, things like that. That's where there are people, the idea to be a potential resource for the public. Because not only journalists file FOIA requests, for example. I'll tell you right now, one of the tactics to do business is to develop a website that provides all this information that people can come to us as a resource. That's what we're saying. What are the resources that we can provide? That would be one of the things to be the kind of clearinghouse. The other is to establish even a group of speakers that can go out and do this. Dr. J, which is an STX edition, is, as Tara described it, that's going to be the boots on the ground guy who's going to go in and help people. They're going to fly in and be there and consult with our lawyers.
So those ideas, when you were at Scottsdale, those ideas just said, I'm not here anymore. More ideas like that?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. I mean, that's why I'm providing some concrete examples.
Yeah, the ideas that are already out there.
You're only looking for new ideas, you're not looking for support for Dr. J now.
No, and if there are, exactly. And if there are other ideas that are existing SPJ programs, put those too. Because part of this is knitting together. Because one of the things we hope to accomplish is there's a bundle of things that are all in the ether. If we can pull them together as a unified whole, the better off we're going to be.
So when colleges put something up, if we get that in, if we ask them for more.
Go put them, right now, just throw them up.
Yeah.
Everybody, it's your own.
Okay, I guess.
That's what we're doing.
Thank you, Sue, for distilling it down.
There's posters down here, so like for diversity, a good example in the supporter public would be working with people to make sure that they work with journalists, that their, the things are diverse. Does that make sense?
This is gonna be really
You're not in the
complicated.
journalist section.
You are such a linear.
Oh, so go ahead and bring it up and start throwing stuff up on the wall. I'm like,
Everybody.
It's not about, like, why do you look at other people's ideas to come up with such their. They just do this, like,
and there's two more down here, guys, also.
Wait, just do these first? Or we do-
No, all of yours, that's supporter public, just not over there.
We have to stay away from over there.
Yes, you'll get that over there tomorrow.
See what the others are to make sure I put you in the right silo.
Wait, you got more ideas? If I don't like Dr. J, I put every Dr. J.
It's my brainstorming.
Should we put our names in our post-it?
No.
Ironical, it's not, it's a real, it's not even business. I mean, I'm a financial
We don't work.
Oh, no, because we cover private.
Oh, right.
Right, so.
I'm very involved in the program. They want to know how to get public records.
If it's a public record, but you can, but if it's a private.
But what I'm saying is they don't know, and they have every, and you can check in our stats.
Right, well, do you have, I don't know, I'm in New York, do you have a national version? Of where it's level? I don't know if they're all.
That might be.
No, and it's actually, there's a lot, there's a lot because it is so
That's a great idea.
How ironic. And secondly, is economic development.
Yeah.
Third, down here are citizens.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Which is why we should have this.
I'll do the biggest one.
Yeah, I was having.
Oh, that's all.
There's no way I'm gonna be
They may have some, if something comes to contact. That's the extra.
You're my hero.
It's off the wall.
I do a seminar on CLE.
Right.
CLE seminar, continuing education. So.
My dad is also
There we go.
Good to see you.
Yeah.
I didn't get up.
You may go ahead and keep on her.
I wasn't really going anywhere.
Oh,
I was
okay.
kind of friendly set.
Okay.
Did you leave the tape in here?
It's at Rich Day.
Okay.
Yeah. Other way, it gives the idea of like a discussion about why we do the budget on the 18th. We're gonna be talking about ideas on where we should be spending money.
Yeah, this is.
There's something real. Start out the year, added revenue.
I don't remember 10 right away, right?
Yeah, the airport.
Yeah, I think there will be people who wait.
So what do you think that's?
Yeah, so that's not yet.
Maybe 5 more minutes. Kind of get through it and then we'll switch. Yep. So the more we have, the better.
No, probably a good thing.
That's what we're
Conversation stuff.
Yeah.
What I do is.
You're getting it all once in your face.
No, I'm holding it.
I'll put something on
Well, he said he was fine with it. He was.
This is the challenge.
I'm having an issue.
No, that's okay. You voted this stuff, 4.5 to 5%.
NASCAR jacket? NASCAR jacket? All your concepts?
My wife was.
Oh, of course, yes.
Don't get your sleeves off.
No. I saw you trying to. I didn't see there was anything on it.
No, it's fun. We do a live session. On the Spice It Up.
Yeah.
Oh, no, just.
We're 2 years on sacred.
We're awesome communicators.
2 minutes.
Well.
I know.
Partially busy with this conversation. This year's fiscal discussion.
Yeah, because the other one wasn't working. So
Part of that was trying to get all of it. She switched to the laptop.
I couldn't get the other one working. I don't know what happened. It just locked off some
Measure success.
Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and switch groups. So if you were over in the supporter and the public section, you're gonna flip over to the journalist kind of resources lane. Same journalists come over to the supporter and public, and don't forget about the 2 down at the end.
Yeah, go through and read every single one of them, so you know which every.
So they were talking. Yeah.
Seismic shift.
I like Kate, she like, oh, everything already written.
Hold on, I put it on the wrong category, now I can't find the right category.
Well, we're gonna put all of the things together. So we're basically 10 posters that are 5 more interesting. And then we're gonna, well, like what the solutions that starting on each day.
We're having a good day.
Right now.
Yeah.
I would like to,
Get some.
Well, you know me, I always got someplace to be. Or 3 to 12.
You're standing next to.
Or if you're north of the Mason Dixon, just off here in Canton, to the south. Right.
Don't jump, it's not that
Excuse me.
I was gonna push something else.
Oh.
Well, I don't have that. I'm ready to go to New York.
How are you doing this bit?
Yeah. No, I have one.
Policies under control.
I have one with a cement light.
down and, CBS policy.
Ah, okay, right down the street.
Yeah.
I'm ready to
Give them much ability. Blue days.
Ah, okay. Is there a check? Right. I think
I hope so. I really do. I like it. As opposed to, moving from Facebook has been more about jewelry. I was
at the last one, she's a lot more pleasant than that. Okay, one more.
I just walked along.
Hey,
Sunny.
Broken light here.
Yeah, it's starting to come out.
No,
See, they're so many, but they're not very body. Someone can push their type that their energy savings. Yeah. Really? I was just thinking.
Yeah, call it.
I'll meet it up there.
As long as they're flat, that's all I care about.
Perfect.
Time to about.
I'll buy you myself. What do you like? Something else, Paula?
Really, that about sums it up.
Still waiting. Yeah, I'm still working on it. No, it wasn't.
I have more things.
We are in, we've been in for almost 2 It's really same location. But it's a totally different house. Just
one of those.
It's not actually a suit.
Yeah, I know, it's Mexican. Your wife is enthusiastic. You're not supposed to sign your name. Why not? They'd say I couldn't. You're the bylaws guy. I think the bylaws are silent. The Tara's rules are silent. Whether I can sign it.
That's time, everybody.
I'm gotcha.
Basketball.
By the way, how much money do you
See, now there's like,
owe?
last call.
$40, okay. No, I gotta say, let's see what's all right, can I pay it off in alcohol?
Good.
In alcohol?
Two good ones.
All right, pay it off in alcohol.
Finished yet.
Get you 120 hurricanes at breakfast. We get you 120 hurricanes.
You're wrong.
Oh.
Oh, that's good. Verify. You're fine.
Well, I want to try to keep something. All I can do is bring right.
About 3 more minutes.
You know what? And I knew that I needed to read them.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, oh, good. Yeah, we got lucky with that process. I got lucky.
You don't need AP, but that's like a good idea. Within actually 2 years.
Yeah, somebody wrote it.
Yeah, it feels like.
That was our potential program.
Hey, 1 minute, get your last final post-its up there, and then we're good to the next step.
And we're ending. So I mean, and then you can think of a lot of benefits. We have a ground one with the 4
Yeah.
What do you need these anymore?
Yes, we will, post-its. We're gonna jump through the next 2 steps, what'll take just a couple minutes, and then I'll take a chunky break. A chunky break, like 15 minutes, like a good solid break.
Oh, not like.
Yeah. No, that's some kind of good. I could use some chocolate right now.
I'm out of here. I thought
Okay.
it was part of our deal today.
Yeah.
All right, so we have a lot of really good ideas up there in both sections. So if nothing else, I feel like there's some awesome things to like actionable items to move forward on. But what we're gonna do, very kind of similar to how we work things at Scripps and how we did in Scottsdale as well, is drill down a little bit farther to get some actionable items that we can get going on now. So you're gonna return as soon as I finish kind of directions. You'll return to the groups you were just in, and everybody take just a few minutes to kind of organize the post-its. So I'm sure there are duplicates. So just attach those to themselves so that we don't have a big mess. So about 5 minutes of just kind of trying to get them organized. And then what we're going to do is everybody's going to go around with your marker, and you get 2 hash marks for each poster. We're just going to call them posters to eliminate confusion. So you're going to come and look at all these things, and you're going to decide what you think is, keep in mind, doable, important, something you really would like SPJ to do. Magic wand, but something we can do, actually do. And you're going to just put a little check mark by 2 of the posted ideas. And you're going to do that on all of the sheets, all of the posters. And so we're going to go by the majority rules concept here. And then what we'll do is drill down into those 2 thoughts and help you guys figure out how we're going to measure the success of these things. Who should be involved in these things? How do we want to share these things? So we're just going to kind of keep diving in so that at the end of the day, for each kind of poster, we'll have 2 clear, actionable items for kind of each of these silos. The great thing is that we still have all the Post-its, and we can still do all of those things. So I don't want you to think they're going to end up in the trash anywhere. But they're not high priority right at this moment, or it's going to take a while to implement. Does that make sense?
And, well, number one, it's hard to figure out if we like an idea just based on one little post-it note. Regardless. Number 2, can you tell which ones are going to have the most hash marks, and then maybe that's what we talk about at lunch?
Sure.
So I would just like to come out of this, like, having whoever proposed the great idea, I got to eat anyway, the only time I shut up. Have someone else actually explain, like, why that's a great idea.
Michael and I were talking offline while we were all wandering around, and he made a suggestion that I think is a good one. We're all going to have lunch. We're all going to eat in here. So that would be a useful lunchtime conversation. Will be to go over each of these ideas, and there may be something that came out of Scottsdale, because I know to get the juices flowing over here at Group 1, I was explaining what we did and reiterating some of the ideas, which are still good ideas, and I know I wrote them on Post-its and put them around. So just to get a sense of it, so that everybody has an idea of what the concept is, and especially once we have the 2 ideas per poster, I think that continues the drilling down. And the other thing that I wanted to say, Tara beat me to the punch, and it dovetails off of one of your questions to me in email this past week, Michael. All these ideas we're hanging on to. There aren't any ideas that are just going to get tossed aside. There are going to be some that are pie in the sky that we really, we can do them, but do we really want to, blah, blah, blah. The idea is to seek some kind of consensus among the group here. Again, go back to my original comments. You guys are the leaders that are trying to find the most useful avenues to get things moving for this organization. And there are a lot of, I was walking around reading both sets of posters. There's some wonderful ideas. I start to see some real themes. High school education shows up in about 3 or 4 different boards that I saw. So when we do go around and kind of group everything together, that's when we'll see, that's part of, again, that's another way to start to sense coalescing around an idea. So, and if you want to forcefully, at lunch, if you want to forcefully speak for a minority idea, I think we ought to allow that as well. And that'll be moving to the top of the next tier, might be the best way to put that. Yes, sir.
I would love to hear the 2 hashtag ideas and then have them persecuted by Alex. Because if they can survive cross-examination from Alex, they're probably good.
So,
all right.
Tom, we only pick a limited number of these things?
Yeah, so let me give directions again. Is that, Paul, are you cool with that?
Please.
Okay, so what we're going to do is you're going to go back to the groups you were just in, and you're going to start kind of just taking a look at them and grouping them if there's serious duplicates. You guys are smart people. You can figure this out. So we're going to organize them just a little bit, and then you're going to get 2 hash marks, 2 check marks, 2 votes per poster. So over here, if I like a speakers bureau and I think it's important, I'm just going to put a hash mark next to the Post-it. And if I think a way to welcome folks into something, conversations is really important, which is, you put a hash mark there, right? And then you go to the next poster. So you're gonna finish your whole group, and then you're gonna vote on the other group, and then we're gonna end up with lots of hash marks and 2 main ideas by the majority votes.
So let's go around and group first. And once we have decided the groupings are all okay, and Tara, maybe you can kind of go,
Yeah, we'll do about 5 minutes.
okay, look at the different posters to make sure that looks okay.
Matt, I walked in late, so are we doing as a group 2 hash marks or as an individual?
Each person.
Okay.
Yep, so let's break up back into the groups who were before and spend about 5 minutes just kind of organizing the Post-its. If everybody takes a poster, yeah, duplicates, kind of lumping.
It might be helpful if, each like a small group of people, like pack one poster. So you kind of break up into smaller teams within your unit, just to get
Then everyone's gonna do this.
I don't think that's exactly what everybody's gonna do. Well, that doesn't surprise me at all. Good. Don't.
Once you got small group.
Don't spend too much time on it, but like if you jump in and help 2 people on a poster, it's a little bit
What do you
easier.
think?
Yeah. A lot of people say, you don't. You say, so we're gonna talk about these posters up here, they're kind of on the wall. They're not. They're on the wall.
That's my thing.
You might say, we need to kind of organize. That makes sense.
Yeah. I know where it's
That's your
at.
word. We'll have something, right?
The other thing that will make it more authoritative is not to go up and
Oh, yeah, I do, and that's right.
It makes you sound more authoritative.
Like you're not in a group. What? Totally do that.
I'm all about like, we're gonna say, I'm
Somebody was trying to explain the difference in you, right? It's like the same. She's hard to write.
The president's recommended
That's general. That's where we are right now. You put your shoulders up, yeah, and then don't go marking it yet. We're not done organizing. So you can, that's cool. No worries.
Yeah.
About 2 minutes left to sort out the duplicates. Oh, that's right.
Everybody else have already done it, so.
Exactly.
Thanks, Joe. Don't vote yet, because we're still trying to get some duplicates organized in different places.
Yeah, I agree with this. Local
Group.
level. It's different than the media.
Yeah.
With every group organized, there's a little vote now, and they're all switching vote, and then. It's very different, and.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh, really? I didn't get some. I can't on here.
Oh, you can't.
Oh, no. This is all Joe Field's fault. He hung it. Oh, yeah. No, that's. I can't. Who all seconded
Yeah.
Well, Sean, we're kind of cheap around here. So we roll all right, one more minute to get those post-its organized. We're gonna vote.
You are so right.
Okay. Again? I have more, 5 times more. 30. You mean 8? These 3 is one to black out. Right here.
I tried to find this on 12, which I can't pick for it.
Okay. You guys feel like you have this organized? Okay, so real quick, because they're organized now, so things are kind of in piles, little sections, things like that. You're gonna go ahead and do your 2 votes on each poster. If you could, do the votes right next to the post-it. Otherwise, that whole idea, yeah. We put them together, common theme,
Do it on the
kind
white
of.
sheet, not the
So
yellow.
2 votes per person, right around the post-it, somebody else start the grouping.
On the white sheet, not the
On the
yellow.
white sheet, not the post-it, yep. You're gonna vote on every poster, and then you can go ahead and switch to the other group.
It's like what George Clooney said, sexiest man alive, 2006 or whatever it was.
SPJ is not.
What?
No, right?
More money than
Probably not on the cover of People.
I was totally designed.
I'm not just like, I was like, what? I'm not the board. I don't watch a lot of TV. I watch children. No, I am allergic, so this is it. Yeah, this is your dog. I want to see
So great posters.
Are we going through it?
Yeah.
because everybody wanted all that.
I remember that. Oh God, I had completely blanked that out.
I said,
No, I remember that.
I said membership is a problem. We have to do things. It's not such an argument. I'm not.
There were what, 2 other people remember that?
Lauren Barton.
Right. Oh, I remember. Yeah, that was Lauren's here.
Jeremy
No,
Smith.
I had
He
blanked.
started yelling at me, and yeah, Jeremy used to.
I had completely blanked that out to the original dad. Back. It was 2010. Hadn't you already been at March director? Because I remember you in 2008. I still hear you. And then you're gonna write They gave us 3 minutes back then. That was, yeah. Deflation.
Because the membership started.
Yeah, we're gonna have
About 10,000. I know it's painful.
5,000.
It's painful.
that way.
No, we're 66. 66.
Now, isn't it?
Around between 66 and 67, yeah, I think the last one. I mean, obviously there's some noise in there, but no, the big drop was big here. A lot of
Look at
people have it in
budgets
December.
which I believe is last year's numbers. 32% raise.
I need to talk to Paul about this. I'm gonna do it now. Yeah, I mean, that, membership. Because I work with two really good people on chat. I mean, these are high concept. These are great strategic.
You had an idea.
Well,
Okay, so if you voted on the one group, go ahead and switch to the other.
okay, I want to talk to you because I actually have the tariffs are a big issue. And we don't got to so all I can see now is that's it. I love that talk about and that's because I want us to do it.
Whether they stick.
But then you never have a lecture. It's hard. It's even harder when you're doing it. One person, I like that.
I guess it's actually.
But you get to.
Say it's not.
Right, it should be, yeah, I like that idea. I like that idea.
So you still play with us.
Yeah, it's at $21.
Good idea. That's an extra.
So we could also do that, so you can move it around, buy a chair, right, that you bring.
Like,
that you
buy
buy
it,
as
it's
a half.
and then it's a paint.
All right, so get in and maybe, you know.
I think they like.
That's right.
Put that in for that,
Yeah,
okay?
I'll buy it.
Where? I'll check. I didn't check.
We are truly.
You know what was really funny was you said,
Spiders.
and I was like.
Spiders.
No, it was a fighter.
Oh.
The two other ideas, both sides.
Former simmering game. Okay, so if you haven't switched to vote on the other section, go ahead and do that now.
Oh.
Yeah, okay, so that was the first.
And then maybe they stay next year when they get their re-up, right? Maybe they stay.
Dealing with government agencies.
So it's not like membership outreach, everybody, you know, everybody in your market, it's one-on-one. So I got you, I'm gonna call you for 2 weeks and say, come to this thing with me. Oh, we should do that. It's engagement. Oh, look, and I tweet to you and you tweet to me and we get this vibe going and it's fun and seriously. You know, 1,000 people did it. We picked 1,000 numbers. And then it's like we order. It could be, we could do by order too.
There's not. And when you see the script, you can't check
I had to look for a little bit more,
Is there anybody else here?
but it was the same. She doesn't
Always like.
We still have a couple that are voting. Yeah. Yeah.
So. Yeah, journalism, public rights.
Push membership. Yeah, right, but I could, you could sponsor, and they could, in your shop, you could, have a process, you have to write me 300 words why you would be the key person on my file. Exactly. So have fun. I mean, I would buy a couple students every year. If it's a discount, I don't get a full free, but. It's real salaries, and I can afford to do that. It costs $21 and some cents. Lynn priced it out for support state. That's a real hard cost of maintaining a
individual.
Yeah, but finding ways. Yeah. It's a trend. Or any
Give them
Step outside.
Nope, I need to leave that. I did add that to the list, but it looks like they didn't bring it, so I didn't.
No doubt. Those of us, like I said, those of us who are, are close friends, so hide it, but, I know me too. Me too. Yeah, I know, I gotta do this.
Where'd my paper go?
Ah, okay, very nice, very nice.
I can't find my paper.
It's like 1 year, he's waiting over.
Just a little bit. Oh, here.
It's ridiculous.
If you have it switched to vote, go ahead and do that so we can wrap up all our voting.
I don't want to.
Yeah, exactly. That's in that car.
All right. No, that's wonderful.
Thank you. Totally fine. Oh, really? I would have already.
That's where you were going. Totally screwed.
No.
Okay.
Okay. All right, so if you're done voting, that's awesome. We're gonna take a break and we're gonna come back to get to work on this second part at 11. So it's like 23 minutes. So take some time, and if you want to continue having discussions about these, please feel free, but we're coming back to work right at 11.
I'll try my best.
Damn. I know you.
Yes.
I'm just annoyed. I'm sorry. But Miriam wanted to ask if certain people have really specific anything that makes sense.
Yeah, oh, no, it's Ball State. This is where I went to school with my daughter.
Oh,
Jared?
yeah, and her puppy, I think.
Yeah, that was mine.
No, okay.
That was the other child.
I knew that would be the answer.
Oh, that's your profile pic.
Really deep.
Yes.
I don't know.
Look at
I think we're gonna make it employee day. I like that, so we can execute and have an impact, that's a simple. And then this is like education, and then there's two threads in here, though, high school, developing an expert course and then just the public, basically.
Yeah.
I think this, will be great, because then what we're gonna do is and then we're gonna drill down on what, like, how do we, what type of how, who's in charge, how do people.
I think that's a joke, man. Pretty great.
The university, those of us who are quite radical liberal always agree with each other's comment. Nation having Southern students. It was so funny watching.
Do you still, do you still go to them, or is that?
They haven't had enough. Every year they have
That's an interesting kind of perform, media form,
Yeah.
rather than like a celebration of music, like, implicit suggestions, what are we going wrong, how do we do that?
Celebrating student groups across the country.
Right.
Things that people just want to.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Let's bring on.
I know.
What are the chances of something has on and something has a job or something? In the same year, in the same 2 weeks.
No, sometimes.
How long was our break?
11 till 11.
11 a.m.
Until 11?
Yeah.
11 a.m.
Oh, bar open?
Andy, does it look like the conference is gonna go ahead? Is the conference gonna go on, or is there a problem?
I think it's happening. I think we've reached the critical mass. where it's actually happening.
Oh my God, yes.
What was? Yes, you want to say that again?
But it's,
And I'm,
Steve's gonna
oh my God, it's the 9-year-old that
Oh,
we
yes,
gave,
okay.
but we
You
need,
just want us to say what, like?
I want like,
seems like a day when.
I want like something we can post on Instagram, so we're talking about 15 seconds. Basically, I want you and Paul together to just walk around. So, we need to grab her name.
So I guess it's.
And I need to figure out how to say it. Yes.
We could probably watch it this way.
Oh, right,
I
right.
guess
You want
it's
to
gonna
couple.
determine-
Right, right.
That's why I was.
Yeah,
exactly.
I mean, it's, I look closer, you were the last person. It's, I think it's Hildy.
Yeah, this one is
Hildy.
my GPS.
It should be, you know, kill us.
I know, I feel that, like, I know.
I love the fact.
Right.
Right, yeah, we're all like that.
Oh, wow.
I have it.
All right, that's how I've been approaching it. That's what time you gotta say. This is up to September 2017.
He was so angry, he couldn't, he was spitting at us. Yeah.
Oh, okay, maybe she's eight.
And here's the guy who did it.
Maybe she doesn't have a birthday, but she's recording harder.
Yeah, oh, I know. I used to ask people, how old are you and when is your birthday? Yeah. Are you, is this gonna change before my story? And they'd be like, what are you?
She's not high. That's like, it's intentional. Especially when we've been talking for a long time.
Right.
Because they were when we interviewed them.
Right.
You know, 5 months has gone by.
Right.
They're now 34 or whatever.
Right.
maybe half a day. I'm reaching a point where I can't change
Something,
it.
I don't know. Now, I was looking at this too, like,
So, let's find a good person to do this.
It's Paul, or you want to say?
He was like, no.
Let's talk to you. And then we'll
For him somewhere.
Session, Steve, she's there, I got shot.
we went to honor the you can do this.
Steve
Oh
needs-
my God.
You are your product passion.
I don't know that it's right.
Yeah, it's like her final. She's trying hard for the customers.
Yeah.
They do not like
Okay.
Oh, no, that's
We need to-
Yeah, and they were
because
sold to me
the
like
idea of
one
having
sold
it
like
done
one
2.5
sold.
years.
You know, that's the dollar.
I'm gonna write down the top section for each one.
Everything else doesn't do it. So I don't know, maybe this is
No,
a
I mean,
little.
and still New York City.
But when you start thinking about the.
One has to sleep in the daytime.
Exactly,
The
and
little
so
one,
I'm
the
telling
neighbors
you,
sleep through the
once we
night,
have the
and the cats
museum,
are there.
that
And then during the day, they have to
booked
switch.
18 months.
And when they're in the same room,
You
they
can't just say,
tolerate
yeah,
each
this
other.
is gonna happen in 6 months and start talking about it.
Years, it's like kids.
We had this
They're not-
discussion 2 years ago.
I actually come to the conclusion that cats hate each other. We will get serious. Right, right. And this is both residents.
I don't know, if we still put Maryland is a high quality institution, a lot of stuff, and there's some,
Okay. So these
yeah,
are the
things
animal
that
rescue
we talked
species of
about.
the order.
we
So
can
I'm
get rid of
thinking,
their plans.
you know, perhaps they've been on their own by the time they were little kids.
It was, that did a real wrong.
Yeah, I mean, perhaps they.
It has to do with the elections.
The one, I think.
I talked to a White House person, they won't, I don't know if it's just the change of parties, or the change of administrations, or, well, could you even imagine? President Trump will only been in office for 4 months.
Like, I wouldn't do that, you know, right?
They didn't say you guys would do that.
It's when they get on the street, the rest of the streets, anything could happen.
Yeah,
One, I
but they won't commit to doing anything. It's just an advance plan.
So I even now. Right. I don't.
So I gave up on that, and I thought maybe we could do Congress instead. That's just when I.
She called it a gig, I know, I'm sure, and they just gave up on her, we're like, you know, just gotta go ruin my sweater, so they put her aside.
I feel it's like an 80% chance that something's
Just
gonna happen.
like, I've been you for 15 years, I'm not gonna hit you. You know,
I started putting
but
myself.
yeah, so I got. Maybe they grow up. It's like, so it sounds like she's like an elderly cat.
I need to go back.
Oh my God, that's a
Such
young.
a very, she's such a-
Yeah. Sounds like you.
People forgot. During sneezes, it's like, yeah, deadline is in a week. Oh, okay, now I better go do it.
It's not that much more. It's like, it's a little more work, but it's like, once you do it, no.
Hey, remember that little video? We did it now.
Oh my God. Yeah, I'm hoping like.
I think they asked me.
Oh, God. Yeah. No, my girl's retired, so that's pretty weird. Oh. Just get back with that. No, I think See, yeah, he's just got, my cats are not that I think about 18. I've known 18 little cats. I'm a little nervous that I went through it for years.
Yeah, likewise.
Yeah, I have 3 cats. These are Monroe's. Here's my.
Oh my God.
Yeah. But that's 2. And you have the 2. Yes. There's several brands of these. Wow. I think it's gonna be pretty cool. That looks so cool. They're not the most expensive. Yeah. This is the 26-year-old? Okay. Yeah, that's dog. Yes, it is giving me. Navy and blue, navy and Matt, and I replaced the black. And he was gonna make because they went to South. And then most of them taking the dates. And I missed the chocolate brown. Yeah. Well, in Texas.
Maybe not
All year.
Yeah, these don't come out.
So what was interesting is every time I went into an antique store,
You'll be surprised, Johnny. And she did.
She did. Oh my God. And then brand now, but it's a brand that's been around for the 1940s. Shears. And they have that kind of a design on the tail to go with heels. And they just flex away. My size is something. 3.5. Triple A. How can you do that? I mean, I can't even walk into a regular store now and find those. And they look like they do more months. Yes. I know. I just made this jacket. I got it in warehouse. It's 2 or 3 times a year.
Yeah, dress clothes.
$30 and this jacket, this top, and another jacket. And I don't know before I was already hundreds. I did the other day. I did the other day just because I had had a presentation
They said it was lovely.
Yeah.
They said it looked great on you.
They can send it to you.
The only time I can full price is like it's I can get tomorrow. Search. Favorite person. I had asked her yesterday. So she sent the last text yesterday. How that all played out, which was great. And up until that point. Now that she's got stage 1.
Now that the dress.
Yes.
These shoes.
Right, exactly. And that's what she said. Oh. Rebecca. Cool.
No, she's campus.
Full.
Yeah.
I go, now I get to come take pictures. Yeah, she goes, yeah, I'm really cute. So she's got this all this. Okay, I'll try.
For the one I was doing.
Where will either of us want to I really, I have several choices. These are the cereal and I.
I was actually like my go-to.
Yeah, no, no, who was
Yes, I had cereal.
Oh, sure.
And then when I went on vacation.
Oh, maybe you're right. Maybe you're right.
She was from that area.
She might just be from there also.
Yes.
But no, the person before was, I don't remember her name. Remember she was the one, she had the ear thing, money, right?
Yeah, I wasn't that even sure about it.
It's like this thing meeting.
It says Apple on the front, that's all I need.
Oh, that's travel. I might. You're my daughter. That's one, right?
I don't get back to Columbus. Almost midnight.
And you gotta do what you said, 6.
But is it 5?
You guys are writing on the versus 6.
Yeah.
Isn't it?
So are we gonna be writing them? Or words? I was in Hong Kong and it was like 13 hours and it was like 13
Like what I.
coming back.
All right.
But before that, I looked up positions and I could not. Which made the switching over more time easier.
Yeah.
It's not like
Yeah.
6 hours.
It's a baby.
It's like, I know when we talk to
Okay, so I
people
need
out,
I
it's
need
like,
to piece of tape for
hard to
instance.
do that kind of But, I also think.
Can they cover the other ones, guys?
Yeah.
It's like, oh, there's,
Yeah.
you're excited.
Exactly, and you're like, you know what, I can push this.
Some people are like, why would you come home? It's like all you gotta do is go to work.
My
That's
brother
right.
was right.
So where in Australia?
We were actually just.
No,
Oh my God, the sun. We did some of that, we were on, it's funny.
They've changed it pretty fast.
All over the world, that's bad, if you're in California, Australia, or maybe not, it's But, It's that line.
We went down to Byron today. That's way the most point. And it's probably.
That's why I knew that with your strengths.
I saw that.
Right, I've always seen you as a
That looks like a
leader.
tennis.
Yeah.
And we just fell in love with it. I happen to know the guys.
Yeah, we've been talking about but very, it's like the board ones, right? Because she's in Australia, last year.
So why don't you spend an hour and a half? So closes up so early. Right on the reservoir.
Oh my gosh.
Like this.
We did not have one.
We all.
Are we good?
Once you get beyond those three.
All right, everybody, let's reconvene. Thank you, everybody, for your participation and voting on all this stuff. And now we're going to hear the results from Tara and Joe.
Okay, so we're gonna start to kind of dive into some of these ideas to leave here with some actionable things that we can work on. Again, we still have all those post-its and all those great ideas, and there were some really great ideas. And some of those on there that weren't voted the top thing, I think were because we can do them now. So some of those things I totally anticipate us going back to the office, making a list, kind of distilling the information, and then coming back to you guys and saying, even though we didn't dive into these concepts, these bigger strategies, you know, like if there's a social media campaign with the hashtag. That's doable now. So I don't think we need to dive in a little bit more. But really quick, because we want to get working again. I just want to take a couple minutes. So the top results for diversity and the supporter thing, the things that you guys thought we should do, reach out to diverse communities and markets. So somebody who wrote that there, can you give us a 30-second synopsis of kind of what you were thinking so that the group knows? Nobody wrote that?
That might have been mine.
Okay.
I don't know if I did, what I was thinking about there is since that is supporters, but there might be organizations that either chapters could, people, and I mean non-journalism organizations. I'm thinking about, in Louisville, there is a Hispanic Chamber of Commerce. Reaching out to them and working with them and even perhaps doing some workshops or things on freedom of information and that helps us stay plugged into what is going on in that community. So it's very beneficial to us, and it would also possibly be a benefit to them.
Okay.
By diverse, do you mean racially diverse, or do you just mean other than ourselves?
That's a great question. And I think you could probably define it any way you want to, but I think it would kind of depend on what opportunities are available.
Sue works with bar associations on a lot of joint programs.
Right.
I think the league would be very successful at that.
Yeah, we haven't done anything in recent years, but yeah, when we pull together, it's.
Yeah, our chapter's done that too, but I am more thinking of organizations that cater to a specific race or ethnicity.
Or
lifestyle. So
what's that?
So what would they want from us?
That's where you need to start.
these are some of the things that we'll talk about when we dig in. Because we're going to go back to group work. So I don't want to spend a whole lot of time.
So that's in the group work, that's
Just-
what we'll talk about.
Yep.
How to make it happen.
So we're going to answer a couple different questions, and they're up there. So one is, how do we measure the success of this tactic? And it may be that this tactic is not drilled down enough that we know how to measure it, and that's cool. Also, who might be a useful person or organization to tap? So Sue, that would be a good place where you can put some of the bar association ideas. And then how do we do it? So specific software that you may know of that we should use. A slogan that is just super snappy and you think we need to write it down before we forget. So this is kind of where we get into like the meat of these ideas. Does that make sense? Okay. So the other one on diversity was translation of other SPJ resources. Did anybody write that? Do they want to give a 15-second synopsis on their kind of mind?
Yeah, I mean, there are so many people in this country who don't speak English, whether they're journalists or non-journalists. Any resources we have that can be translated. For example, I mean, this can also go under the dealing with government agencies and records requests. Our FOIA information can be translated like that to Spanish, German, whatever other languages.
Awesome.
How expensive was it to translate the ethics code? Does anyone have an idea of that?
Who's volunteers?
Oh.
I mean, if you have, bilingual journalists in this SPJ chapter who can say, oh, I can step up and do this as part of my chapter, or if, chapters have already done that, can they share these resources with us that we can share across the country?
Right.
New Jersey found a volunteer to translate a portion of the open access booklet. It was just, he's not a member, he's an accountant, and he said, oh, sure, I'll do that. Awesome. It was great.
So yeah, some of those things are what you would put in this section, those Post-its about, these are the resources that I think need to be translated first. And then if you have an idea about how we distribute that would go there as well. Make sense? Okay, so dealing with government agencies, then this is for supporters in the public section. We have meet with agencies and to help them understand the laws and help kind of clarify their perception of journalism and what it is and what we're supposed to be doing. So you would put Post-its there that kind of speak to that. Everybody kind of get where we're going here? Okay. Workshops and training, online and in person, specifically on government documents and who to contact with questions about those things.
Do we get any more to know about it?
Yeah. So who had I know it was multiple because it was one of the group together. Meet with agencies to understand laws and the perception of journalism. Anybody want to do a quick synopsis?
I'll talk a little bit about that. They're in Maryland's government agencies are required to take training. It's an online training, but it's actually kind of weak and it doesn't cover all officials, it's just one representative from the board and they cycle out and nobody really pays much attention. I think it's an underdeveloped area of making sure that people in government actually know it, not just criticize them, but in advance do something proactive.
I think one of my posts just was wrapped up into that. I can say a couple things that we've done in New York. We have our own state FOIA laws. It's called FOIA there. We have the top guy on that come frequently to give a workshop in New York, which is open to the public. Back during my term when I was chapter president, the chapter did meet with the police commissioner. Now that was during the OWS, so obviously that was big in New York. But I think that's a good idea to meet with people, or at least with PIOs, as much as possible, and at different levels. We could do it national, we can encourage maybe regional and local chapters to do as much of that as they can.
One thing though, and it's great that you all have access, people talking to. In Idaho, trust me, there is no such discussion going on. And in fact, I just had to go before a city council and explain the open meetings law to them because they don't explain it. And I think having, SPJ as a proponent of this would be a fabulous idea.
And then the second one, workshops and training online and in person. Do we need somebody want to speak to that real quick?
I mean, I can. I think, as we're talking about who these supporters might be, they could be someone that might be like my mother, who probably has never filed or kind of asked a formal question to like the school district or something like that. So it just trainings on just how the government works. It could be very basic, like school district. Here's what happens. There are committees, but they also then sometimes have committee meetings before it goes to the full board, and those are all open. And I don't know, just kind of that. But then also the trainings on FOIA and state public information laws.
So some information there, like she mentioned, some online training for those supporter resources, maybe some quick handouts, things like that.
In my experience, we're remaking the wheel. Doesn't every state have a Freedom of Information committee, whatever you call it? In New Mexico, we've got a foundation, which fortunately the executive director is a former journalist who went to law school. So she does, and we do this kind of stuff with them all the time.
So I think that would be a good post-it to write. Maybe we partner with them to figure out what they need and what we can do to help.
So I think I was thinking, because yes, some states have greater agencies, but some states don't. But you could partner with them, right?
Yes,
So SPJ maybe isn't doing all of it, but you're at least making the connection or partnering or bringing attention to maybe what they're already doing.
I remember one of those questions is who might be a helpful person or organization to tap. So you guys all know different things in your state and local area, and maybe it's spread out, and so it makes sense to work with them. Because I think that's kind of a common theme we have running here. So down here we have engaging with the local media. We had the Speakers Bureau. Anybody want to kind of speak to that?
I think a few of us put Speakers Bureau down. I think I just want to put that somewhere. I think it's pretty clear we have a lot of experts. We have our committee chairs, board members, officers, organizing some kind of Speakers Bureau so it's easier for me to find us.
Yeah. We're talking about where we send these people, who they might be, how it impacts the general public. The other one is how to reach out to media. So how do we want to share that information when people have something they feel like needs to be.
What's that mean? SPJ reaching out to media?
No, so I put that down like the community, someone calls and they talk to me or they rant on my voicemail for 20 minutes. But I don't really know what they're talking about and I have no idea. So just how to pitch their stories or how to pitch their concerns in a way that we can understand it so we can maybe cover it. Or so we can convince our editor or someone else that this is a good story for me to cover. Or who to contact.
Journalists and the public rights. FOIA, we have the top one was FOIA education, specifically mentioned high school and the general public, which is the kind of area we're working in. Anybody want to speak to that really quick? I kind of had that going. Paul?
I think the idea, several people put this down, which I was glad to see. It's drilling into high schools and coming up with some kind of course, almost like a course in a box, that we could even put out to chapters where they can go in and educate local high schools and contact, a civics professor or a history teacher or somebody like that, that you go in and give a unit, an hour-long unit on the public's right to know. And that would include what do journalists do? And the fact that they can file FOIA requests themselves. I mean, I think that's a really, that would be a really nice way to embellish the fight. Because remember, this is the fighters, not just supporters. This is the fighters side.
This is, the second one is FOIA Day. So somebody specifically mentioned the social media campaign. This is kind of something that we're doing, but I think there's a good space for us to share and kind of expand ideas there. Anybody need to clarify that? No, it's kind of clear. Okay. We'll go down here a little bit. I'm gonna grab some more tape and hanging. These were the extra thoughts that we had. One of them was ID supporter groups. Identify those supporter groups. Anybody want to speak to that, Lynn? Did you have?
I don't know if I can put that down, but.
Yeah, I think it was
Oh.
mine.
Yeah.
Just recently, I'm very active in American Association of University Professors, and we had a state conference and realized that they need to access public records, especially with universities, and they didn't know how to do it. And so all the chapters were saying, well, you know how to do it, but you can tell us how to do it. And I just think that's an example of some of the organizations out here that we could share our expertise with.
So Tara, that sounds, what Deb said and what Robin said earlier, it seems to me to be SPJ training non-journalists in all the cool techniques that we've learned that you can learn in your non-journalism world. Is that?
That's right.
Is accurate? So is that, because we're supposed to be talking about membership, is it advisable to take all of the ideas that are essentially that, whether it's Hispanic Chamber of Commerce or American
Yeah.
And focus on what can SPJ train non-journalists in ways of journalism and the byproduct of that they appreciate journalism? Is that, are we sticking to each idea, or are we trying to get this higher level?
To me, well, there are tactics, but there's a couple of things I think that are good there. If we have this new supporter category, everybody can be a potential member. And if they find something we offer of value, like information and training, then yes, it could be something that could actually help grow us in terms of membership.
I guess for the purposes of the next round of our discussion, does it make sense? Do we talk about each of those discrete ideas, your idea, and Deb's idea separately, or do we talk about them together? What's the most efficient way for this exercise you have, Tara, to deliver?
So you're asking if we should, can you repeat? Sorry.
As you're walking through these ideas, and ideas like Robin's and Deb's were essentially the same concept for different audiences, do we talk about them together? Is that more efficient, or is it more efficient to talk about them independently?
Well, it depends. I mean, I think if you start looking at some of these, because you're going to go back into your small groups and kind of have short discussions about this again. So if you guys find that the people you tap, that the way that we present that information ends up being the same, then sure, combine them. Just write a note on one and stick it all on the same one. But I think sometimes too, with some of these that are similar, but a little bit different, because we're talking about tapping different audiences and reaching different audiences. So then the meat of how we do this and how we promote it and how we measure the success is going to be a little bit different.
Yeah, part of my idea with diversity groups is that one of the advantages and one of the ways I feel that it would help journalism would be to put journalists more in touch with a greater range of people and give us an opportunity to get to know people who we might not otherwise. So for us, it would also do some source cultivation, and perhaps people would trust us and tell us things, and be able to ultimately do stories on a wider range of things.
I guess my question, I think what would be really great to come out of all this at the end is get this board's comfort level with how much should SPJ be expanding beyond traditionally trained journalists. And I'm always for that. I'm really encouraged by the amount of ideas that I saw that were raising SPJ's profile and its membership by showing people who aren't necessarily think in the veins journalists how, one, to use techniques for whatever you do, and two, just how it's good for society. So as we go through all of them, I wasn't sure what your goal was, but I was wondering if one of them was at the end of this, we're trying to keep this higher level, is how much does this board want to spend, a percentage of its time looking outwards to.
I don't have an answer. I can tell you that this is what you guys distilled as important, in how we reach people. So that may speak to your question. Again, what will happen with these ideas, I don't want you guys to get too much in the weeds about, where each of these pieces will go, but what will happen is, so when you get the meat, we put it on here and we take it back to headquarters, and then we're able to give you guys this packet of, these are what you guys thought was important, these are how you guys suggested we do it, these are the measurement techniques that we want to use, this is what we want to look at, and then if there's something that we decide once it's kind of drilled down, we don't think it's a good idea, or we want to have more discussion about, we can totally do that. But the idea today is to get some stuff that we can walk away with and start like pulling together, getting ready, and then making it work. Does that make sense? Okay.
Just to address your point, Michael, just briefly, I think obviously there has to be a balance. I mean, I think our members should come first, and then the public at large, as maybe a very, very close second. But that said, I think more and more people now who are not journalists are in the position of committing an act of journalism with smartphones, with, they're bearing witness and recording it and publishing it, whether it's on YouTube, a blog, so on and so forth. So I think if we can be there as a resource for those people who do commit that act of journalism, I think it would be beneficial to both them and us.
I'm going to jump back in here so that we can get back into some work time. I'll just read these out. So we have the records access for supporters. One of the things was publicize successful records fights. Does anybody feel like they need an explanation? If we don't feel like the group needs one, let's pass it so we can get on to this group work. I think that was pretty self-explanatory. Team up with the public for annual spot checks. Anybody want to 10-second quick synopsis of where that came from and what they were thinking? Sue.
Yeah, I was one among them. I know that in Maryland, Delaware DC Press Association, which is just strictly basically editors and publishers, does not involve broadcast people. But they will do an annual check. They'll just find out someone who goes and asks for files, local governments, dig down into local governments, and they will go through stories as a result of that, and it points out where there are problems. So you can do this certainly with non-journalists involved. They don't say they don't say they're journalists, they don't say they're not journalists, they just represent themselves as a member of the public.
Right, Maryland's law says you can ask for information and get it, and it doesn't matter who you are. So part of what the process is seeing what questions you face. And actually, it's not an annual thing. Since I've been in Maryland 15 years, it's probably been 2. I'd like to see it be an annual occasion.
Are we talking about SPJ doing those or helping other people?
It can go either way, depends on the jurisdiction. I mean, I've seen some results that are just so unbelievably, one agency that said, oh, we'll give it to the public, but when the person finally admitted to being a reporter, we don't give it to reporters.
But in your mind's eye, you put that idea up there, which, just so we can drill down.
I think we become a resource to team up. I don't think we do this individually. You can't do it. We've got to do it.
That's what I'm sure.
Okay, so a couple of the other ones, media credibility. We had engaged with the public and how and why the media does their job, which I think kind of combines a little bit over here. So once you guys get in your groups, you can kind of figure out how you want to work that. This is all your brainstorming time. Media literacy was the other one that's on there. So anybody really quick? And I'm really quick.
I was struck by Lynn Walsh's report of when she went to Gamergate, what was it called, Airplay? And the response of the people in the audience that had no idea of the concept of journalists and journalism.
Okay.
So that's SPJ educating the public.
And hearing from the public what they really think. It's not just that they hate us, they don't have a freaking clue what we do. So
worse, if they hate us and they don't.
That's right. They don't know why they
So I think it's kind of clear that some of these are going to be another step of high level, and some of them are going to be specifics. And this is where we are in the idea process. So I think it's important to remember that. Extra thoughts on these public supporter fighters group, identify the supporter groups. Oh, did we already talk about that? Oh, yeah, we did. So we're good on this side. Over on the journalist side, I'll just read them for you real quick, even though I'm going to be back over here. The diversity part of the fighters group, affiliate member benefits, and dual memberships. So that was the top hit there. And partner with other groups, both national organization and local chapters on diversity initiatives. So that one's more high level. So we're probably going to be talking about specific tactics to do those things. Your rights as a journalist. So digital and web tools came up there, and then a training session for various fields. So I think, yeah, that was digging into beats. Maybe, are we not on the right track with that one? Okay. Dealing with government agencies, we're going to publicize the best and the worst. How do we do that? What should we use? Who should we tap? Mixers, training, that's there. Engaging with the community. So we're marketing SPJ to other groups, so it kind of sounds like we have some crossover there, and that's okay. Educate the public on how and why what we do. So we're seeing that as a common theme, educating the public. So you guys can have group discussions, and we'll probably end up with two. So does everybody kind of get the questions and the meat and the thoughtful things we're going to work through in these groups? Yeah, okay. Again, this is the same kind of thing. We're throwing stuff up on the wall. So we may end up with 25 different software things or good ideas or way to share, and that's okay. It's better to have more and work with what we have. So we'll go ahead and have group 1 come over here and work with the public supporter section, and group 2 go work with the journalist supporter section. I'll kind of float in case you have some more questions.
What exactly do you want us to accomplish at the end of this period?
At the end of this one, we'll switch afterwards
Right.
too.
What do you want us to accomplish?
But the idea is for in each of these sections to have some specific information about how we make this happen.
So we write on those sheets.
Put your post-its.
Post-its.
Post-its, yep. Okay.
And how we may measure it?
And how we may measure it, and who we should tap, and specific things we should do to make it happen.
Any and all ideas about this stuff. This is how we will execute the ideas you guys came up with.
Okay.
In small, if we're all in group 1 per thing, or we just split it up?
You guys can figure out how you work best. If you want to slap some ideas up first and then combine, that's cool. We'll have about 10 or 12 minutes to work through some of these. Maybe 15 if we need it.
I just don't know if we start slapping up more stuff.
Are we going to go through the process again and organize it? Color process.
Yeah.
Good question. Coach has a question.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Mike.
So if we slap all these ideas,
Thank
do
you.
you then get us back together and we do the same process you just did?
We will not. No. Okay. What will happen is we'll take some of the things back to headquarters, kind of come up with a list and figure out this is what these things make
So I wonder if
sense.
it's better if group
If
1,
everybody-
or even get 2 groups. Like we had smaller groups, we could actually.
Or we could spend, this could be the way we spend our lunchtime conversation.
Yeah, I actually have my definition of what is
out of this, and I don't know, but I don't know if we're gonna get to the poster notes. I think we'd actually get it to conversation.
I think the best way to accomplish all this is to hire a consultant.
Right. I think so.
It is, yeah.
Would you like my rate sheet?
Maybe make lunch for that.
That's kind of where I was going.
Yeah.
In the beats things, like our new structure, she had a great idea of bringing new members. It's not the kind of thing that would fit.
And we wouldn't make you move to Indianapolis.
So maybe we can make lunch.
I need,
or we can do
Yeah, I got the
and not
conversation.
just within these silos.
Yeah, I'll check on that.
Okay, for sure. But I think the overall goal is to move more to this strategic direction.
Because this is very great, it's strategic high level. I just got to part of
Well, we're drilling down right now. We're drilling down right now. in the words of this.
Yep. So organizations that we can reach, how do we measure those kinds of things?
She does some, but she and Maggie work together. Maggie manages most of it. But getting it to Jennifer will get it to breakfast. Yeah.
It's done, it's really good.
Oh, cool.
So 13. This is how far we get to.
short enough resources. That was my goal.
What I just have a.
You just want to get
Yeah, absolutely.
because you take all these decisions later.
It's hard.
I know.
If we had 3 days, this would be great. But we just have one. So,
We don't have one.
and we have
3
the
days.
morning.
3 days.
So yeah, so we can absolutely continue the conversation at lunch for sure.
I assume that almost. So.
Yeah, I agree, but I don't know, the 30 seconds.
Well,
Within the 45 minutes. So that's, this is kind of nice.
With us,
People
what?
are gonna want to, they have to choose.
Yes.
So they have to show. So
Yeah.
We're starting.
The good thing is that even if we talk about it, we still have all these
Yeah,
things
I
to
think
do,
it's-
we can take back and have them. So yeah, it's not being much. It's a great idea.
Storm brewing up out there.
Yeah.
And did you pass that info on?
She sent it to us directly.
Just asked. She reported to me.
Sarah, it's in the notes on the iPad. She said I told Lisa where it was. That's why I didn't say anything else.
At this point, I'm taking it.
Yes.
They would have stopped. And those two things, and that would have been, we would have done this last session. That's the role of the board is to provide strategic guidance. And Kim says, into figuring out what to do every single one of the associations. It's gonna be frustrating, especially frustrating as
About 5 minutes in these groups, and then we'll kind of switch. So it kind of looks like you guys are moving around, maybe.
So you said anything with it? You said,
Set it on.
okay. Right?
No, that was,
Michelle. Oh, okay. Michelle Johnson? Okay. Okay. Yeah.
I'll probably sit
Yeah.
It could be before.
Probably before.
Okay. But the minute conversation going until.
Yeah, and I think I think you're gonna talk about it while they're eating, but just to have very informal discussion kind
Well,
of.
my room is available.
Oh, great.
Just to run, I think we need to go in there. Just want to know what time I should be back.
Yeah, I can say.
Okay.
Yeah, see you later. Where'd you guys eat this? I'm grabbing. Maybe. So we went to the foundation, which is their House of Blues, so this is mostly.
No.
Club, if you're a House of Blues foundation, you will credit. Yeah. All House of Blues. Yeah, it's not right. Lisa's already doing this, I guess, and so they're, I think you should bring your staff back and check out what it's doing. So we did that for till about 8, from 6:30 to 8. And we just had some appetizers and the beer and the band played. David Bowie to also to, I think there was a Disney tune in there, like they were all across the board. They were like, and then after that, they walked to a place. Yeah, it is new. It is. Then by the time we got there, the kitchen was closed. So then we were like, let's just head back.
Okay, maybe go ahead and finish up on the one side that you're working on, and then go ahead and switch. And we'll take about 10 minutes in this other group.
Well, I got dropped at 7, but 7:30. Oh, yeah. That was pretty good. Yeah. 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 So really, when you pick a place, I do really for lunch. I'm a big fan of theirs. I really like the last time I was here. And it's, the way it has to work right now is that they all of us know, as you said, if there's a note on the website where they join, it says, for monthly payments, no monthly payments, give us a call. And then we just, it's an automatic hit on the credit card every month.
Yeah, we do, even have a computer.
Well, eventually, hopefully there will be, because once the database is up, they can select that as an option.
Yeah.
But the way it is now, they can't be selected as an option, so that's common.
And that could be
Both independent and user.
where you are.
Yeah, because you roll in everything, right? So you check your dues, your local dues, all of it. And so it's different for each person. But I think for a student, you figure 3750 divided by 12, you're talking, yeah, that's $4 a month.
But that, I mean, I remember going in, looking at accounts, see, I thought that I was giving 1% or so. I was paying her regularly. I didn't mean to do that.
Yeah.
Say here 10%.
Yeah. Yeah, we actually think as the younger folks we pay, that's kind of the expectation. It's really what we do is we're looking through all associations. It's not just your resident, all associations. They want access, they don't want to. So they want you to pay more as renting something 1 month as opposed to owning. That's how we once a year. And they really believe in that. And they gravitate toward those concepts more than renting versus ownership.
I hear from
Sure. It's called CAE, it's the Certified Association Executive, and it's managed through the American Society of Association Executives, so ASAE. And it's the certification comes out of a separate exam, but to sit for the exam, you have to have 100 hours of freshman and things like that.
Well, I'm not gonna ask you one thing.
Yeah. It depends on where you're at. So a lot of could afford to spend, drop $2,000, and go to the national conference and get 15 credit hours as opposed to, because the way that they do it is, you get 1 credit for every hour you're in a session.
And then just sit through the exam.
So I figured once I get there.
Well, and here, just go to Sheridan and they'll put in SPJ.
About 3 more minutes.
Yeah.
I always have, and there are other journals. You need to yeah. It's a it's an expert in this stuff.
That's right. And yes, keep up to date, you know.
We can work with partner organizations to do their, like, work with SPJ, like you just said. And also do not be.
I think we're Germans are going on. Yeah. I mean, we were that 1990. First time I've seen in years. It was fit. So if you claim your once, okay, so what do you got? Whatever it is. And it's like Steve
I'll still put it on that.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, how do you do that? Signs?
It's not a great place for a
Well, I don't either, but I hope they're not trying to put lunch there. I would assume they're gonna put it there though.
Maybe we can, there's that middle one right there.
I'll put it here. I'll put them over there. Yeah, it will. We'll just have to make it right.
Oh, you can.
Steve Zion moved to London, Bloomberg. He and his wife chat every night, FaceTime, I think. She says the cat comes over and sits on her lap and looks at the screen. She retired, she's got about 15 more days working at a federal job, and she will reach full retirement.
Carol's retired?
Yeah.
Wow.
She said she is going to move to London in June. She's got to pack up the house, sell the house.
Maybe one more minute to kind of wrap up some of your final thoughts. Then we're gonna come back together and chat for just a second.
Season tickets. So we're betting she doesn't leave until after the All Star break.
Well, I mean, they came last year. I didn't know it was like that. The girls were so good. Baseball before they came down.
I see her every night again.
The woman is serious.
Well, she had an internship at a station in Philadelphia, a sports talk station. And she would go to the baseball games, because they would play-by-play now for the baseball game. She would go and sit in the press box with the guys. She got to know Richie Ashburn, the ball player who became a Philadelphia player.
That'd be great.
Mary Callis,
I got laid out
died
right
in the
there.
press box in National Park one day.
I remember that.
Yeah,
Most of this did actually went much better.
Oh, yeah?
But we already wrote the.
Yeah.
Cleveland Mudhens used to have one. We have now.
Okay, so let's come back together really quick, and then we're gonna switch gears. We're leaving these up, so if you have something that's like pressing or you think about it over lunch or later, feel free to come add to these for sure. This is kind of where this work ends today. One of the things that Joe and I have learned a lot about in watching kind of our webinars and the CAE training and all of these things is that one of the marks of good nonprofit association boards is that they operate at a strategic level. And so that's what we're trying to do today. One of the great things that happens when your board operates at a strategic level is you guys come up with these great, wonderful ideas, directions, positive, future plans, and then it kind of, like distills down to the weeds. And the people that work in the weeds are going to be your committees, are going to be staff, are absolutely going to be board members too if they want to work on those initiatives. But what's helpful is you guys generate these great ideas, and then we have things to kind of pass out and work on and give people a chance to get involved. One of the really important things is people who are involved and volunteer in an association are 2/3 more likely to stay involved with that organization. And it doesn't matter if their involvement is a half an hour doing something or working on a chapter board. So some of you would probably understand that may make them want to leave, right? But it doesn't matter. The time that they spend doesn't matter. So what's great is that we have all these initiatives that we can then start looping in these people and getting them involved, which then in turn is going to help with our membership. So I know when we left Scottsdale, and Paul, you can probably agree, and the rest of you who were there, some of us left thinking, did we accomplish things? I don't see where this is going. I can't quite wrap my head around it. And I would argue that's probably how some of you feel today. Maybe that we didn't get quite far enough, or that we went too far, because we all come at it with different expectations. But one of the great things is that we will take these back, we will distill them, just like we did with Scottsdale, and then we will be able to present you with kind of the reports and the strategies that you guys are working on today. So the same thing is happening. We're just getting a little bit more distilled. And then at this point, we have some work and actionable items that those committees and those groups and those working task force can kind of dig down and dive into. Does that make sense? Okay. So we're going to switch gears away from the fighter plan, and we're going to work, because we only have an hour and 10 minutes left before lunch, on some more brainstorming for the LIFER plan. So a quick refresher, the LIFER is something that we're going to offer people where we're going to be there for them throughout the cycle of their career, beginning to end. And so we've kind of, the group in Scottsdale, identified some different pain points when people maybe really need help. And this came from the younger people in the room. Monica was there, so we're talking school. We're also talking people who've been in the business forever. What are some times where you really needed somebody? So these were the areas that we came up with. They're in your packet. They're also on some posters in the back. So what is news? This was kind of the concept behind, news literacy. How are we trying to tell the public what we do and why it's important? So again, these plans cross. The themes are there. So I might want to be a journalist. So now we're talking about people, maybe it's people who are getting ready to go to college for a journalism program. But also maybe it's a person who's been a doctor for 30 years, they've retired, and they want to transition their skills into writing about medicine. How do they do that? How do we help them do that? These are just some examples to try and spark some ideas. I'm a J student, so this is the resources that we're providing for students. One of the great things about several of these areas that you'll start to notice as we move along, lots of these things we already have. We're just talking about packaging them up in a nice bow, adding some other things in there, and then really showing that we're available for people at all of these points. I'm ready to find a job, so this is your post-grad segment. One of the things Robin heard in the focus group was, I need help with resumes and cover letters and all of those things that you can Google, but really it's not specific to journalism. So they're looking for help trying to find a job, and we already knew those things. Early career journals. So things that people don't tell you when you walk into a newsroom. What are the expectations of you? Things like that. So we're thinking outside of just teaching you how to be better writers and better editors and things like that. We're kind of thinking of things that are useful all around. That you may need to know that nobody else is telling you.
Tara, can I butt in?
Yeah, please.
The key phrase I think to keep in mind is an employee versus a journalist. As an employee in a news organization, we have to be journalists. What do I need to find a job? How do you negotiate health benefits? Do young people know anything about 401ks and how they should work? So really be thinking about how you help people in their career as an employee, not how do we help make them better journalists per se. So just keep that in your mind.
And we have mid-career journalists. So making that transition, we had a conversation with Rebecca yesterday about making that transition from reporter to editor to managing people to figuring out how to do different styles. This is a place where the Scripps program we already have fits in perfectly with this plan. I got laid off. So what kind of resources are we providing those people? Should we have a team when there are mass layoffs that goes in and gives people a good game and helps them find more resources and figure out what their next step is? And then retired. What are we offering them? Are we giving them, we gave a good example earlier with the communication about transitioning kind of their skills into a way to help with their community. What things might they still want to do with SPJ? So this is, again, we're now back up to the 30,000 foot level on strategy and ways that we might reach these people. And the great thing is that we have some of these in practice already. So we're going to do the same thing, but there's no groups because these are just one cycle. So take your Post-its. I do have extras, and we're looking for programs, training, tools, offering, ideas, thoughts, things that go in each of these lanes. And it can be things we already do because maybe we didn't realize they fit there, and then it can be things we should add. So questions about kind of the next step here, moving to the LIFERS plan?
I'm not sure I understand the what is news page.
Okay.
What would be a practical Post-it note there?
So some of the examples that we had listed in the report there, and they were just examples. So partnerships with other organizations on things like news literacy, early journalism career resources. So working with some other organizations to make sure that people understand what is news and then what is a journalist. aggregating resources for news literacy and discussions of ethical journalism. So that would tie to the code of ethics. So we don't have to reinvent the wheel for all of these. A lot of that concept is just partnering with people who do great stuff. But I think we can be a great place to aggregate that information, and that's what I think the group kind of got out of it. Is this is where you start? One of the highest hit pages on our website is about us. What do we do? What are we doing? And so this is kind of capturing that. People want general information. Maybe we should be the place that they start. Does that answer your question?
Yeah.
Any other questions before we just dive in?
We apologize for the bottleneck behind the table. We ran out of wall space.
Yeah.
So feel free to adjust the table if you need to.
Yeah, at least we have windows. All right, cool. So we'll go ahead and take about 15 minutes, 20, to get your ideas up on the things with the Post-its. And again, I have extras over here if you need them.
Oh, yeah.
Is it shoes for people with fussy feet?
Yeah.
But maybe a little nicer. Yeah. So I wear these a lot now. Because they're real Must be something.
Oh, so they were.
No.
Oh, okay, yeah. Right, so
Yeah.
I have my. Oh, yeah, it's not. Mine doesn't have an HDMI out, that's why I can't turn that on. Absolutely. It's not actually.
This?
It's this. It's the HDMI.
Oh, yeah.
Just,
All right.
pull it up.
Did anybody stay logged in to watch the sausage being made?
I think Dory said at a certain point.
She
said-
dropped off?
No, she said it just dropped down to one person that's watching, and she said, that must be me.
It says 5.
It still says 5?
Yeah.
Oh, maybe they came back.
Yeah.
I fell asleep.
Or the app.
Just because they're logged in.
Right.
So I got to notice that the Wi-Fi is up to a 20.
Yeah, we bumped it up. Lisa just said that. You just got it just now?
No, it was like an hour ago.
Oh, she just told me.
Oh, cool. Do we just share it in New Orleans or?
Shared in meetings.
That's pretty good. Get them all?
Yes. Right, better on the table.
Trash, it's good. Yes, sir.
It was bad.
Yeah, they probably charge you for this damage.
What is it in there?
We'll do about 5 more minutes.
Oh, really? Well, fantastic. Really. We have like a soft opening, it sounds like people should have. They have
Part of the house is
Like 3 hours, 18 hours. My 8-year-old just one night last week, she was sleeping. I left, she got up and stayed. She was at a bake.
Oh, well, we could certainly. To arrive at a decision defensible based on all the facts that you have. Sometimes it's easy, right? Sometimes it's easy.
That's what his first question was, what are the facts?
Right.
Are you facts? Are they people expressing opinion, or are they one
It's public about saying, this, did somebody do this? Is this this? It depends.
Like a psychologist, how do you feel about that?
I know, I get. Sometimes it's outside of that. We have a limited case. Yeah, I try never to answer. I try not to answer anything.
We're like,
Oh, thank you. That's Tony. Yes, before he asked me about some other people. I said, that is a screen. That is a screen. So you leave it, whatever. That's what he said. He's like, I'm not. Because he did last time. He's like, I'm getting this. It's like, we're Tony's work.
Like, what about his meeting? They're
I
all
can't sleep at night.
okay, that's pretty good.
About 1 minute. Okay, cool.
And the stuff that we, the next day, things will change. So
we shouldn't send it out.
you can, but if you put it on the website, we already have it. It's updated regularly.
Okay, so I should.
Just drive by the website. Yeah. And so you can open it up, but I would guess, I wouldn't be surprised to see scheduling and it's in there is different now than scheduling and it's on our side. You would be surprised, a lot of people cut out of the conference and go, and it depends on what the tour is. We've had a busload of 100 people, full people. Last time we were in New Orleans, I think Katrina tour.
All right.
Okay, thanks. Thanks for doing
A lot
that.
of journalists went on that tour instead of one sessions.
Well, tomorrow,
I heard tours, like airboat tours, to see the alligators, not so much. Yeah.
Okay, so we have about 50 minutes left to power through the kind of end of our working time here. So we're gonna kind of do the same concept that we did earlier, where we take some of these ideas and these Post-its and we gather them together, and then you guys are gonna vote again. So we have the top two in kind of these areas. We're not gonna go down into the same type of detail that we did with these, mostly because the lifer plan is a little bit more squishy still, and we're talking about a lot of resources, ideas, tactics that are going to fall in each of those. And because our timeline is a little bit farther out, we don't need to kind of drill down and get started. One thing I do want you guys to remember is, of all these tactics, and we go back and we pull together all the resources and we provide you with a report, and there are good, more discussions that happen about these things, just because we're I guess focusing on kind of a launch around EIJ 16 and EIJ 17, that doesn't mean that we can't or shouldn't or won't roll some of these things out before. But I think that's the goal, is to kind of have a cohesive idea put together and have everything kind of in a line, so that at that time we're able to do things like a targeted marketing campaign and some branding around these ideas. So I think that's the goal, and something that's important to remember is that just because we say then doesn't mean these things won't get into action as soon as possible. Okay, so let's take about 5 minutes. You guys work together to kind of put the Post-its together like ideas, and then we'll get some voting going, and then we'll come back together, do last minute discussion, and then we'll eat. Cool?
Cool. And at what point are we gonna go around and do any kind of summary, or is that?
What we'll do is we'll tally up and come up with those two ideas. And I think we can take a second to go around and talk about the ideas behind them and the people who put the notes up there. But we won't do this step, the one that we just got done doing over here, where we broke it down into the top two and did tactics. But I think we can absolutely talk about what ends up being the top two. Okay. All right, so take about 5 minutes, jump in and organize those in like-minded ideas.
So here's what are we done with those? We're done talking about those?
Come back to it over lunch.
Thank you. There was one I wanted to.
Sorry.
More is good.
What's going on Facebook, Robin? Get off Facebook, Robin.
I know.
What's on your screen, Robin? That's the teacher point. When I'm talking and everybody hears me, I'm guessing that what you're looking at on your screen right now is not what you're so much calculates.
Right.
Thanks. Okay, so I'm going to just for 12 minutes.
Right, exactly. There's a law school I was reading about, the we used to try to have, well, we have some labs, we have space us, right? And it gives, and that's great, because then students, if you want them on their computer, you have to turn around and work. But then it would be like, okay, so there are 6 extra students in the class. Yeah, so they can bring the laptops. Well, then, sitting in a they've got a laptop in their lap, they're facing you and your screen is facing them.
So it's just, it's kind of they're all just so absorbed with and I get it, we're sitting here on Facebook, I'm not listening to my page, we're not 100%. And I don't know if that's even necessary. I like to take what you're saying, it's not that we listen to your voice. Like, they listen with 80% attention. The biggest thing is that you feel like you're talking to running No, it doesn't. So unless you're doing something that truly calls for them to be talking and responding to each other, then
Lots of people. Exactly, floating there. Yes, so it is. No, actually, I ordered coffee. It was Easter, so it was been 14. Went over to I do. Every night. Yeah.
This is my that's my
Really? And they were great.
It's not something I've already heard.
Yeah, like the scarecrow. I've seen that actor. He was a secretary. Acted with office. Back in the days, or a good practically.
But it's a nice, it's really like I said,
Best one, just restock the shelves. All return items on that. Sell them out.
The first time, because I didn't know about this plan, but I didn't know about the second step, so.
Now, it's always been the number 2.
That's more of a, it should have been, when we clarified,
I'm gonna throw it in a Word doc, okay? It should. Do we feel like we have them grouped now?
We're supposed to do hashing something.
Yep. Okay. Let's go ahead and jump in. Remember, you have 2 votes for each poster, so around a concept. Take out your H. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's cool. Yeah. I had to look at the logo this morning to make sure I spelled journalist right. So
You right.
fine.
You right.
I mean, a room full of journals.
I have a motion to copy of it. I used to love that about the very first convention I went to, when they had the delegate meeting. The very first year, it was like, someone made a motion, put a comma right there. Really? Wow, that's cool.
It's a good line on the resume.
I was making my living as a copy.
Yeah. Although I hired a woman once in a journalism job, because she had worked one summer on a ranch up in Jersey. She knows about the 24-hour cycle of birthing calves. You know, when the cow's ready, you better leave it. She'll understand the business.
My challenge, yeah, my
Preparing people to do traditional
I don't think so. You know, like I might want to be a journalist thing. I think that speaks a lot to the supporter category, giving people the resources to transition and cross over on skills. I think like I got laid off thing, I think we can totally and probably should provide, here's some alternate jobs where your skills might come in.
Which is what I put up, I might want to be a journalist to emphasize technical reporting, analysis, writing.
It's a great idea. Yeah, absolutely. Yep. Yeah, right. So I definitely think like all of these places have space for kind of non-traditional pieces, and that's what we want today. It's a microphone. Yeah, it does much better than just a computer. It's still, if the sound is still soft, it'll still have a little bit of a challenge, but it's better than nothing.
She's over 5. Is it really 5?
That's what it said. I don't know if that's right.
Using Zoom?
It's just a Google on-air broadcast. Okay, so take about 2 more minutes to kind of vote for your favorite.
This thing's still rolling in around 12:30.
Okay.
So I don't know. Hopefully just gonna replace that. If they roll over there, I'll just things will come behind it. Next up.
Yeah.
Yes.
Great.
I can count for you. Thanks. I think.
We just
Ellen
need
can count to 2, right?
Yeah, we just need the top 2 at all times. I'll do it.
Those are the years where we're in most interest.
He's recording if he wants to get him on the video. The idea's out there.
Oh, that's good.
And it'll be recorded too, so.
It's already reading links.
Yeah,
We already did this.
Michael's doing everything we just talked about.
He's gonna just slam it out today. All of
No, I'm color coding the ideas.
Done.
Because if you look at the ideas themselves,
Oh, yeah.
it's really interesting how many, like there's an organization that doesn't want to like rename itself Society for Professional Journalism. A third of our ideas about talking to non-journalists.
There's a great improvement.
Of course.
It's like archetype. Even though it's 7.
So we'll be ready to make the meeting. That's what I'm hoping, man. I'll just make a motion over lunch. Why wait?
No, it's not me. No. It's this. I don't know if it's Jim Crockett. It's just he shows up at the elections. He's a lawyer. That's good. Yeah. Right here.
Are you paying attention?
Yeah. Maybe this is.
I'm gonna tell you my backstory. Yes.
That's 2 or 3.
Yeah, that's exactly right. All right, look up. It's 2. So it's, prime time. Yeah. She has some dresses.
Right.
There you go.
If you guys haven't done your votes, we're getting ready to count them up, so make sure they're up there.
Yeah. So she's like, well, this is just gonna be a prom experience. And I said, so can I come take pictures? Gotcha. Did you want to fix it? She will. Oh, she will. Or she gets. She gets really mad.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Sometimes I tell him, I go, he is not. Right, he's just like, sometimes, yeah, sometimes. This is just a risk. Let's just, curtail that drama and just.
Right, it's for the best. Greg, you guys are okay most of the time.
I did.
He has one outfit, it's a brown, with a brown shirt and brown pants. So you look like you get the lead in the school play, the story. Please don't wear that.
Starting with brown.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, a little brown, but a lot of brown, not so much.
I'm trying to tell him like, get brown sweaters.
Dark and light always go together.
And after it's like, I just can't. Most of the time he doesn't care, but almost every birthday, Christmas, I'm like, your wardrobe, wear these things. He has it like, oh yeah, he doesn't wear shorts. But he keeps taking my mom. He does a lot of like, he's always at old houses doing some reservation stuff. He always has these jeans. I don't know what he does.
What are you kids doing over there?
No, that is a good idea. Thank you. Since Lynn and I were getting it.
Because he's got older and he's walking on his ears. Yeah.
Welcome every member.
Hopefully we have so many new members, we never get anything else done.
I guess you could make it
Why
generic.
you need little shoes?
You.
Already taken them.
Well,
7/8 of the closet.
You're a resident.
Anyway, we are in high. So she's going to.
You're calling.
All I know is friends.
Yeah.
Warren, if you guys.
So,
Fort Worth.
is she gonna wear the same dress everywhere?
No.
No.
It'll be on social media.
Well, Southport.
And you see it.
I mean, I grew up on that show.
Yeah.
It's really inappropriate viewing for I grew up on that show.
It's bizarre how.
Okay, so, like I said before, we won't dive into these ideas as much as we did with the fighter concept. So we won't drill down to the two top and then some tactics in there. But I did want to touch a little bit on what some of your themes were here and what you guys thought was really important. So in the what is news section, the mention of podcasts or FAQ, interactive experience about how to educate the public about news, things like that was one of your big hits. And then the next one was put on a list of high school outreach ideas. And so that was the second concept. Does anybody want to speak to either of those? Now we can move on and have some other discussions. Okay. In the I might want to be a journalist section, the top one was job shadowing and mentorship opportunities. That was a pretty big hit. We also had mentoring again and partnering up for an early pro mentorship program or events. Encourage kids to write for school and community publications. So some resources that center around that. Any thoughts on those? You want to speak to any of those ideas? Okay. Over here, I'm a J student. You guys had a lot of the same thoughts. There were a lot of post-its here. Tools for building portfolios, finding internships, volunteering, where to get clips. So all kind of focused on around those tools about essentially how to get a job, how do you share your resume, your portfolio, things like that. Was pretty important to you guys. And then also the TypeScript Leadership Institute was mentioned here, and some specifics for students within that program. Okay, anybody want to speak on either one of those?
Yeah. Put the thing up there, it would not be trivial, but it would be certainly possible to write a bot that would go out and search all of the journalism job openings that are going up online in a whole variety of places. Scrape the textual information off of that and categorize it as in terms of the skill sets that job hunters, employee hunters are looking for, and create, I don't know if you're familiar with Google Analytics, but essentially create a dashboard that would show on a week-to-week basis, this is what the job openings are looking for, and then also has some trend lines to show that over time, so that the students would have a specific idea of what do I need to know. Do I need to know programming? Do I need to know statistics? Do I need to know data visualization, et cetera, et cetera. So give them something solid instead of being.
You have that on there, right?
Generally.
Okay.
Generally, as much as you can put on post-it.
Not specific.
Yeah.
I know at least a lot of organizations send information to my school to share with students. You could have even a resource even as simple as a Google form that would go into a spreadsheet, and any organization says, "Oh, we want to post a job. Fill this out, click the qualifications needed in this list, and it'll automatically generate this information." So that could be a resource.
So ready to find a job, post-grad, stuff, same kinds of things. We have some overlap here. Maybe that means we kind of combine and cross over. Resume critiques, different places, resume review services, do's and don'ts, how to build your portfolio, those types of things. Social media audits for someone's social media before you're trying to get a job. So those were all pretty big hits. And then mentoring came back up again. Anybody need to speak to those? Early career journal. So a couple different concepts here. Financial advice was a big hit. So how to get prepared to move forward in your career. What are the things that are important to you? What, like Joe mentioned before, what's the 401k? How do I use it? Those kinds of things. And again, maybe we don't provide those resources. Maybe we aggregate so that when they're thinking, I'm getting a new job and I'm getting ready to review my benefits package, what should you be looking at? Those kinds of things. The other ones here, training, dealing with different types of people. So how to approach your boss, how to work with different sources. So training on things from journalism to dealing with people internally in your newsroom was also a pretty big one there. Thoughts on any of those? Okay. Mid-career, a lot of partnerships with students on different things, social media, different technology training was a big theme in this one. Also, programs about transitioning from that reporter to management role. So whether it's training programs, whether it's partnering with someone else to help you along that journey, that was pretty popular there as well. Okay, I got laid off. So there were some really good ones here. Tips for freelancing. This is a great place to put those resources. The business side of freelancing. Where to find new job listings. So we're kind of crossing over on a lot of these places. Tips for seeking jobs. And then also resources kind of that we covered on the other one about how to build your portfolio, those types of things. And then provide members who give insight into other areas, careers of journalism, advice to transition maybe out of journalism if that's what you're looking to do. Thoughts on any of those? Okay. Retired. I am retired. So volunteer opportunities was incredibly important for you guys to figure out how to get them involved in SPJ, but also in the general community. Different specific examples on how they can help with those things, and then mentoring was a big thing, and that they would serve as a mentor in that series. So these are kind of some of the basic ideas that you guys came up with, and there's concepts here and they cross over. And so what we'll do, as I think it's important to realize next steps, what we'll do as staff is we'll take pictures of all of these. You guys are going to have some continued discussion over lunch, I know, and so we'll be able to kind of get all the information together, figure out, you know, which themes cross over, where we have some things that need to happen immediately, later, those types of things, and then we'll also work with what you guys tell us over lunch too.
Does SDX get a record of this? Because I'm wondering, as we're going through these programs, these ideas like Tom's or anyone else's, if we were to submit a grant proposal to SDX, would they be looking at this as a guideline for, well, you know, that falls along with that strategic plan that these guys came up with, so maybe we should fund it. I mean, I know it's just a guide that can do whatever the hell they want, but is there going to be some communication with SDX about this?
I think we can absolutely share these ideas with them. I'm sure many of them would love to see it.
So you've heard of communicate. Well, would you think that SDX would kind of hew to this a little bit? No?
Half the members of the SDX board are SPJ board members, so there's cross-pollination for sure.
Do you think as a board member yourself that this kind of exercise, SDX would take it into consideration as program grants came through?
Yeah, especially that program.
Okay.
And I would think we could do something under, I think we could at least wait for the new business tomorrow. So we should write a little something up.
Is that doable overnight?
But Michael can write a memo.
It's already,
Absolutely.
He's already got the bones of it right
Okay,
here.
Okay,
kind of what I thought that was.
Gee, thanks. Just shut it now.
I will say, just a note about the foundation real quickly, they generally don't like to support things that only benefit SPJ members and SPJ. So whether or not they would endorse support like this, a plan, I don't know, but specific programs that may come out of the plan, you know, like re-engaging the public or something, I think.
Well, that's what Michael was
Isn't
suggesting.
isn't SDX doing more, aren't they taking over SPJ program?
Yeah, a lot of the
So
internal stuff we
that's
were
why
doing.
I'm asking, because if they're doing that now, how much of this should be part of that?
Yeah.
And
I think
that's
it's
the purpose for it to be closed.
Okay.
Okay, so you guys put in a lot of work today. What you've done is incredibly helpful to give staff some direction as to the things that we need to kind of pull together more clearly and then give back to you and work through feedback. So again, coming back to that whole, this was high level, we threw out lots of things, but I really appreciate your guys' work and help, and it helps me do my job better. So thank you for all your work today. I appreciate it. These were great. And Paul, I'll turn it back over to you.
Yeah, I absolutely would echo the thanks, and I know Joe would agree with me on this. I mean, this was something new. This was something that we were trying. This was a program that we saw work with success in Scottsdale, and I know there are a few of you that were puzzled or even a little bewildered as we got started. But I hope you got a sense of where we were going on this. It's like all the pieces will fit together. And that's where our work as a board providing the strategic overview and some of, and getting into some of the specific tactics. One of the things that has yet to be figured out is how do we measure its success? We don't have time for that today. And we're not quite there yet because we've got to really determine what our program is going to be. One of the things to think about, and I recall Robert Ledger making this comment after Scottsdale, we haven't talked about numbers of members at all this morning, which I think is the right approach. We talk about what it is we do, what it is we value, and what is the most SPJ kind of things that are out there. We've covered a tremendous number of them. We'll talk about them over lunch. Kretsky did a nice job of grouping all of these and even color coding them as to the type of program. And I think that kind of, that's continuing to analyze it and to get it down as to, okay, we can get our hands around this, how this is all going to work in. And please talk over lunch and speak up over lunch because Tara will be taking notes. So that will continue. This is yet more part of our work, even though it's over lunch, so that we can continue to provide some guidance of where this thing ought to go. Because, again, it's the group of leaders here that are sitting around this table that we can make this all happen. And then we'll figure out, how are we going to get this executed? How does the rubber hit the road? Those are questions further down the road. We have to go through this whole process first before we can get to that point. Because I don't want this to be one of those, hey, we had some great ideas and they just sat there. And I think as I said when I started, and I'll close with this so we can all grab lunch and then sit down and start talking. This is the start. This is how we start. This is a conversation that's not going to end in September when I swear her in. It'll continue. By its very nature, it's going to be going on for 2 years. We'll get the fighter plan up and running, we hope, by EIJ 16, then the lifer plan by EIJ 17. And I think as you see, we are pulling together a lot of things we're already doing. So the fact that we're tying this all cohesively can only make us a better organization. And it means we're all pulling, the old cliche of the oars are all pulling in the same direction. Which if we can accomplish that, that's big. So, again, thank you very much for your time and your attention and your thoughts. You guys are great. Appreciate it. Let's see.
Clearly cannot do 12 things. So I'm not a bad.
We could probably walk down Bourbon Street.
Good job, Tara.
Forgetting.
There is like a costume shop down there.
The rest of the mess is not.
Somebody had his email. So he had at least if he's got an iPhone. Nobody's seen his cell
Oh. Yep. No, you do not need. We'll mark you down as 10 and paid. Thank you much, lady.
Money you get out living up at Pastor's phone number.
Yes, thank you. Sorry.
I know you've been busy.
On it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Put it on a post-it note, would you?
Yes, I will.
Stole that idea from Scott's and we've had Skype calls,
The RD caucus seemed very.
Okay.
Smart.
There you go. Excellent.
Yeah, smart.
I don't think so.
Oh, so,
Oh, you were doing the site visit.
yes, so that was why I got so many. Yeah. Not every stop, just some stop.
I was,
Yeah, it's called. Yeah. Yeah.
They were
So
good.
you know.
The email,
Yeah.
hoping to be
Okay.
You know people get the X, you know,
Then it got worse times, and I was like, oh, God.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm so.
How are you, sir? No, I've already given it to our address. I'll get your down. Did you leave the airport and do something fun? Good. It's fun. I have done that. Yeah, I have done that. That is just
Morning. Morning, how are you?
No, I yeah, he's too busy. So, I don't know if you watch it on the next person.
I know, actually, that's what my list is.
Thanks. I know, yeah, no, I've come to meetings and I'm on board, but yeah, no, I definitely want to do that.
Yeah, no, I guess
So when do you head back home?
Danielle,
3 a.m.
When?
3 a.m.
last year when,
That's when the shuttle comes here. That flight's at 6.
Okay.
Yeah, they make you, yeah, if you think they're gonna take shuttle, they want to, first they say you should get it to us 4, But then, you know, like over here, it took them almost 45 minutes to get to here. Just got to go there and else. It depends on how many pickups they had. So they want to account for that too.
Well, when you come back in the fall, Uber serves the airport.
Yeah.
And it was like $33.
Really?
And I didn't have to stand in the cab line. It was about by the time that I got over to meet the Uber, they were there. Lyft also is operating in New Orleans, so they can't go to the airport. But it's
Like an Uber. Like an Uber.
I don't know. It's like like taxi licensing and things.
Yeah. I'm surprised they're allowed to do it.
I know. Well, it just happened this week.
Oh, really?
Yeah, a friend of mine who lives here in Littles, she works for the marketing company that does all this stuff for the Convention of Visitors. So she told me. Yeah.
I guess.
Have you had your regional conference?
That was good.
Last weekend.
Did it go well?
Yeah, it went really well, yeah. Like I said, we partnered with a group of others, a bunch of others, so, and another group that I founded was called the Midwest Broadcast Journalism Association. I was president last year. And we have an executive director who basically plans everything, does everything. It's really, so there's some, you know, who say, well, here's some of the old Dave Eichen is, Joe, I got yelled at by Eichen last week. You did? In his way, well, you know, he thinks that our regional conference or spring conference isn't SPJ enough. Oh. So he just was, we took money out of this place and I was ranting at breakfast with two other people were there. And they just stopped yelling at me. It's 7:30 in the morning, you know. I just don't.
He always said,
You stand up for yourself. You need to do more. Hey, people at SPJ, I don't really think about these things. We do it through the NUNA.
Yeah, you got like 3 partners. I don't know, I guess not.
So, you know, I always have a lunch that I always have and then I had Google, Chris, you know, we got trainers. But, you know, but it's not SPJ enough. We don't, you know, it's not labeled as such.
It was amazing.
Loss.
Yeah.
Quickly moved on to another rant about this.
I know, right?
It was short-lived.
That would be a bad.
Is a racist, misogynist.
He gets wild about things pretty quickly. He's back involved with the local because he lives in St. Paul now. So they're trying to talk him into they kind of do a little thing.
Took him off of there,
But he won't do it.
Put him in the entertainment market for 6 months last year, from about June to December. And then in December, they took him out. Thinking about why, and then in December, you're gonna come back because like it's no longer a joke.
It's like how that was.
Right.
Making real qualifications.
I would imagine that would. Well, no, I'm saying I don't imagine.
We're all going to vacations or summer, just going to be home
All right, everybody got some good? So we can kind of start to take a look at what.
I know.
Mike wants to explain exactly what this list is.
Yeah.
I know.
This is a list of the 28 ideas that were on the wall earlier. Everyone wants to feel they did like things the right way, but there were 28 hashtag ideas. I just tried to put them in groups of what they are. So the most interesting thing to me was the 10 of the ideas that percolated to the top of this group were about reaching out to non-journalists, and if you scroll to this list, you'll remember some things that are, you know, basically us talking to non-journalists, which, you know, I guess that would be a society of professional journalism, but I'm not even saying that right now.
No, nobody heard it.
Nobody heard that. But what's interesting is we were talking a lot about marketing, and there aren't actually that many ideas. Most of the things that, I mean, a lot of these ideas are also marketing, but if you talk about, like, I think what we thought was that most of the ideas that were discussed today was like, we're just kind of marketing what we do. There weren't that many of them. And I think the reason there are only 3 ideas of working with other groups is because Joe's really got a really good idea of working with the groups. So, I mean, I don't know if that's a strategic idea or if the strategic idea is do more jobs. I mean, just do more of work with those groups. The one thing that was surprising to me, and if you just want to go through these, is that only 3 of the ideas involve like technology, like, you know, digital web tools, things like that. So I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. But I figure it's a place for us to click on.
How would you all like to proceed? Do you want to go through and kind of have a quick talk about each? There are 28 ideas, so.
Can I ask a question first?
Yeah.
Was this just a supporter group, or was it supporter and journalist group?
Yeah, if you scroll down, it's got all.
Cool, okay.
Well, I think I might have accidentally deleted one of them, but they're all together. No, not just, if you want to scroll through.
Okay, under the lifers, we got all the why don't we, Joe, why don't we skip ahead to the fighters? So that if we run out of time, at least we can talk about fighters first, since we have a more aggressive timeline. Okay, media credibility, the 2 top things here were engage the public and how and why the media does its job, and a sense of media literacy. When we say media literacy, how do we want to try to make that happen? And what in particular, I don't recall what specifics, Joe, do you know what we're, or did we just get that far?
Yeah, I mean, we don't really got that far, but the idea is to educate the public on what media is and why the news, press, you know, it may be part of the education is the difference between the press and the media, you know, all those things. So it's really just educating the public on what journalism is and why it exists and why it's important. I will share, and then I'll shut up. There are a lot of groups doing this in different ways and different avenues. And the place that seems to have traction right now in the media literacy landscape is on university campuses, because it's a captive audience, part of coursework. There are groups, small pop-up groups. I participated in some focus groups in Indianapolis about making news literacy part of a civics course, just like government is taught in high schools and middle schools and elementary schools. So there are movements out there. They're not very coordinated. The place I've always, and I've never brought this to the board, the place I was always have been trying to figure out is where does SPJ fit into this? And the thing that nobody is focusing on is educating adults in media literacy. In many respects, they're viewed as it's too late, doesn't matter. Let's worry about the younger generation coming up, not so much on the current. And I always felt like with SPJ's chapters structure, it may have been able to fill that gap of educating adults somehow, some way through library programs, speakers, you know, I don't know, Rotary clubs type thing, but never really got any further than asking questions. But anyway, that's my knowledge of the media literacy landscape, and I think that's what the group meant, was just educating the public.
You see on college campuses where presumably the professors are educating people. You have the Smith College case, and what was the other case where they wanted to have a media-free zone so that.
Missouri.
Yeah,
What were they thinking?
I know.
Two things. One, is there a newspapers and education program that we can, if we do create some of our own programs, sort of use that as a starting point rather than starting from scratch and just altering it to maybe it's not newspapers and education, but sort of, you know, news and education. I don't know if the new newspapers and education program, if it still exists, what shape is it in, how much it's shrunk, but I think it's a resource that we can at least look at, because that actually brought newspapers into schools for students. I mean, I think something that, so it seems like the bones of kind of this kind of program already exist. The second, and I don't know if SPJ may still have this on a shelf somewhere. About 10 years ago, Betsy Ashton from the Deadline Club submitted a program idea called Consider the Source. It was accepted and nothing ever came of it. She has been trying to go back into a very old hard drive to resurrect this program, and unfortunately she's been unsuccessful. However, there may be a possibility that somewhere in SPJ's voluminous files, this still exists, and it's called Consider the Source. And from what she's told me about it, it seemed pretty great about how to separate, credible news from noise.
Rebecca, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
That idea, partnering with other people, and the other ideas we have for partnering, I'm just trying to figure out, how does that get us more members, even a week? Like, what's the path that, if we spend a lot of our time, I mean, we already partner a lot, that's great, but if that, as a membership initiative, if we start partnering with more organizations, how does that get us more members?
I think it builds our credibility. It shows we're thinking big. It shows that we are helping to educate the consumers of news. And I think it just makes us, it raises our profile. And it shows SPJ is, being active and, community minded, mindful of the future of this business. Because if we are teaching the public or helping to teach the public or working towards teaching the public how to consume news of value, then the practitioners who are reporting and writing and broadcasting the news of value, I think they want to join us.
I would hope those people who join us as this new supporter,
Yeah, that's what I was.
$25, $10, whatever we decide to charge.
Yeah, that's kind of how I saw it. Like, who knows? Maybe this is just an ideal world, but let's say we put on something like this, and these are people who we've never communicated with. They maybe don't even know who SPJ is, and maybe we do it in partnership with another organization like Joe was talking about that's already doing this, and we just have some member locally kind of show up and talk about SPJ, kind of help put our name on it, kind of help brand it, whatever, and then they're able to join for that $20, and it's not the 75, the 80, the more expensive, but they are like, what, this is really cool. Sort of like when we were at Airplay. I think if we were to have had $20 membership capabilities, we probably would have signed a lot of people up.
I guess my question more specifically, maybe you have the answer, is that's awesome, I totally support that idea, but if we're gonna partner with others, say NEHJ or those other organizations, do we have any data on how many people end up joining SPJ after we partner with them on a big thing, or there's really not?
Not really. There's actually very little crossover between NAHJ and SPJ members. When we do keep stats for EIJ, and there's not as many dual members as you would think. In terms of the news literacy partnering, though, I don't think we would necessarily have to. We wouldn't necessarily partner with other journalism groups. It might be other, like Stony Brook University is really the university that kind of started this whole thing several years ago. So they're kind of the owners. Their main interest is developing curriculum and sharing curriculum and getting people to teach curriculum. So that would be an area where they would be happy to probably have some people take their information and spread the word. So we can be the messenger.
So it sounds like one area we can eliminate is like spending our time worrying about partnering with other journalism organizations. If we already do that, it doesn't sound like a board thing that would get us anywhere.
But here's where it adds value, though, is when we start talking about who these supporters are. I think the mindset of many have been non-journalists, right? But what if supporters are journalists? But what if supporters are members of NAHJ? And so now maybe with the lower price point, you do see more dual memberships of other groups. And so if we partner with them, we do good stuff. They view SPJ as the caretaker of the journalism profession, let's say, then maybe they're willing to support that at a lower price point while they pay their higher dues to the place that really gives them what they perceive as the most value.
Yeah, could I also answer that as a member of NAJA and SPJ, is that what I hear a lot from NAJA members of, SPJ is an Anglo group. It's for Anglos. And if you can show the value of reaching out and working and that kind of thing, then I think that changes that attitude.
Andy?
Joe actually mentioned what I was going to mention is that I'm very interested in this, the Stony Brook program, the Center for News Literacy, which teaches media literacy in an academic way, which I think is extremely important at a young age to get people to understand different types of messages. Michael's point is good, but at the same time, what Paul pointed out is that we did once through this whole discussion talk about numbers. So there's a lot of overlap, but not necessarily entirely overlap. What we're doing is what Tara does when she prefaces these talks is how can we help journalism? And this is how we can help journalism. So I really support things like this. I don't know if they necessarily translate into membership things per se, but they translate into doing good work and having a good perception.
It's basically leadership within the profession, I think is what it is. And it goes back to the Robin's whole improving journalism. One of the things that I've thought of over the years, and I think it falls into this general bucket. I have a friend who was talking with his daughter who was in middle school. This is about 10 years ago that this happened. He's in Roanoke, Virginia. And she was doing some homework for her civics class. And he realized there was a tremendous hole in what they were teaching her. And so he and a buddy who works at Roanoke College put together what they call the Rule of Law Project. And what it is something they go into high schools and they educate people very basically about the rule of law and what it means. And it struck me more than once, and I was really pleased to see so many people put postings about high school media literacy programs. They are teaching this stuff. If you go on these college campuses like the Smith and Mizzou, those folks don't have an understanding necessarily of what reporters and journalists are doing. And so that if we can get into high schools and at least seek to educate kids coming up, this is why we do it. This is how it's done in this country. I think we would be doing a tremendous service to society, let alone journalists in the profession. So that's something to think about, Patty.
We need to monetize that. How can we get those high schoolers to pay up? All right.
Supporters.
SPJ supporters. They can be supporters. So I'm going to come to the supporter idea and mention something that's happening in our community. The Cincinnati Enquirer has created a publishers community board where he's a fairly new publisher to the paper. He wants members of the community to come in and give direct input to their staff, mostly on the editorial page, but more broadly. So I volunteered. Of course, I want to get back in a newsroom situation. They had 70 people volunteer to do this thing. And we get occasional emails to offer our views, what have you. There's going to be an event next week, in a couple weeks, to go into the newsroom and have a thing. So as you know, a lot of these pieces of paper ended up with, we should do an event that brings the community into a newsroom or in conversation with journalists. So not every organization has the wherewithal or the desire to organize it themselves. So this idea of the supporters, if in a community, a chapter took the lead in setting up a supporter community, why doesn't SPJ be the community board, right? We set up I'm kind of talking in circles here, but SPJ takes the lead in setting up a supporter community. They're paying that $20 or whatever we decide is right. And then that group operates, SPJ brings the supporter group together with the key media in a market, whether it's visits to newsrooms, whether it's forums offsite, but we facilitate. We do the work of what, in my community, the Cincinnati Enquirer is doing, setting up its own thing, and we facilitate those conversations. So that's what I wanted to say. That's one way to put some more detail into what the supporter community can do. They pay their $20, but what else could they do? Well, they can have face-to-face with the media decision makers in their market. not for access, not because they want to pitch anything, which I find not the way to go, but because they want to understand how decisions are made. They want to maybe influence topic areas or what should be emphasized. And the side benefit is that they're all becoming more media literate then.
It's been gone long enough that you're able to make an evaluation that it's a good idea.
No, don't know yet, but they are, I think so. I think the answer is yes, that there's
Yeah,
tangible
that's worth
evidence
keeping
of
an eye
that.
on in terms of determining whether it's a good idea.
Yeah.
I think we'd like to know as you
Right.
move forward with
Right, so a large organization can do that, but in many communities, there's not going to be somebody who sets that up. SPJ can set that up with the supporters in their community to facilitate those conversations.
So, hey, just to make sure, so the SPJ supporter community would be one of our communities, like the freelance community?
I'm using that word in a broad way, not
Okay, yeah.
specifically suggesting they could become a. But if this supporter idea takes off, that's great. They pay their $20, but then what do? Right? How does that, that gives us more membership, which is the big goal here. But in terms of the other goals, literacy and better engagement and media knowing their communities better, that's one thing we could do with those people who sign on as, right? And it's not something they have to do. It would be offered to them. Hi, supporter people who just paid your $20. Would you like to visit the New Orleans? Is there still Picayune here? Whatever it is, right? Would you like to sit down with the editorial board and offer your thoughts on something, issues of the day?
Michael.
That's when, we haven't talked about that Dr. J idea, which is in our packet. I think it said we're supposed to consider the concept of it. I was wondering if anyone considered the concept of it.
Well, Dr. J is an initiative, is Robert here? Yes, there's Robert. Do you want to address that?
Sure. What did you want to know, Michael?
Well, I guess the highest level question would be this. If SDX decides to fund a Dr. J, what role does this board have in that? Because SDX, I understand SDX taking over SPJ programming. If you hire someone, the world doesn't know the difference between SDX and SPJ. There's this person out there that's going to go do a bunch of stuff. What do we have to do with those board of SPJ? What's our input into the job description, the actual hiring of the person? Because while Paul doesn't want to get into the weeds, I think when you hire a full-time person, those detail questions are actually the make or break. It's not like a volunteer program that the board can more or less delegate. You're talking about a full-timer and you currently spend.
I think this board, to get to the hiring question, this board's input on that would be the same as the SDX board. The only person that we hire is the executive director. He takes care of all the other hires. So yeah, I mean, that's part of being the policy board.
Well, I guess I'm saying the defining of the job, I mean, the actual job description.
If you want to take a look at what our programming committee has come up with in the SDX board packet, and if anyone here has any additional suggestions, put them to the SDX board. It's an SDX project. Generally, if we have, I don't want to sound snippy here, Michael, but whenever you guys are doing something, there are times whenever some SDX boards want to have input into it, and I have to remind them that we, on governance issues, we do try to, let each other do our own things. So we try not to get involved in SPJ governance. Although certainly people around will sometimes offer ideas around the table. But those decisions are always in the hands of this board. The SDX board operates the same, so that was the same way. And we're still getting used to the idea of, for the longest time, the SDX board was a reactive board, if you will. We would wait until somebody came and asked us for money and say, yeah, it looks like a good idea, or yeah, we don't have enough to do that, it's a good idea, or no, it's not a good idea. And that was, I mean, it was a sleepy board, if you will. With this new division of responsibilities, we're learning how to be more proactive, how to be entrepreneurial. And this Dr. J is one of the first ideas that we're jumping on to try to figure out how to do it.
I don't want to be snippy either, but in this case, you aren't hiring someone to bolster SDX membership. SDX is hiring someone to bolster SPJ's membership. First of all, I always welcome y'all's input. I always consider the Roman censors in the back of the room with good advice, but I just think this is one of those, this brings up a philosophical question, which is, if we're deciding as a board here what's going to be good for a strategy for membership, and then we are outsourcing the details of that to SDX, just as an SPJ board member, I want to say in those job requirements and exactly what that person can do. I have read all the backup on SDX, and it's not, there's no job description that I saw.
Allow me to correct a misimpression. We're not doing this to bolster SPJ membership. We're doing this because we see a need for the position. Whenever I sat in on the strategy session in Scottsdale, my neighborhood, people were talking around the table about, wouldn't it be cool if we had something like this? And I said, well, that's exactly what Dr. J is. So we've been working on this for a year and a half, 2 years.
Yeah, about 18 months.
And as all things do in SPJ, things sometimes go slowly. So this has all been in the works for a while. It was never intended, it did not begin as with the idea that it would be done to bolster SPJ membership. It was done because whenever the board approved the idea of going to a educational programming type foundation, one of the stipulations in the board or in the motion was come up with a big idea that we can then go ahead and set and offer to the funders as we launch this. And this was a big idea that came up as a result of that.
If this board is being asked to approve the concept, if this board did not approve the concept, how would that influence SDX?
I know that there were some folks who wanted to make sure that you all were comfortable with the idea that there could be times whenever this person parachuting into a Ferguson type of situation could become the face of SPJ for a short time. There were members of the SDX board who wanted to make sure that the SPJ board was comfortable with the idea that that could happen. I can't say that if you all say, no way, I think that would have it would influence what happens tomorrow.
Well, it's not so much a question, but it's a comment. It's based on, I'm going to take a moment here because Michael raised the issue of philosophy. And as I realized last night as I went out to dinner, I don't actually know all of you on the board. That's how long it's been since I sat in these chairs. SPJ and SDX really need to be working as a single unit. And the structure that exists actually permits that. Michael, the answer to your question is you aren't going to have input into anything related to Dr. J because nearly half, not more than half, but nearly half of the SDX board members are SPJ. Nearly half of the SDX board members are SPJ board members. They will be at the meeting tomorrow where we hash this out and make these decisions. If we approve this concept, the goal is, of course, to create this position as an SPJ position. Why? Because nobody knows SDX, and we don't need anybody to know SDX. We need this organization, SPJ, the one that members of both of these boards have a deep relationship to succeed. So, we really want to be careful about, creating situations where we're talking about what one board is doing as opposed to the other. They really do need to agree. I really don't see how we would proceed with this proposal if this board thought it was a horrible idea. Because we're not really going to send this person out under SDX's monitor. We want to send it out under SPJ's monitor for the greater glory of SPJ.
I mean, if you go over and look at the marketing on what's happening on the other side of the main hallway, during camp, that is an SPX program. But you won't, I don't know, maybe you'll find SPX on there someplace, it's part that is the SPJ turn camp.
I was just going to say something. I do think though, it does bring up a very important point. And Joe, I think this is something I've mentioned before, but as we're sort of changing maybe the focus of what SPJ has been focused on, and we are saying these are now, if that's what we say, like these are now our priorities, it will impact staff and what staff is doing and who's doing what and what those roles are. I mean, that's just, it has to happen because we as volunteers can't do it all, and in order for it to sustain itself, staff has to be behind that. So I do think that is it's been the biggest concern of mine when I've been talking about the supporter role is, okay, who is going to do this stuff for us? Like who on staff, what are those roles? And I know that's for Joe to figure out, and he's probably very excited that he has to figure all of that out. But I do think that is important to sort of, we will probably have to reevaluate sort of all of that.
Yeah, I'm actually very excited about it.
Okay.
Because I feel like for the first time in a long time, as an organization, staff, and foundation, now if we talk about the Dr. J thing and SPJ, the national organization, we're all going in the same direction. We all have now seemed like we have a set of priorities and we can all focus on those things. So it's much easier for me and other staffers to make a decision on where our attention should be. And if something comes up that we feel like is if it's a minor thing, we probably wouldn't bother anybody. But if it's a decent sized thing, I think then we have to have conversations. What do we want? This is what was in the strategic plan. This seems to be a priority. If it's not in the plan, maybe we don't focus on it as much now or ever or for as long. So it's going to be a continual evaluation all the way through.
And I guess just to follow up on that, do you see changes coming to the positions so the people that are currently in positions and what they're focusing on, do you see that changing? And if so, will you sort of update the board on how their roles or positions or responsibilities will be changing?
Sure, I don't see it in the short term,
Okay.
because I feel like we already did that. And what I mean by that is Tara's position didn't exist 2 years ago. But when she did come in, she came in to get a better gauge of the health of our chapters. And she did that. And it's no coincidence that she was the one who talked all morning and I didn't say a word. Like, this is a membership strategist. This is a membership department function. And there's now 3 people, whereas 3 years ago there was 1. Or 4 years ago there was 1. So we've already staffed up and built up in the area for these types of things. Once hopefully the tech stuff gets off of her plate and it's pushed more onto Billy because it becomes more of the website and less of the database, that frees up more of Tara's time to oversee everything. Doesn't mean Tara's going to do it all, but Tara will be very smart about working with Robin and the committee and other individuals, and we'll pull in other, volunteers, whoever we think can help, whatever. So I see Tara as a ringleader in some respects, kind of keeping everybody organized and keeping it going, whether that's a volunteer, other staffers, or whatever. And then we have 2 other staffers that I think will be pulled in membership. But then, everybody has responsibilities at work, but everybody also has one job description that's their job description is a line that says other duties as assigned, which is what everybody's full job description is, right? So we just pitch in and help wherever and however. Mike.
I understand that that they have the board, or one less than half the board of SDX is this board. I think though that disenfranchises the other half of this board when you are going to hire someone for something else. I also think, and looking at the roster of SDX, is part of this discussion we had here today about being nimble and higher tech, is that the SDX board is significantly older than the SPJ board, and that the members, maybe we can fix this on, maybe it's our fault, but the members that we have chosen to be on the SDX board are the oldest members of the SPJ board. Lynn is the youngest person, I believe, on the SDX board, probably the only person under 40. I think,
Michael, if you want to talk about nimbleness, I will point out that we had our spotlight program.
That was
we had
great.
that out in a matter of, within a couple of weeks after the big academy.
No, that
It
was
can be nimble. It can be nimble.
No, and I apologize. I'm just speaking in general. That was an awesome program. I'm just saying that I know there even was. I was in the SDX meeting. There were some SDX members that were a little hesitant about SDX taking over all the programming from SPJ. It's not even something that the entire SDX board is comfortable doing. And I just wonder if enough thought is going into it before we actually go off and hire a brand new position to do something that's going to represent all of SPJ. Because if this, if all the other positions we've hired, you could find a commensurate position in other organizations. So when Joe writes a job description for Jennifer Ward's position, we consider. I imagine you didn't just, you probably looked some shit up. So this is going to be a lot more difficult, and I wonder if that's the way we want to start this. I just have concerns about it.
If this board does not want SDX to proceed, this board can send that message. If
This
this
morning,
board, however, wants to see somebody who can serve as a one-stop shop for all of journalism, not just SPJ members, but all of journalism, doing the many things that are spelled out in each memo, then I think you would encourage this to move forward.
But if we have to approve something, even in her memo, it's like she kept admitting it's still sort of vague. So
the request from the SDX board was for SPJ to sign off on the contract. Yeah, I mean, there are still details to work out. We're not going to leave here tomorrow ready to hire this person. I mean, we got to find the money first.
I guess, so I just brings back around to what I was saying, that a lot of times approving concepts is a really easy thing. I think when it comes to hiring a full-time person in a position never been created for, to approve the concept, you might want more details than you would want on something else.
We're years away, Michael. I mean, the money is probably years away, right?
How many years are we talking about?
2, perhaps?
Okay.
Am I correct?
Ain't
Ain't no money today.
We have, our budget is as tight as your budget going to the next year. It's not going to come out directly of the SDX budget. It's a matter of whether we can find somebody, and we're not looking for somebody to pay to fund it for 1 year, because that's not fair to any person who's hired. We're looking to create an endowment to do it, and that's a tough sell right now in this market. Any foundation.
Speaking of that, I wanted to pull on that. So are you certainly, is that just definite that you're looking for an endowed position? I mean, because that would help along with continuity. I mean, I'm a little concerned about maybe creating this position and then 2 years later we have a market crash and we have to lay that person off.
Right.
And we've just built up a lot of expectation that we're going to do this. I mean, I would feel a bit more comfortable that if we could build an endowment, like an endowed chair.
That's the preference.
So we knew that person would be able to ride out market. So, okay.
Yeah, I mean, we could probably, do things within our budget right now that would get us through 1 year, but that's not the way to do it. We need to make sure that we have a steady thing to do.
And we're talking about this afternoon, but if we approve the concept, and this is going to be possibly launched in 2 years, does that mean it's definitely launched without us to get back to us, or you would come back to us with this detailed plan?
I certainly, I hope that there's constant communication between both boards as to what's going on.
Thank you. Andy?
I think these are interesting discussions, but at the same time, if you look specifically about this case, I feel like there is good communication and good, there's good working together on this. We can discuss it here as a board, even if it's not a yes or no binding vote. We can talk about it. I think a lot of us are interested. And when we do that, what's more important is more important than half of the members are SPJ appointments. 5 of the people are sitting in the room. They are our representatives. And if we're not even comfortable with that, if we're still a minority voice, we're free to go to the meeting and talk about it. And that happens a lot. So I think that this is a good process. It's an SDS project and we're involved in it.
This morning when Tara was giving the whole presentation and she described what the Dr. J scenario was, generally, a show of hands around the room, the vast majority thought it was a pretty good idea. Now, Robert, I don't know exactly what level of assurance you want to have us send to the SDX board. I mean, to me, it seems like it is still a work in progress.
Right, and I don't even know where the full SDX board will be on what's presented to them tomorrow.
Right.
I would no more predict the actions of that board than I think you would predict the actions of this board before.
We're right about that. We're in agreement.
Well, we're going into executive session.
I think Well, generally, does that still hold? Does everybody still think generally this is a pretty good idea?
I don't.
Show of hands again.
Good idea.
What,
It's a good idea.
we don't know what the idea is.
What? Oh, Michael?
Here's, just setting aside the philosophical problems. If we're gonna have someone who's a parachute into Ferguson, I'm not clear on what they're going to do and for who and who's going to ask for that help. We're talking college students, pros, like what is, we're gonna hire this person, what are they gonna do on a daily basis? If they're not parachuting into Ferguson, what are they doing? That, who are they talking to? How are they representing SDX or SPJ? I don't mind the idea. I almost think that this would be a better idea if we actually funded it as a fellowship for 1 year to a retired journalist and said, hey, listen, you take this thing, maybe we give you the job, you're sort of like an interim coach, but maybe you take this job, and because we got to figure out what the hell it is, and we don't want to endow it forever, but here's, you know, $60, $70, $80,000, show us what you can do in a year. And then if we don't even like it, but we half like it, fund it that way for another year. But I can't approve a concept when I don't know what it's going to do Monday through Friday.
Do you even know that yet, Robert?
If you look at, I mean, the Gates note spells out, a report of the board spells out a number of activities the person would do. Parachuting in is one of them. But yeah, those aren't going to happen every week, every month. Being a content source for FOI calls, for instance. I'm sorry, I'm going off history. I mean, off memory.
Here's the description.
Thank you. Thank you. Could be doing web stream seminars. Could be being a place that we would market as the place that you call if you need a quick answer on an FOI issue, an ethics issue, some tricky thing in the newsroom. This person may not actually be able to answer the question, but he or she will be able to put the caller directly in touch with somebody who can point them to a resource. Could be doing chapter programming, could be doing newsroom training. Would probably would be worked into our training program, our training place. Help me out here if I'm
Here, I got the memo. It says,
yeah.
It says chapter programming, newsroom training, responding to email inquiries, creating, monitoring listservs, connecting journalists to other resources. I mean, some of this
it's sort of a super trainer is what it really is.
But I guess part of my question is, what do we already do? And are we taking those responsibilities and putting it to this person and therefore, because one valuable part of what you're proposing is if it takes resources, if it saves staff time to go do other things, it has a multiplier effect, which would be really good. But I don't get that from this. I don't know.
But right now, we're not doing those things, and that's no offense to anyone. We're not doing those things, and we should be doing those things. And I think, for me, part of what we're talking about here is we want to be doing those things. And so staff is going to help with that. But I think this person is more like, I guess I think of Al Tompkins at Pointer, sort of like he is sort of a go-to when someone has questions about things, or he blogs about issues that are kind of happening. I see this person kind of having a presence and taking a stand, talking about those things, but also being a resource that, hey, maybe there was an ethical dilemma that I talked about in my newsroom and I was kind of uncomfortable about it, or I just need a quick answer. I want to just talk to someone about it, get some advice.
Lynn is on the committee, the programming committee that's been developing this, so yeah, I think that's exactly some of the discussions we've had in your call and email discussion.
You know, there clearly, I mean, and this was true, which is why we sent the committee back for more work last meeting, and it's probably still true. There's still no questions to be answered about this. Michael, I actually think your idea about perhaps starting this at, you know, either as a fellowship or something, and essentially as a pilot that we would fund for a year to let someone work out the mechanics and see if we like what we see, may not actually be a bad idea. I also don't think
I can go further. It might actually be a good idea.
I think it might be too. But what my point is, I don't think that idea necessarily conflicts with what we're looking for at SPX, which essentially is asking you guys, are we on a track here that's worth continuing to pursue? this is not a final proposal, this is not a job description, this is not going to hire someone. But, you know, but if it's an idea that SPJ would like no part of, that could be important for us to know.
I guess my concern is it's $116,200 a year. I mean, I know it's a concept, but that number runs up against my concept. So if it's a fellowship, and I'm all for big ideas, I love the fact that like we're talking about big ideas, I would totally be into it. But if you're talking about $116,000 a year and SDX is talking about limiting its expenses to 4.25% of its endowment, I am a terrible mathematician, but I don't know what 116,200 times, like, I don't know how much money you need to have $116,000
Actually,
a
the
year.
answer is in the memo. It's $2.3 billion.
Oh, I didn't read
Is
that.
what you need to endow the position, which is why we say that money's not going to be here tomorrow or even next year. That would require some kind of major fundraising effort. And so maybe your idea really does have merit. What we want to do is we want to do something less. You know, again, we're working on a process here, and again, it kind of goes back to what I was saying before. We have to have a certain amount of trust between these two boards, which should be easy enough since boards are interconnected and some of your members sit on our board. But one of the things we did decide a couple of years ago, and this is part of the track we're on, is that SDX is going to take more operational control of efforts that involve journalism education. And that's where this falls. And of course, there's implicit in that the idea that SPJ is going to give up a certain amount of operational control of those things so it can focus on journalism advocacy and journalism ethics. And this is all part of that. And so, unless you guys have other things to do.
I just wonder in your discussions working on this proposal so far, how much you've looked at establishing boundaries between this permanent staff position and the elected officers of SPJ. For example, we have a presidency that rotates in for 1 year, which is a very short time for the president to establish their talking points. And I think clearly the elected officers should still be involved in setting policy and establishing advocacy. But if this position is going to be there for years, and then this person is going to be representing SPJ to the public for 10 or 15 years, I can see where over time they might evolve into being more of a permanent voice.
I would think someone who would be the face of SPJ in that fashion would be more likely to be the executive director. And a succession of boards have chosen not to go that direction. They prefer to have the president as the spokesman for the society. I don't see this person would be the face only in or a face only to the extent that in a high, a Baltimore, a Ferguson, where they're parachuting in. To me, actually, that is in the whole description the one that I think we're still grappling with the most, because in a situation like that, journalists are reporters so busy. I don't know if they're going to have time to come talk to this guy or this gal. Excuse me for my sexist language. It's a generic he. But I think that would be the only place where the person might actually become a face of SPJ, and for a very limited amount of time. It's going to be more in the realm of the folks who are doing the training down here. They're here, they're representing SPJ and SDX as they present things on Google Tools and fusion tables, something I just learned about, and smartphones and things. They are, for that 2 hours, a face of SPJ. I think this trainer, the super trainer, would be that kind of a face. There's no intent, and if it ever drifted that way, not only would this board be saying, hey, whoa, so would the SDX board. The president is always going to be the big cojones.
I think the president, as you point out, that's been a choice of this board for a long time, that the president is going to be the person who speaks. president's not gonna be in a position to go to Ferguson or Baltimore or whatever unless it's happening in his or her backyard. We were talking about delivering a black hole award to somebody, and I was working with my schedule. I was gonna fly in and do it, and we were, just even trying to get the logistics together and coordinating with the chapters and coordinating with everybody involved. And finally, okay, we're not gonna give a black hole. We're gonna try other means of resolving that particular situation. But that's where, it takes time to figure that out. And this person's not gonna have any other job because we still are a volunteer board and your officers do have day jobs, which sometimes conflict time-wise. So, I guess the question again, to provide feedback to Robert and Irwin, do we think this is a concept worth exploring, understanding that they're still very much exploring?
Can we make a motion?
You want to- Or I'll entertain a motion that.
Well,
Okay,
can I-
Sue.
I'll second it.
Can I make an amendment to whatever motion you're gonna make?
Okay. Hold on. We don't even have wording on the motion yet. How would you like your motion to read?
I move that the SPJ board approves in concept the idea of a position to be called Dr. J in the process of being worked on by the City of Foundation.
Are you okay with seconding that?
I second that.
Do you still want to amend?
Oh, yeah. Based on the fact that in the FAQ for this position, it says, is this too much for one person? It could be, we don't know, we won't know until we get that person up and running. I think that says that we're paying $116,200 a year and then finding out that it's too much. I would amend the motion, this board supports the concept of Dr. J beginning as R&D, as a fellowship for 1 or more years, but not as a full-time position.
Will you accept that as a friendly amendment, or do you want to have a vote on Michael's proposed amendment to your motion?
I would like to have discussion on that without accepting the amendment directly.
Okay. Your amendment is not accepted as a friendly one, but we can vote on that as a board on amending Sue's motion.
I will second Michael's motion for the purpose of discussion.
Okay.
We want to have one motion at a time, and we have Sue's and Rebecca's on the floor, so the board has to discuss then vote. Then Michael can make a motion, and then Bill can give a second.
Oh, no, back that up.
He's trying to amend
I'm probably remembering.
the underlying motion.
Sorry,
Yeah, the amendment's been made and seconded, and Michael's seeking to amend it now.
So you have to.
I don't know that that's a good idea or a bad idea. I think it could be a good idea, but I think since it's still in such the beginning stages and it hasn't been finalized as a sort of a final concept, and SDX isn't sure exactly what that's going to look like, I would not want to put that kind of limitations on it when they could come up with a really, really alternative good idea, but then ours is very binding. So I would.
Ours isn't mine, we're just recommending.
But we're only recommending that then. We would not be
As
recommending.
he said, they
anything
can do whatever they want. He's asking what the will of the board is. I'm suggesting that I'm not personally going to put a concept for a full-time position when they're admitting that they don't know that person is going to work out, and I don't think it's fair to hire someone and then say, let's see if this breaks your back, and if it doesn't, we'll keep it.
I don't
Okay,
think they're
let's
saying
hear,
that
let's
it's
hear
not
some,
gonna
let's
work
hear some
out.
other voices, Eddie.
I don't think that they're saying that it's not gonna work out. I think they're saying that, it might be a really huge job. Because when I was looking at it, I was thinking, oh my gosh, how can one person do that? And it sounds like that person's gonna need a lot of help, but then I was thinking, well, that person's got a whole board that can help. And other people at other chapters that can help. And so I don't see it that way. I don't see it as a sign of failure.
I'm sorry, I overstated and said it's failure.
Addie?
I would say that it is, that the SDX board is going to be discussing it in full tomorrow, that any questions of this board ought to be offered to Robert or someone else, or is that board open to other members to sit in?
Oh, certainly.
Yeah, so absolutely, if you're still here on site, come to that. I'm brand new to the SDX board. I haven't really spent much time thinking about this. I've participated in one online meeting about Dr. J, so I have lots of questions about it too. I think potentially that person could become a rock star and become the face and voice of SPJ, And that's something we have to really think about, whether we want that to happen, whether we want that not to happen, right? So there's a lot of considerations. In concept, I like the idea. I think it could work on a lot of, so that's what I would say. And then secondly, I'd like to say that we're way off agenda, which I don't care, except that I do hope we come back to the membership stuff because I had a couple other things I wanted to offer. Thanks.
Thank you.
I think that we need to remember that this is still in a genesis situation, that we are still just starting to explore this, and I think any restrictions that we might be putting on the SPX Foundation Board might cause some problems on down the line. I say let them flesh it out, and let them, spend the time to develop the idea before, coming back to us with something much more.
Andy?
I think Michael brings up some good points, but I actually think whatever we do is doesn't really matter much, because the message comes across anyway that there's some concern. There's 5 people here who are carrying that concern. There's board members here who will understand that concern. So I could go either way. I guess the only other thing that I would ask is that it not be named Dr. J, because I see Julie serving Dunkin'.
That has been more of a term of convenience.
Sure.
Okay, call the question?
Okay. Question has been called on Michael's amendment to Sue's motion. A yes vote means that you want to amend Sue's motion. A no vote means you do not want to amend Sue's motion. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
No.
No.
The noes carry it.
To make a motion to table Sue's motion.
Second.
Okay. Motion has been made to table Sue's motion and seconded. All in favor of tabling Sue's motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
No.
Show of hands. All those in favor of tabling the motion, please raise your hand. Six. All those in favor of not tabling the motion, please raise your hand. Okay, that's more than 6. How many did you get? Tara?
I didn't get a count that time. Everybody put them down too quick. Sorry.
There's definitely more than 6.
Yeah, it is.
Okay, so the
We need the-
motion.
we need the
motion
number.
to table-
We need the number
Okay,
for
we need a
minutes.
number. If you are opposed to tabling Sue's motion, raise your hand. Okay. Call the question again?
Call the question.
Okay. We're now voting on Sue's motion to approve Dr. J, or whatever we're gonna call him. In
Or
sorry, generic him, I'm sorry. All those in favor of Sue's motion to approve this in concept, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
No.
No.
Motion carries. You have, Robert, that is a message that you can take, that we will take, the members of, those of us who are members of the SDX board, we will take, we also, Michael, will take your concerns, which we hear and
I know you
understand.
will. I appreciate it.
Yeah, okay. All right, thank you all for that. Back on to the agenda per Patty's suggestion. We have just a few more things we need to talk about on membership. Joe, where are we on schedule versus what we were seeking?
We were trying to get it started at the regular meeting at 2, so we have 12 minutes.
Okay.
Very productive ones.
Yeah, we plan on not working over lunch.
Yeah, I know. Lunch was gonna be a little downtime, but that's okay. We have gotten some very good stuff done. Patty, what did you want to discuss?
Yeah, thank you. So this, I don't think this has been raised, and I put it on several of the pages, so I'll just throw it out there. The idea of doing an adopt a member or a buy a member concept, which I've talked with a few of you about informally. This strikes me as a doable short-term kind of measure where existing members commit to paying the membership fee or a reduced portion of membership fee for a new member. So in my market, I put up the money to bring in one new member. It's going to be someone who's new to the organization, right? or maybe is lost a job and can't pay this year or whatever, that I believe is really gonna make a difference and a commitment to SPJ. And I'm gonna work with that person, have them come to events with me, have them be in charge of something, have a kind of a tangible project with a start and an end date, so that they get the SPJ vibe, right? The SPJ bug. It would have a couple of immediate impacts. If we got 500 people to do this, adopt a member, existing members, we would have 500 new members to come on, right? And it would boost our membership number in the short term. It could be something then we publicize and get some additional momentum on and traction on, because people go, oh, that sounds like a cool idea. I want to be adopted next year, right? And then next year maybe we continue it and we expand it. Maybe we make as a condition of being adopted that now you have to commit to adopting someone your next year, right? And we'd have some favorable rates on this perhaps that would make it appealing. So I think if we want something that's really going to move the needle on membership numbers, we ought to think in a really concrete way about bringing on bodies with the hope that we can make them stay, right? We're going to love them and stroke them and mentor them and make them feel special and give them something to do. Because as we all know, if you don't give them something to do, they go away, right? But I think it's worth trying. So there, I wanted to say, just put that out there.
I was going to say, IRE did this, and I sent a note to, I believe, Tara and Joe, and it was a great idea, and they had a hashtag, and it worked really, really well.
You did it out in your chapter?
No, IRE did it.
Oh, IRE did it.
Investigative Reporters and Editors. And the way it was done, because I bought a member, and I don't know, I said I want it to be, my stipulation was I want it to be someone that is an Ohio University student, because that's my alma mater. So I said, excellent. Oh, did I? Yay, see how cool that is, okay? But it was really cool. And I think, I forget what happened when I sent the email, or Joe, what the response was. Could that easily be done?
I think the response was, we're going to be talking a lot about membership strategies when we're in New Orleans. Let's see how it fits into the overall scheme. And it actually was under the extra thought. When you mentioned it, I went over to look. Under the other thoughts,
I put it on the other posters.
It was one of the top vote getters. So I think it's something that we're going to be going after anyway. Even if it's nothing more than a social media, and the details will be hashed out, but even if it's just a social media campaign and we have people call in and tell us, it can be done very easily, because we collect the money and then we reach out to whatever their stipulation is, their audience, and we say, hey, what do you have? So we could do it.
And I don't know, maybe talking to IRE to see how successful theirs was. I know I saw a lot of social media stuff because they said, afterward, use this hashtag and all of that. So I thought it was very cool.
And they may say, yes, sound like a great idea, and it took way too much time, and then we can report back and share that.
Just build on something that Patty mentioned. A lot of what we were talking about is recruiting members, and there was nothing on any of the papers about retaining members, which is probably easier and just as important. When you join the National Press Club, you are almost immediately asked if you would like to be on the broadcast committee, and it sets the hook. It gets you into the building once a month for the committee meeting, and that's something that we need to be doing more of, is once we get a new member, getting them to do something, just what she said, have a project.
I'm glad you said that, because that tickled the point. I wanted to make sure before we leave our membership discussion that we don't overlook this, because we haven't discussed it yet. If you go back to Tara's memos to us, there's a substantial list of things that are being done in addition to these two silos that we've been discussing all day today. And it's quite a bit. It really is some great stuff that some of it's new, some of it's old stuff on steroids, but it's part of an overall unified approach that we're doing lots of things on a lot of different levels, and that will only help us. But those should, Tara, I thought that was a great list that you had in there of the good stuff. So we should definitely recognize that. Alex.
Okay. First of all, I want to say that I think Patty's idea is excellent. But I also think we should look at, what we're really talking about here is promotional pricing, and I think we should look at this more broadly. We've had a very, very good top-down, high-level discussion this morning, but I do think one of our big roadblocks is the level of the dues. Partly for renewing members, and that came up in your report. There were various ways that people said it. They said I belong to more than one organization, or I've been laid off, but it all came down to they didn't quite feel like pay the $75. I think it's a bigger roadblock bringing on new members, and I've seen this at the local level. We have people come to events, they're very excited, we want to get them to join, and then when we tell them the price, they walk away. So one idea I've actually talked about for a little while, but I think there's some resistance, is maybe a new member rate. For a brand new member, bring them in at a discounted rate. And perhaps the sponsor member can be the same rate. In other words, you have a discounted rate for new members, whether they're paying their own way or whether someone wants to sponsor a member, not at the full price. I think we have the multiple year discounts. We might want to push those people to sign up for automatic renewal, so they have to opt out of that rather than opt in order to qualify, and maybe juice up some of those multiple year discounts. I think that we want you back. I think we should look at perhaps people who've lapsed for a while, offering them a discount. I know that's not as much fun as the discussion we've had all this morning, but one thing I might like the membership committee to look at is maybe see if we could get Patty's idea, which is excellent, because that also really combines new membership discount with mentoring and telling them everything wonderful we have.
Well, to me, that's what, and can I talk? I mean, this is
Oh,
a
absolutely.
board meeting. I can talk. But, the Patty, what I like about the adopt, it brings in that sense of connection, because so many people end up with SPJ because someone invited them to go or to join or to participate in some way, and they got involved. So with Pat, it's your friend is asking you to join. I know that the dues can sometimes be a stumbling block, but honestly, if we're giving people $75 worth of value, they won't question it. It's a value proposition.
But new members don't know the value yet.
No,
people
and
come
that's
to our events who are not
right.
members. If we could offer them a discount for the first year and maybe require them to set up automatic renewal, which they can opt out of anytime
Right.
before the renewal day, but many people won't
No,
opt out.
that's right.
And then they have a year to find out how wonderful everything is that we can offer, and hopefully they won't mind when we charge their credit card $75 the next year.
Yeah.
Because yes, I do believe we're offering $75 worth of value, but most people don't know that until they spend a year with us.
Right.
So I think we need to lower the price for the first year.
Rebecca?
Kind of spinning off Alex's idea, something I had told a couple of people yesterday, and I apologize, I don't know who I told this to. An idea of, for new members and members who have lapsed for 5 or more years. That means they have not been a member of SPJ for 5 or more years. Offer basically a 2-for-1. 2 years for the price of 1. The first year is the freebie year, okay? And it would be an on and auto due situation too. You have to pay just like $75 for a 2-year membership if you're brand new or if you've lapsed for 5 or more years. First year is free. You don't get digital quill that year, okay? You don't get physical quill. You do get digital quill and all the other benefits of membership. That way, we're defraying the cost of carrying this member for 2 years for the price of 1. So you're just getting used to us at that point. And then the 75 kicks in. So that's one way. I mean, the details can be worked out, pricing when it comes, when it doesn't. But essentially it's, for said, a 2 years for the price of 1 membership through auto dues. And I don't think we've promoted this monthly membership enough. People don't understand what auto dues is. Is it something related to a car? Is it automatic? I mean, I think if we use monthly membership, because who can't afford $6.25 a month? Journalists coming out of school making $19,200 a year can afford $6.25 a month.
Well, and theirs is even half of that.
Exactly. Exactly. So it's half of that. So I think if what is it? Oh, $75, that's so much. I was like, well, if it's only $6.25 on your credit card, I'm like, oh my God, that's nothing. So I think that the full freight's like, oh, that I can't pay that all at once. But if we somehow remarketing that monthly membership, I think the argument that it's too expensive disappears.
Okay,
The
but
last thing we should be talking about today is.
I know, but I'm just, that's a digression we can get back to.
okay, I was gonna say, why don't Tara and Joe, I know you're taking notes and considering all these things, because if you start into lowering dues, you're gonna get into an entire discussion of budgetary impact as well. So I think that's far beyond this particular discussion. It's something to review and look into and come back to us with,
Yes.
with what that would mean.
Well, and do remember that anytime we change dues, I think it has to be a bylaws change, doesn't it?
No.
No?
Dues are changed by the executive director.
With
He's got parameters.
Yeah.
He can offer any discount he wants today.
All right, let's do this. It is, I have 3 minutes of 2 o'clock. Let's take a very quick 10-minute break. And then let's come back and move on to the balance of our agenda, which will include, the first item of business is to go briefly into executive session so we can vote on the fellows' recommendations that came from the executive. Okay, thanks. Back in 10.
And that goes on to the ice water. I'm sure.
I've already read it.
So my students are going to me, I buy them this membership. And of course, they know it's from me, I told me a lot of some of it really works on them, and they become diehard members. Others, at least you got them for a year, they know you're there.
Right, exactly.
They might come back in 10 years from now. But I was kind of hopeful.
So,
Do you have this price?
I think the
other one we launched is
now all of a sudden maybe it's a different proposition.
We have something.
and there's really means
And then you go back and oh yeah, here's how much.
And I have some
What really was that?
See, but that's a market. And that in the market.
So I think the question is not about pricing, the question is about the value. Once the value is in place, we have these two things.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Yeah.
I'm not opposed to it, like Terry goes, because I think times have changed in our offerings, we don't know what questions are. It's some sort of process.
Right. Well, and if you want to be negotiations.
Yeah, they are.
Oh, yeah.
Although in the journalism world, they're about average.
Yeah. Well, NABJ is 75. I joined the corner.
Oh, cool. RTV makes.
No, not happening, not happening, draw the hook for a year, it's like a gym membership, draw the hooks. You can have something like if you want to quit,
Great.
you know, like a gym membership, telling you like you start really cool classes. You know, I mean, seriously, so I mean, like, again, if that's what just cool like, it's not.
I was just trying to decide how much.
But I mean, you know, here, that's what you signed for, that's check.
Yeah. Street.
So, we look at our regional so I just talked to him briefly about some of the building.
Like 2 o'clock slump.
Yeah. Like you were all this morning, right?
Yeah.
Ready to go, rocking and rolling, and did your thing, and now it's coming down.
I was so, I don't know if like save it up.
our data classes but we usually one of all classes. So if you want by spring, yeah, I gotta go, or not this year, but this year. $10 a month or a subscription to your daily?
Yeah, it's and in the last few years, people. My boss is actually teaching.
That should be also. So they should.
I'm talking to some other students.
Thank you.
Because I-
But I was just freshman and so yeah, what do you start? Nothing right now.
Yes.
I can't do this, but I can't buy
Parentheses.
different price per month. Like, will you go to Hong Kong for me? So I like how long it was there.
2 minutes.
What's like this?
Right. Yeah, there and
This isn't, you know, on here's what the price, okay? You sell switches.
Yeah, so that
that's so the numbers and it's always good to have you know, for I choose one that 6 years ago, that is look, I'm seeing everything. It is on bonds, it is on business cards. Everything is that logo. And our room is our secondary logo.
And I mean,
For example, they're like, the logo's too big for Twitter, for example. So our room is our secondary.
And then the guy.
So this is odd to the message. Right now, I just. That's true.
Frank.
If you guys have your money for Hildy, I'll take that at the next break or whatever today.
Money for what?
The money for Hildy's membership.
The little girl.
The little girl, yes. So anytime today. Perfect. Got it? I'll cross you off.
We really have to give her a 3-year membership.
4 years, yeah. $100.
Hey. Send someone to SPJ
It'll go up today, and then there's a box of goodies for your dad said they would send you.
Oh my God, that's so great.
Thank you. This now, there's the other girl.
All right, if everybody wants to come on back, we'll get organized and underway.
Yeah, yeah, let me see what we end up with. I know we'll get some that I didn't
Yep.
Probably not one on
How's the university holding together with all the budget?
Got everybody? Okay. Call the group back to order. Here's what we have for the balance of the afternoon. It is now 10 after 2. We need to be finished at the very, very latest at 5 o'clock. There is a reception. Joe, could you describe the reception at 5:30, please?
Yep, it's a 5:30 reception. It's in, Paul, you pronounce where it's at. It's in
Lanyap.
Lanyap, which is on the same floor as the restaurant. I think that's the 3rd level. And the attendees, 2nd level. The attendees will be, of course, this board, any foundation board members who are here, and then all of the attendees of the Region 12/Kern Camp. So we're all coming together in one spot for drinks for an hour or so, 5:30 to 6:30. And you all have, I think, these little name tags. These are because you don't have lanyards. And so if you can put your name on these and stick them on your lapel, your shirt, so that when we get through the section, people will know who you are. Very cool. And it's, I think it's open bar.
Woo! Oh. Yeah, she said that first.
Let's be done by 5. Yeah.
That's your Thank you, SPJ Foundation, right?
No more business.
I could be wrong on that, though. That's probably a bad idea for me to say that.
Motion pass everything.
It goes on Joe's desk.
I just committed suicide, I think.
All right, so to get everything done, here's what I would ask that you all do. We have a number of significant items of business that we do need to discuss, including approval of the 2017 budget, several action item discussions that are already printed here. I know of at least one new business item that has come up literally since the addendum to the board packet came up. It's a great story. It's an LDF grant that the LDF committee made the other day, and I promised to Geet that I would bring to this board a request for more funds, and I'll explain all that, more LDF funds, and I'll explain that when we get to it. But for now, I'll entertain a motion that we go into executive session for discussion of the fellows.
Second.
Okay, Bill and Rebecca on this. So we are now in executive session, or I'm sure those people will be very pleased to hear from us. The next item on the agenda is the President's report. A couple of very quick things. You have my written report, but a few things that I included in the President's report in January for the executive session, I'll just touch on real fast. The ethics code, which was adopted in 2014, we've continued the rollout of same. Andrew Seaman did a wonderful job in putting together a PowerPoint called the SPJ Ethics Game. It's a find your adventure alternate path program that, Andy, you saw it at Region 2. I've been able to, Hagit and Kevin Smith and I put it on at Region 4-5, and then last weekend I presented it at Region 2, and in both cases it's gone over extremely well. We've been watching a lot of the headlines. We've been offering comment, getting quite a bit of traction in interviews. People interviewed have included Andrew, Jonathan Anderson, our FOIA chair, Lynn, me. We've been getting a lot of traction and a lot of press, which is all good. On the FOIA reform measures, we are getting that close to actually having something. The House passed its bill in January. The Senate passed its bill, I think, in early March. They have to reconcile the two of them so that they can have a final bill that they can send to the president so that he will sign, which is not an absolute slam dunk deal, although Senator Pat Leahy says it is. Again, we are hoping to fix FOIA by 50. July 4th, 2016 is the 50th anniversary. So hopefully the president will have something to sign by that time. I think as most of you know, in December, a delegation of us went to the White House to talk to Josh Earnest, President Obama's press secretary, on the public information officer issue. We got a lot of nods and pats on the head and not a whole lot of response since. And it remains, I'm convinced the Obama administration is running out the clock. And a number of the candidates who are running for president now, I'm not sure are going to be terribly press or journalist friendly. So that's an understatement, probably. We've had a lot of very positive outreach. Lynn went to Austin, Texas for the South by Southwest conference in March and was on a panel there in terms of raising our profile among groups that we don't normally have a presence with. I was on Jim Bohannon's national radio show on March 16th, which is National FOI Day. And I will probably be, although you say Jim is now in South Carolina, I will
still be on his show.
Yeah, I'll be on his show again in June, at the time that we're in DC for the executive committee meeting. The last thing I'll mention is that Sonny Alvarado, who's the resolutions chair, this is in part in response to some of the concerns that we heard last year after EIJ 15 was completed. Sonny is going to start asking for resolutions for EIJ 16 on May 1st so that we can start that ball rolling much earlier and hopefully it not be such a last minute slapdash mad rush. So, and also when we're putting together the course of what we do, the substantive meeting provisions will be at the front of the line when we get to convention. Just so you know, that was a concern I heard loud and clear last year as well. So, and that completes my report.
Is this a good time to mention our newest and youngest member?
This would be a wonderful time to mention her. Who would like to do the honors? Tara or Hildy?
Sure. So I'm sure you guys are all aware there's a little girl in Pennsylvania. She's 9. She has been producing her own newspaper for several years, started as a family newsletter, but now she has sources in the police department, and she recently scooped the local paper on a murder, and she's just producing some really great stuff. And so the board chipped in, pooled their resources, and we were able to send her a 4-year membership as a student membership. And so we are going to, her dad's going to send us video when they open the package. And today, Paul and Lynn recorded a video encouraging her to keep doing all the good work that she's doing. So we'll get that posted later today.
That's good stuff.
And how would we publicize this broadly?
Robin's going to write a blog post talking about membership and how the board chipped in and did those things. We'll share the video of Lynn and Paul congratulating her, and then her dad's going to send us some materials, and then we'll distribute it at the same.
But her story has been picked up internationally.
Correct.
Right.
You know, how can we get it out into something beyond the
We can
blog?
definitely send a big pack to Romanesco. Jim Romanesco, who's every journalist I know reads him. I would suggest sending it to whoever the media reporter is, some of the large papers, Keith Kelly at the New York Post, Ryan Seltzer at the New York Times. CNN, no, you're right, so I'm thinking of somebody else.
I believe Jennifer's
Jennifer has a
keeping
list.
a list of bylines from the clips that you referenced, and we'll include them when the release goes out.
Yeah, I think we've been keeping a good eye on this because it wasn't but a week or two ago that we first got wind of this, and we decided through an email chain that we really ought to get her on board. So she is now on board. Now, are we going to have more money than what it costs? Is there anybody else in our family we could admit?
I'm not sure. It looks like we're right at the 100 if everybody gives me the money that they said they would. So if we end up with more, perhaps it's something we discuss about inviting her dad in. I mean, he's the journalist as well, so.
Okay, just keep
See what we end up with.
And she'll have a chaperone when she comes to New Orleans.
Yes.
That's right. All right. Next item, Mr. McCluskey, I understand you have a motion for me.
I move we approve item 7, A, B, C, D, E, and F, the minutes from the last several meetings.
Second.
Second.
Okay. Is there any discussion or any amendments or any part of this 6 meetings, which includes our EIJ meetings as well as several phone or Zoom sessions for different things we've done since?
Some of us will have to abstain from the first 2.
Okay, note that when you, yeah, that's right, well, you were a member, so you can't vote for yourself.
Right.
But no, thank you, Jane, that's a good point. All right, all in favor of Bill's motion to approve these 6 minutes as a block, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions?
I abstain from A, B, and C. Oh, would I abstain from A because I wasn't on the board
Yes,
until
you should.
the next one? Okay, I abstain from A.
Monica, same for you?
A as well.
Okay, very good. All right, thank you all. Next item, Madam Secretary Treasurer, Chair of the Finance Committee, the SPJ budget for fiscal year ending July 31, 2017.
Yes. This is one of the most aggressive budgets that we have passed. It is aggressive in raising revenues and different things, and I'm going to let Joe explain the details.
Yeah, so aggressive is right. That's because we're in a growth spurt. We've taken on a lot of new association management clients, so we've needed to hire staff to do that, to be prepared for the business that historically has come. So we are expecting an additional $20,000 in association management revenue that we're gonna have to go out and earn. We're also banking on the fact that some of the stuff we talked about this morning is gonna actually help stem the tide of membership losses. So we're banking on the membership slide being a little bit less than what it has been in the past years. So the expenses kind of are what they are. They're pretty easy to predict and project. The revenue is the tricky part. So as I've shared with staff, this budget probably looks more corporate than what we're used to seeing here at SPJ, in that we're setting, essentially, we're setting sales goals, and we're gonna have to go out and meet them as a staff and as an organization, specifically in association management and membership. So I think that's the biggest difference between this budget and budgets that you've seen in the past. And the other big key to this, the budget being, what it is, and big, what I would say tight, is that in the past years, the foundation has given SPJ an $85,000 grant to support EIJ. And I think, as you all know, the market's not been kind. The foundation has less money to give. They're going to talk tomorrow about scaling their spending policy back even a little bit more. And so the awards committee for the foundation is recommending a $28,000 grant to SPJ for EIJ. So that's a difference of $60,000 from what we've had in previous years to work with. So we had to figure out how to make that up, and we're going to try to make that up with new revenue and other ways, and trimming expenses. So some of the places we've trimmed expenses that we typically haven't, we're cutting back on money available for employee training. So we're going to try to hold the line on that and cut back a little bit there. And then in past years, I've always budgeted an average 4% pay increase for staff. We have merit-based pay. We do annual evaluations, and it's doled out based on merit. But the average is what I budget for, and it has been 4% in the past. And so for this fiscal year, I'm budgeting 3%. So I've cut that back as well. Now, if we do really well with revenue, it's a budget. I think that's the thing to keep in mind. So if we exceed all budget expectations, we could do more things. If revenue doesn't come in, we're going to have to trim more things, or figure out how to make revenue up in other places, like advertising is something that Paul brought up in the finance committee meeting yesterday. So I think it's important to remember what this budget is, and that is that it's a management tool that we use to help guide our progress throughout the year. It's not something that can be or should be set in stone. As new revenue comes in, we can spend it in different ways. And if it doesn't come in, we need to figure out how to adapt and adjust on the fly. So I think those are the highlights. Oh, and then the last thing I would point out, not specifically related to this budget, but in terms of putting together an aggressive budget at this time, I think the timing is good in that we now have more than $500,000 in our accounts in unrestricted cash. It's rated A fund. It's not earmarked for anything, if you will. So if we are going to be aggressive and try to be aggressive in this, now's the time to do it while we have a strong cash support and a savings account. And some of the stuff we may talk about with membership may involve some of that as well. So we're in a good position financially. This budget just is a little more aggressive corporate than what you've seen in the past. So I will stop with that and see if anyone has any questions.
Let me ask this. I'll entertain a motion that we adopt it for the purposes, then we'll get under discussion if anybody's got any questions.
So moved.
Second.
Okay. Moved and seconded. Discussion or questions for Joe about the budgets? Michael?
Just a couple of revenue questions. The $43,000 variance for contribution grants and sponsorship, is that all the SDX stuff?
Yeah.
And then the association management, which is going to be $53,000 more projected. I guess that's to offset the $27,000 you're projecting that we would lose in membership dues. How does? Well, so the $53,000, like to get that revenue, you have to. How much extra staff did we hire to get that revenue?
Right. So I think it's important to know that one didn't go up because the other one went down. So we look at each line item independently. And so the membership line is what we think is going to happen with membership. In association management, it's important to understand that on page 33, what you're looking at is last year's budget compared to this year's budget. And so we exceeded last year's budget in association management. So although the gap here says $53,000 is the variance, in reality, it's only 20 based on what we are actually earning.
Okay.
So it's much smaller than the 53 because the budget's based on actuals and all that. The position that we've hired to take on more association management is the events position. So when you may remember when Heather Dunn left, we actually didn't fill her position with an events position at all. The idea was that we would handle the EIJ internally by piecing out some stuff. Our TDNA was going to help pick up a little bit more of the slack. Our partners would help pick up a little bit more in terms of whether it's NAJA or NAHJ. And then we had clients come on board who wanted us to do planning. And so we couldn't handle somebody else's conferences and events by piecemealing it out among SPJ staff. So we replaced Heather's position with a fundraising position, which was Katie, who works half-time SDX, half-time SPJ, which is what Heather's time was allocated. But then when the events work came on, then we hired Lisa.
Speak of the devil.
Speak of the devil. This is Lisa. Lisa. I know we did. This is Lisa Sousa Michael, who's our new events coordinator. This is the board.
Hi, board.
So right on cue, right. So we created Lisa's position to help with all of those other events. And our history is that we've made $20,000 on new business the last 3 years.
All right, so I guess my question is,
Yeah.
for the uptick in association management fees, which is great because it offsets the drop in membership.
Yeah.
How many extra positions, like how many dollars do we actually have to spend to get the extra?
It's a good question because I've never looked at it that way. I've looked at it as how many bodies do we need to do the workload. So I don't want to get into what each individual person makes, certainly not here with some other staffers in the room. But if we
I'll
get
just give a percentage, because I guess the bottom line of the question for, I think, at a board level discussion is that I would hate for this board to think, I mean, you've done such an awesome job offsetting the membership drop, but that membership dues are, a much cheaper way of getting money in. It's more reliable, because my last question is on the association management. Do any of those, when do those contracts expire? Are they yearly? Are they?
They are yearly event based, however they want to go. Now, NAHJ, for example, they fall in the association management category, but for convention. They sign contracts for 17 and 19.
Okay.
So ACES, it depends. We just did their first one. They wanted to wait to see how the first one went, and that was just a week and a half ago in Portland. They're very happy. They've already asked us to start working on their contracts for next year. To answer your question, Mike, what I would do is I was encouraged you to look at page 41. Which is an actual breakdown of just the association management budget, like program budget. And you'll see what we're actually showing right now is an $896 loss for the year. So that includes all salaries and all expenses that are allocated to that, to association management. So if we get one client, and I would say the average event bill we get is anywhere from, I don't know, $12,000 to $18,000. Then that 896 turns into an $11,000 to $12,000 gain. And now we're staffed to the point where if we get another client, we can handle that from a staff perspective, and now the profit grows.
That was my last question. If the opinion writers come on board with you, there's no more staff required to do that.
No, the only place we will have to add staff if it comes on board is bookkeeping. Because right now we have one controller who works 1 or 2 days a week and one bookkeeper. And she does the books for JAWS, NAHJ, RTDNA's Foundation, SPJ, and SPJ's Foundation. So she's maxed. And so but we will price that accordingly. As somebody comes on, we will hire part-time and charge them whatever that is, which is how we handle the communications for ACES.
But Lisa's also doing, for instance, setting up this meeting and setting up the meeting down the hall. So she's not just doing association stuff.
Correct. She'll be the primary logistical planner for EIJ, and she'll also plan the conference for JAWS and ACES.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Joe, I think Pointer just took over some management. Who was the account they just got?
They just took on the ASBPE, so the American Society of Business Publications Editors.
Yeah.
And they already they won out AOJ a few years ago when we also were talking to them.
Okay. So who else are we competing with, and what are the pros and cons do you see?
We're competing with 3 types of other, I would say, competition. And one of them is not really competition. It's organizations having their own staff. Like that's what they may choose to do. Then organizations choosing professional management companies, which have nothing to do with just focusing on journalism. There's all kinds of association management companies out there, and they don't necessarily have a niche. They do events, and they do events for pharmaceuticals, and journalism groups could be anything. And then we're the 3rd new option. And then after we started it, Pointer also got into the game a little bit. So those are really the 3 big options that are out there. The pros of coming to SPJ is, and what they seem to like, is that we know their members. They're journalists are journalists are journalists. And so we understand what their conferences are and could be and should be. And we can offer our expertise based on our history and the things we've learned to organizations that have no staff, that may have 1 or 2 staff members, that certainly are understaffed. So that's really what's appealing to them is they've seen SPJ, they know SPJ, they appreciate the quality of the stuff that we do. And so it's a level of comfort for them. The one thing, and this is the reason, I think one of the reasons that we didn't get ASBPE and AOJ as well, is one thing I can't promise and give these groups is an executive director. And so many of them are looking for somebody to lead their board, guide their board, and get involved in strategic planning. That's not something I can do. And I don't necessarily feel that I should be an executive director for anyone other than this organization. And then the other piece we can't offer them is fundraising, because we feel like there's a direct conflict there with such a small pool of potential funders. we don't want to be raising money for somebody other than us. So those,
And that's why we didn't get the press amendment, right? We didn't.
I think they were looking for something, for someone to manage the entire organization, executive director down. In a perfect world, what SPJ would have is we would have someone on our staff who is a certified executive director who didn't work for SPJ, but worked for everyone else.
Mhm.
But, now you're talking a very high level staff position, and we're not there yet.
Also, a year ago, and maybe I'm mistaken, but we were getting some revenues from somebody who was subleasing some office space for us. Is that, where does that stand today?
So they're still up there, and they pay occasionally. Bill and I were just talking about this morning. They're behind probably 5 months.
Is this maybe executive session stuff?
Maybe. I don't know. I don't feel like it needs to be, but
Okay.
if we want to go into executive session,
We
we're
haven't
not talking about it, we
named them,
can. Right. Here's the challenge, Tom, and the thing that Bill and I talked about is it would be great if they're current on rent. We certainly remind them regularly. And they've said that they're going to try to be even by the end of their quarter, which would be the end of June. I don't know if that's going to happen. I'm not hopeful or optimistic. The question is, if we did take action to try to get that space free and have them move on, it's a lot of time, energy, and money to do it. And there is some money coming in. And at what point do we say, now it's worth the time and energy and money to do it? And at this point, I haven't moved on that. Abby.
2 revenue questions. The association, again, in your proposed, your 17 versus your 16, association income going up 53,000. Is that tied to a specific new relationship on the horizon? And if so, can you share any information about that?
It does not. But the number also, as I mentioned, is not actually 53. The gap we need to make up is 20.
Yeah, I get that, right.
No, I have had conversations with a couple of groups, and I don't want to share who those are publicly because one of them is with another client. And so there may be something on the horizon, but I wouldn't say I feel confident or firm about any of it. And in the past, when I've constructed this budget, I only put in what I was pretty confident we were going to get. And this year it's different. This year we have to go out and earn it and get it. And I would love it if by the time August 1 rolled around, that $20,000 gap was already closed. Like, that's my hope and goal. And one of the things I shared with the finance committee yesterday, they were asking about staff and how staff works and who works on what. And with Tara now really taking over the control of membership and me not worrying about that so much, but trusting Tara and Robin and everyone to focus on membership. Lisa now is a seasoned professional in events management. She's a certified meeting planner. I can spend less time there. My focus really now is on revenue generation and partnerships and association management. So much of my job now is really business development.
Is it safe to say, though, that you expect we'll have another relationship?
I do.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah. That this is a evolving strategy.
And our history says we will. Over the past 3 years, we have gained that much revenue and then some each year.
I have a second revenue question.
Sure.
Okay. And I'm sorry if you addressed this elsewhere.
Sure.
So again, what I'm looking at right here, the proposed versus the adopted, shows a $27,000 decline in membership fees. That's assuming, can you tie that to numbers of bodies, assuming we're going to continue on the path of slowly declining total membership? What's the actual body count there with that dollar assumption?
Yeah, it's hard for me to give you like the number of members. I can look back and see if that's in there. In prior years, we've always budgeted for a 3% decline. That seems to be what our history was. I think you'll find if you do the math, this is showing more than a 3% decline. And that's because that adopted budget from last year was a budget. And that's what we projected to happen. We missed budget on that mark. And for those of you who looked at the first quarter financials, you know that. And a lot of that had to do with the big drop in December and January. So this proposed budget, the 375, is actually a result of the actuals that we've already seen this year. And what we're basing that number on is almost eliminating the slide altogether. We are banking on the fact that what we are going to start initiating we're going to flatline. So that's aggressive, I would say. Paul said that yesterday. Paul said it well. Flat is the new up. Flat is the new up. So that's what we're shooting for. So.
Any further questions for Joe on the budget before we call the question and vote?
Call the question.
Okay, question's been called. Motion on the table is approving the budget that was submitted to you all. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you very much. We have a budget. Next item, Tara. Some new chapters want to be approved.
So I'll be really quick. There are 3 on the Activate list. Stanford University, University of Chicago, Utah Valley University. They've sent us all the required documents, have gotten the correct number of members, and are off and running. So this is a formality. The board can vote to activate those chapters. As far as the inactivate chapters, for those of you who are new, traditionally what happens is after annual reports in the spring, I have a conversation with each RD and we talk about which chapters need to be inactivated, which chapters need to have another year and maybe some support. And so that full list of chapters that are inactivated is usually brought forth in September or at the convention, unless there's a chapter that needs to be inactivated immediately. So that's why that's slim.
All right, I'll entertain a motion that we activate Stanford, University of Chicago, and was it Utah Valley?
University.
Second.
Okay. Eddie moved and Lynn seconded. Any discussion?
Did you say it's the University of Chicago?
Mm-hmm.
In Hyde Park?
Yeah, I didn't know that.
No, they probably don't. I mean, it's probably just a group of students who want to be.
SDX was founded that way.
Okay. All in favor of activating these 3 chapters, please say aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Thank you very much. We have 3 groups of students that you can contact Tara and say, you're in, welcome.
Send money.
I went,
Paul, I had a really quick question about chapter formation for Tara, if I could ask that now. Do we have procedures for either satellite chapters or committees? Because this came up last week at our Region 1 conference. We had a few sort of black holes in the region that we looked at either satellite chapters or committees. And we were just debating, and maybe this is true in some other regions, whether we have protocols somewhere for those.
Yeah, so there is some information about forming satellite chapters. One of the things that I was going to mention before you jumped on, Paul, is that the New England Pro chapter just accepted Maine and transitioned them into kind of a satellite situation. As far as forming new satellite chapters without something being established, we do have policies and kind of procedures in place for how to do that. However, one thing to keep in mind is what tends to happen if you get a group going and they're strong enough to maintain a satellite situation, they sometimes don't understand why they can't have delegates. And so if it's a group of people that's able to kind of keep things going, generally I would personally tend to recommend that they either try and start a chapter or they work in the centralized kind of model.
That was going to be my follow-on question, because obviously we're going to discuss the 41% a little bit. And that is not really a question we looked at in the 41%, but if we have satellite chapters or groups forming as committees of chapters in some black holes, we have a big black hole in upstate New York. I don't believe we really addressed whether they would then count for the delegates or be able to serve as delegates for that chapter, or whether those members, if they're not part of that, could be independent delegates, regional delegates.
How many satellite chapters do we have?
Do we have many?
Maybe 3.
Okay.
So we're only talking about 3.
So will Maine's members count towards the delegate count of whatever chapter's adopting them?
Yes, they're
Okay,
now
that was-
New
So
England
they are,
Pro
okay.
people
Yeah, that was my
for those purposes.
follow-up
Correct.
question. Okay.
All right, Deb, you had a question?
oh, I just wanted to thank Tara for really working well with these college chapters. I know in Region 5 we had the one come on, but 2 others I think have contacted her, and it's worked out great.
All right, we're up to item 10 on our agenda. We have a couple of action and discussion items. The first of which we discussed at length this morning, and that is the formal adoption of a supporter membership. And Lynn, this is your baby, so run with it.
It is. So you have everything kind of laid out. First, I want to thank just everyone who has been a part of these conversations, the task force. We had lots of calls, lots of kind of in the weeds conversations about what it would include, what it wouldn't include. Staff also, thank you for answering some of those questions so we can kind of get some numbers out. Is it easiest if I just kind of sum up what we're proposing?
Why don't you make
Yes?
a motion?
Okay. Oh,
No, make it in the form of a motion, when,
okay.
once you get through that list.
Oh, that's a long motion. Is that the best way to do that?
Why don't you describe it?
Okay, I will describe it first, and then we can say that if we want to adopt it or go forward. Okay. So we are proposing that these would be supporters, and how it would work, people would pay $20 to become associate members, or another name decided on by the board, to support the mission of SPJ. These would be people who are committing a monetary donation to SPJ to say we support efforts to protect the First Amendment, freedom of press, and the public's access to information. What they would get a separate newsletter in their inbox highlighting SPJ's work and what is going on in the field of public access to information, First Amendment, journalism ethics. They would get the SPJ member rate for EIJ conference. They're able to join SPJ communities, possibly a member gift if we can decide on what that would be. They also would get educational training events organized by staff or volunteers. This kind of goes along with what we have been talking about today as far as sort of new goals of SPJ. What they would not get, access to the SPJ membership list, access to what is behind the SPJ member paywall, which is also in this, and I can go over that if you'd like. They're not voting members. They do not get a discount on award submissions. They cannot run for national or local offices, and they would not get digital quill or the quill. So we came up with two different options, and the task force was sort of split on either. So this is where, as far as what do we call or how do we welcome them into SPJ? Option one, you change the current membership format where these new members would be considered associate members. We would eliminate the household membership level. So the membership levels would now look like, basically you'd have professional, you'd have retired, a lifetime, a student, postgraduate, and then the associate, which would now become this $20 that you pay. You support efforts to protect the First Amendment, freedom of the press, and the public's access to information. This was one that, talking to the bylaws committee, would be the easiest and it would be allowed. Also, Jennifer weighed in and said that marketing-wise and also staff-wise, I think it would also be the easiest because it wouldn't be creating a new membership. Now, could we market them and call them something else? Absolutely. But as far as when it comes to when they're paying and how they're registering online, just clicking that associate membership would be easier. The other thing is to create a brand new tier of membership and call it something Friends of the Press. We could kind of choose a name. This would then mean you're adding a tier on the website that you go to now, and you are clicking on, this new membership tier. The pros and cons from the task force. Some were concerned that if you call it an associate membership, will people maybe not want to join as regular members? There are also, though, and Michael actually brought this idea up, just bringing it into the associate membership. If you call them, though, just friends, do they feel as if they actually are officially a part of this, and does it kind of discount their membership and their belonging? So that's why associate would be better.
I would suggest that we only have a handful of associate members now. And so being an associate member is it's not at first glance clear what it is. All right. I'm thinking of like some First Amendment attorneys, some good government people who may want to be part of this, give $20 or $25 towards this association. I would propose calling it SPJ supporters because it is completely clear, crystal clear of what you're buying, so to speak. When you're an SPJ, you are supporting SPJ, you're supporting the mission and the work of the Society of Professional Journalists. There's no doubt what that is. And as far as the existing associate members who've already forked over, what is it, $95? They can be rolled in to being SPJ supporters. If you spent $95, you're an SPJ supporter for the next 4 years because you've already paid your money. Okay, you've already paid it in advance, essentially. And I think, carrying this associate membership, I think, is a mistake. I don't think it's clear what it is. I think it was something we were gonna, get some public relations people in and charge them a little more to be associated with us. Well, that's not the case anymore. Those days are gone. So I think we should start with a clean slate and move forward like that.
A couple things I will say to that had come up when that was talked about, because people did think about that. One thing is, you know, if we get, I don't know, let's say 200, 300, 1,000 people, who knows? When we do start moving towards more advocacy and we start saying, you know, we have this many members, we can then actually say, I mean, they are members. There isn't this like kind of weird difference between a supporter versus a member. I mean, they are associate members. Now, will the branding maybe be different as far as how we market it or how we put the call out? Possibly where it is that, but I think it was my understanding from staff and also talking to bylaws and also I think some of the task force members, logistically, this would be easier for SPJ to collect this money and to categorize them internally.
Well, but my concern is that there are people who are journalists who don't want to be a member of SPJ, okay? I'm not a journalist, I'm an attorney, I'm a government person. I don't want to be a member of SPJ. I don't want that membership associated, but I do support it. So these are
one
people.
of the things that we might be able to do is call it supporting members, which is a term that you will find. No, you're shaking your head. Alex, you had your hand up.
Yeah, I do have a lot to say, so I'll condense it as much as possible. I was very interested in the supporter concept when it first came up, I think about a year ago. My understanding at that time was that it would be just that. It would be essentially a contribution someone could make to say that they supported our work, they supported good journalism, and in exchange for that, they might get some specialized emails about the work we're doing and maybe a button. But I didn't think that we were adding a new membership level, or in this case, it sounds like we're almost rebranding the associate membership level. See, that's a little bit different. I should say, I'm just one person, but I personally have had a problem with the associate membership level for a very long time. I've told many people, I do not believe we should have a membership level that is disenfranchised. I mean, we currently do. The associate members can't serve on our local boards. They can't serve on this board or as RDs. And I think that really goes back to the origin of them being primarily, that was the level for PR professionals. And we didn't, back in that day, they didn't want PR people sitting on the board. I think that's a mistake. First of all, I think our what we call our pro level is much more diverse than we think. I think we have a lot of PR people there. We probably have a lot of people who are maybe not traditional journalists. So I think it's a mistake to separate them off like that. I actually have long wanted to get rid of the associate level and roll them into the pro level, or maybe just call the pro level SPJ member. Combine the two. The associate members are already paying more for less, so they're not going to complain if they essentially get the dues cut and they have more rights. But what really concerns me is that we have very few, I think we have fewer than 1% associate members now because it's too expensive. It's our highest membership level. But this proposal as it stands now would make it our cheapest membership level, even cheaper than students. And your report doesn't talk about cannibalizing our current membership. I think it's something those who've worked in the web are very familiar. The media, when media companies first started rolling out their websites, they're like, oh, this is going to cannibalize our print subscribers. Well, we all found out differently. I think this would rapidly become the most popular membership category. I mean, I think really most of our members not currently sitting in this room would want to opt for the $20 level, because what you have here actually has most of the benefits of being a member other than being able to vote in or run in elections. So now let me just finish. What concerns me about it, as it's written now, I'm not opposed to the concept of supporters, but as it's written now, I read it as we would be creating a $55 annual poll tax, because if the lowest membership level is $20 and it's $75 to be able to vote in and run in elections, we're basically charging members to be able to vote or to serve in office.
I will say it's not just that, and I know as a member and as talking to members, I mean, being able to get that member rate, I mean, SPJ San Diego just had their deadline for their awards. $10 versus what, $30, right? Member, yeah, $10 if you're a member, $30 if you're not. I know there were 2 people, I think, in my newsroom that were like, I'm gonna submit 4 things. That's just locally. it's worth for them to join nationally and to join the local chapter. I mean, that's a huge benefit for a lot of people, working journalists anyways, in a newsroom that are applying for awards. That's another one that's not just voting.
That's true, but that's often a one-off. I mean, many people enter awards because they think they have a particularly strong story that year, and then they don't renew the next year. That was the primary reason that
I would say that's not what I've seen in the newsrooms I've been in. People traditionally do join for those other reasons.
Nowhere in the bylaws where it talks about associates does it call a member. I think we ought to take the word member off the table for this discussion and use supporter or whichever word we come up with, but the word should not be member. It says specifically, an associate is a person not eligible for membership. Further on the section, it calls them affiliates of the society. We're talking about, I think we're at about 85 associates paying $90. So you're talking about $8,000. $8,000 is good to have. It's, not 1%, but it's money in the bank. We're talking about people who will just be donors, same as I give money to Habitat for the Humanity or something like that. I've got no voting rights. I just feel good because I write a check. And that's what I think we're talking about here. Calling the Friends of the Press is fine. Then that requires no bylaws changes, as far as I can tell. We accept money for the foundation, or if somebody sends us a check and says, here's a donation SPJ, we cash the check. And that's what I think we should be talking about. The other thing I really don't understand is what is the linkage between the discussion of people who will be donors and eliminating the household?
I just put that on there because honestly, I had no idea what household was. And we had all of those things. We can absolutely add household back on. I had no idea we even had a household membership.
Okay.
That's just me being very, very honest. So I was like, I don't know anyone that is. I've never heard of it. I've never heard anyone talk about it.
Okay,
Just
household
simplify
membership,
the process.
subcategory of professional membership. Household membership is limited to 1 or 2 professional SPJ members residing in the same address. Essentially, they only get 1 copy of Quill. I think they pay half dues. Do both pay half dues? So Becker pays full dues and Hazel Becker pays half dues?
Yeah, there's a
more or
full
less.
member and then the next is discount.
So you get
How
1
many of those
copy
do
of
we have?
Quill and only 1 copy of the mailings, which is good. And so if you agree to take that out, then I'll quit.
Yeah, I mean, I'm fine with that. I just took that out. I do want to say, Bill, to your points as far as, what I was going to say now.
That's why I scribbled
I
mine
know.
down.
Go ahead.
Amanda Womack.
Yes, pretty much. Question about the tier process. I do support the concept of supporters of SPJ in a donation type way. Are they friends and they are supporting us in financially? And is that going to be tiered? Like, can you donate $1,000 a year or $500 a year or something like that?
Well, actually, that is what I was going to say. So as we're talking about donation, you can right now, you can donate to SPJ. You can write a check for $1,000 and we may or may not send you anything. You probably are not added to a newsletter list. You're not receiving anything at all. You're receiving maybe a thank you. I don't know, Joe, correct me if I'm wrong, but there's no follow-up. There's no connection. There's no, I mean, maybe personally when they decide to say thank you or reach out, but there's no involvement at all. So that is why I guess it's more of like a logistics, right? From like a staff perspective. If they can now have these groups of people grouped in, they can pull them from a database and say, these are the people that get this newsletter. These are the people that get these marketing materials. These are the people that we're going to reach out to in these ways and engage in these ways, which is different than how we would engage the actual journalist that is working. If they're just a donor and they just donate money, that's going to be harder for staff to add into that population because did they sign up for all of those other things, or maybe they just wanted to give $20, which they can still do. So that's sort of the difference.
I don't understand how that's more work for staff.
We already have the associate category, so that's easy because everything would go in the bucket. We could run lists of donors, that's certainly true. The fact is we don't get donors from outside of our membership though. We don't get people off the street donating money to SPJ. We don't market to them.
Yeah.
Which
is what we want to do now.
Which is why this is a memo in the board book and we're discussing it. So we don't have an approach, we don't have a mechanism, we don't have a practice where we seek donations from anyone other than our own members.
It's also not a tax, there's not a tax benefit for donating to SPJ.
And that's the challenge is there is no benefit to somebody donating to SPJ other than it makes them feel good. There's no tax write-off. We're C6, so it's not a charitable contribution. So a supporter concept is a way to give them some benefit for their contribution.
But you can still do that.
But here's what I will say. In the eyes of the auditors, when you give somebody a service for a donation, we have to be careful how we allocate that money and what we say it is and what it goes for. So if somebody gives a $20 donation and they get $10 worth of benefits, their donation in the eyes of the auditors is $10. By having a
And since
membership
that's immaterial, since they can't deduct it, so what?
for us, for how we allocate that money.
So what? It's money.
If they're a member, then none of that matters. If they're an associate member, they're paying membership dues.
If they're
Aren't
an
we just worried
associate,
about what pocket we put the money in?
We are internally, yes, but it creates new processes, new mechanisms, new things that have to be accounted for in an audit that we don't currently have. It's not that we can't do anything. It's that putting them in as associates is the easiest way. I think
But
that's
I
what,
also think, I think if we just change things with associate membership, I think the marketing capability is gonna fall flat, because you're gonna go to the people who aren't journalists, the people who are trying to get involved, who wanna support our mission. It's like, but I don't wanna be a member, I don't wanna be an associate member, I wanna be,
not an associate member. I think Bill already explained that. You're an associate.
Okay, but I'm saying is, calling them SPJ supporters, creating that new category, I think just takes all doubt out of the equation of what we're offering, what we're doing. The other question I had was having SPJ supporters, friends of the society, whatever we decide to call them, be able to join the communities?
Anybody can
Anyone
join.
can join right
Anybody
now.
can join.
Right,
Right,
so
Yeah,
that's
right
not-
now they can.
Okay.
Non-members.
Okay, Michael, let's,
I have
let's,
one
hold on a
question.
second, let me say something.
Can anyone who hasn't spoken yet give an opinion?
Thank you. That's exactly what I was just gonna say. If, I'd like to hear new voices. Thank you for speaking up, Amanda. Any other thoughts? Do you want to make this in the form of a motion?
Yes, I will make it in form of a motion. So the idea of supporter membership, $20 to become associate members. Now that can be branded differently as when they do their branding and marketing, but when they sign up, it would be in that associate member pocket. Keeping household memberships in that membership lineup in this proposal.
Striking that line from
Yes,
your,
striking that line from that.
striking that line from your option one in your memo. Okay. There's been a motion that we approve option one, with that that one line stricken. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay.
I'll offer a friendly amendment. To have, to up it from 20 to 25, because it would be a parity with, how it is now. Right now, you have a $75 membership. Half of that's for, students are half that rate. A $25 member would be a third. So I think when you're going from 75 to half, then to 25, I think it has a little more parity.
Do you accept that amendment?
I would be okay with that. I would like to ask my task force members that are in here if they feel that they would be okay with that. So Sue.
I don't know, it's dollars and cents, and it reaches a threshold. I don't disagree necessarily, Rebecca, but I know too that we're very dollar sensitive, and as are other folks out there, I think there's nothing to prevent us at some point along the way increasing it. That's a different kind of thing to consider.
I'm liking that.
Yeah, I prefer to keep it at 20.
Eddie or 20, Patty? Did you have?
I'm very conflicted about this whole thing, but I think I just want to be quiet right now.
Okay. Let's give you 20.
From a marketing perspective, it just seems easier to say, give me a $20 bill.
Then I'm gonna say no.
Okay, so you still want to make the amendment?
No.
Okay, the amendment's been withdrawn. Okay, there's a motion on the table. Any further discussion? Bill?
If all we're asking for is a donation, although I guess there is benefit, as Joe has now explained it, is there any reason we have to put any dollar amount on it? When I get my notice from Habitat or any of the other charities that fills my mailbox, it says, you want to spend 25, 35, 50, 100, you want to make it monthly? Gives me the option right there. I'd happily take 100 from some of these people.
Joe?
I'd just like to share a little bit about what Tara and I have been learning as we've researched other organizations' membership models. And what we're talking about here is very similar to what museums do and what they're finding successful now with their membership programs. And really what you're allowing people to do out there is customize their own membership to the level that they want to be active. It's the younger generation specifically, they prefer to rent as opposed to buy anything. They want to pay as they go. This is a stereotypical comment about younger people, and I recognize that. But all of the research shows people are more interested in renting and customizing and making it specific to them than they are owning something that the general population gets. This is a concept that museums are doing around the country with success. Getting people in at a lower level, a lower membership level. Zoos do it. It's a lower membership level. They get exposed to more. Some may rise. Those that are up may fall, but it does improve and increase engagement overall. So this is not new. It's new to us.
I have some questions for the vote. I'm just curious if the task force discussed either the two things that I found most concerning in the proposals we're considering today, and that was, did you look at the potential for cannibalizing our current membership?
So yes,
Because this, I mean, this is a $20 level. Did you do comparison studies or anything like that? And the other thing is, did you discuss, I mean, really, we will be charging a tax for people to be able to vote in and run in elections. We'll be charging a $55 annual, essentially poll tax.
What are you talking about?
People will be able to join and get most of the benefits of membership, including
So
this.
you're not
So
gonna-
I'll go, can I go over the
But
list
you're
again?
getting,
Because I know,
no, I got the list, but you're, for example, you're getting the discount to the annual.
No, you're
Okay,
getting the
let me
member-
ask this.
you would get the member
This question's been raised before, and we need to keep moving.
No, but I just wondered if your task, my question was whether your task force discussed either of those issues and what
Yes.
inclusions,
Yeah,
or what you have in
yeah,
comparison.
so we did discuss, if, would maybe a student member decide, you know what, I would rather join at this, be a supporter and join at the associate level. That is absolutely a possibility. That very, very, very well could happen. Now, we don't know if that will happen. We don't have anything really to compare it to or know of anything to compare it to. But again, if I'm a student and I'm a journalist and I'm a member of SPJ, I know when I was applying for awards. I mean, that is a big deal. I know you may not see it that way, but it really, really is to students and working journalists. The other thing too, that, you don't have access to the SPJ member list. I use that. I do use that to find people's contact information for networking. I mean, that is something that is a valuable tool that these people would not have. I mean, so it is more than just the voting. It really is.
Okay, I got the last.
I thought about this a lot, Alex, the cannibalization, because as the guy who has to put the budget together, right, I'm trying to figure out what the hell is this gonna mean for SPJ? And I don't know, but here's what I do know. People do join SPJ and other organizations to get discounts for the annual conferences. O&A's growing, IRE's growing. It's not because of their membership programs, it's because of their conference. They're in the conference business. So that scares me a little bit. The other side of the coin is, there's no guarantee that these people are gonna pay $75 and stay anyway. So we can either keep them around for 20 and 25 while they choose to spend their money elsewhere and continue to support our cause, and then maybe later they join at the higher level. But having somebody pay $20 for 15 or 20 years is better than having them pay $75 for 2.
Right.
So I don't know the answer, but I do know, and it's a concern, but I do think you have to look at both sides of the coin. Yeah, it's
Yes.
scary, but what's the potential benefit for the long
Before you
term?
go again, can I say something?
Couldn't you, I'm sure that this is something that we would want to watch, assuming this category is approved. That is something that you would watch, particularly as you start to see if there are people who are falling out of the $75 category to the $20 category.
We can absolutely track it and we'll know.
In which case we would know that point. Michael?
Number one, if headquarters is against it, and it's not creating more work for staff, and it's a big idea like we've been talking about today, and Lynn's put in all the time, I'm for it. I was on the task force. I'm not sure it's gonna work either, honestly. But I think she's put in the work. The task force members asked a lot of these questions. And there's not a big, it doesn't cost $116,000 a year. If we try 1 year and we see a lot of cannibalization, we can get rid of it and stem our losses. Number two, he just told us he put together a really aggressive budget. This is the time to experiment. That if we actually ended up losing a couple grand, we can absorb that. And I think we would sit there and say, Neil Culpa, and get ourselves in the strap.
I just want to be clear about the motion on the table. So is this creating a new category?
No.
No. So the $95 associate membership is gone?
It's replaced with, we're basically lowering the price tag.
Clarity, please.
No,
Okay.
we're there to say associates go away.
No, I'm
So
just saying.
this would, so if you look at how it is, if you look at, name option 1.
Okay, yes.
So if you strike, that's on page 46.
Okay.
So if you're striking the line about the household membership, so household membership would stay. The other levels of membership then, this is taken directly from the website with how they describe it.
So these would
It would be professional. You spend more than
Yes.
half of your time working as a journalist or
Yes.
educator.
Okay.
Retired, you're retired in 62 or
Okay.
older. Lifetime, enjoy a lifetime membership in SPJ, local chapter dues not included. Student, high school,
Yes.
undergraduate, and graduate students. Postgraduate, those who have graduated from college or graduate school within the past 3 years. Then associate, you support efforts to protect the First Amendment, freedom of press, and the public's access to information. That would now be the $20 rate.
Okay, so it would be called associate and not friends of SPJ, not SPJ supporters. It would be called.
For
associate.
membership purposes, it would be the associate category and the branding will come later.
So yes, then that
Okay.
would be, if you look at the top of the page, launching, a strategy would need to be developed to maintain, to launch and maintain these members. We think this membership level should be advertised and marketed separately than how we market to working journalists. It may need its own webpage or a separate site, or just duplicate materials displayed differently. We may consider a campaign or slogan to help launch this. If something like, if the press didn't tell you, who would? To help recruit them. Do we have splash pages pop up on SPJ pages, ethics, FOI, telling them about this membership opportunity? May initially reach out to former and current associate memberships. Headquarters staff would be responsible for newsletter, possibly maybe the FOIA legal intern in the summer. But this would be now, if we vote on this, staff would take it over and determine how is the best way to market all of this.
Yeah, I just think if it's marketed as anything but and friends of SPJ or SPJ supporters, I think it's gonna fall flat because no one's gonna understand.
Just to kind of bridge the divide here, and maybe
Go ahead and
we
try.
call the question. I had some of the same concerns that Alex had about cannibalizing this. I think those questions have been answered, and I also think that Lynn raises a very good point, because I know from San Diego's perspective, our membership propels itself year to year because of our contests. People enter at contest time because they want to get a cool plaque and have a few drinks on a very pretty Bayside venue. So I think that is a very important thing to make, so it's not just really a voting tax. And I'm very happy to hear, after we spent all morning talking about membership, that these people will be members. It seems like a very easy way to have, well, what they are, members, correct?
No, they are not.
They're associates. Do we currently count associates in the membership numbers?
No.
Okay.
Well, yeah, yes.
Yes.
But not for delegate counting purposes.
Right.
That's what I
Well,
mean.
right, number eight,
Okay, so
Well,
then
when we,
you
my
are
point is,
correct.
when we say we have 6,000 members, if we get 1,000 people at 20, we now say we have 7,000 members.
yes.
Yeah, that's right.
So,
That is correct.
Not what the bylaws say.
Well, people don't think in terms of money.
So anyway, so that's what I'm trying to bridge the divide here, and we can call the question, let's.
Okay, Robert Ledger.
I'm not gonna get into the philosophical discussion here, but I'm looking at the bylaws here, because Lynn, you said that this would not require bylaws change.
That's what I was told.
Looking at the bylaws, I think you are looking at bylaws change, to do your option 1. Because the bylaws describe associates as persons not eligible for membership in society who support the goals of the organization. That fits what you're doing. Second, high school students who have demonstrated interest in journalism, you're wanting to put them into.
No, they would be a student.
I know, but
They're not
the
according to
bylaws
the
there now,
bylaws.
they're listed as associates.
Okay.
So you'd
Well,
have to
they
move
can
them
do
out.
that too then.
And then the third one, and why I don't even know if we're doing this now, a person wishing to affiliate with the society must be sponsored by the current member in good standing.
I mean, we don't do that.
Which you want to get rid of.
Are we doing that now, Joe? No.
Yeah.
Well,
So we have some
that
old
part we ought
bylaws
to
that need
clean up.
addressing.
Yeah, I
It's a
think
corollary.
the bylaws committee might want to make a note and have some cleanup.
Paul has told me on numerous occasions that one of his 5th initiatives very well could have been to bring a set of modern day bylaws to this organization.
But
I've
what
said
fun
that
is
any number of
that?
times.
I know you have.
You know, I don't feel like pushing a rock up a hill
It's
either.
my platform. I'll
So, okay, we have a motion on the table.
Cool.
I'll entertain the question. Anybody want to call a question, or you want to say something?
I do, just because I think Bill's point and Robert's point is actually pretty important. If we're plunging ahead with the idea that this is what we intend, but the bylaws don't say it, I don't see how we can even really be talking about it.
Erwin Gratz.
I think Bill's thinking along the same line I am, which is why he was just jumping at those. You want to do this, I would say you pass this. The bylaws committee will bring to convention necessary bylaws changes.
Perfect, thank you.
But it doesn't happen until the bylaws change.
Right.
That's correct.
Which we can do in September. Yeah.
If we get on our horse and get it out, yeah.
Yeah, and by that time, the name can be decided upon, and it's all part of the rollout of the fighters plan that we want to debut at EIJ 16 anyway.
Paul, just be clear, I thought in one of our meetings, and other people on the task force, correct me if I'm wrong, Becker said that this was cool. So what did, I mean, is he?
I don't know, I mean, I'm just listening.
I just go by what he says, because I trust him and.
I trust him too, but I guess, listening to the details, listening to what Robert just read from the bylaws, there clearly are a couple of sentences we probably should just pull out. So we'll just move it.
Bob is listening, and I hope he would send an email in or text me.
Joe? Yeah, is the associate description an and or an or?
Maybe, if associates may be.
So it could be, they could be one of any of those three and fit the criteria. It doesn't say they have to be all three, does it?
No, it says maybe.
My
other, well, there's some, it needs some editing. Because the third one about a person wishing to affiliate comes after associates may be. I think you ask Bob to just clean it up and do whatever you guys are going to do with Lynn's proposal.
Okay. Actually, on the cannibalization issue, it says members or persons not eligible for membership. So someone who is not eligible for membership, if you're going to insist on calling them associates, which I disagree with, could not join as an associate because they are eligible to be a member. Unless the bylaws change.
Can I follow on to that? So then.
Oh, could I? Okay, so I was gonna say I did pull up the email. Is that okay, Patty? Do you want me to go over what?
Go ahead, please.
From Becker? Okay. So the question was, and Kretzky had asked, I think Bill and I think Bob, how would this need a bylaws change? Basically, that was the question. So to answer one of the questions below, associate status mainly is a contribution to SPJ, not a membership. But to answer the bottom line, it's very long, sorry.
Becker.
Basically, he said that once this goes forward, it should go on the bylaws committee's agenda for next year to clean up. But that right now.
You lose money because then current associates get a dues drop.
All right.
To direct the bylaws committee to draft some
Well, that's true.
regulations. It's not.
I'll raise
that. Passive bylaws don't.
That's good, I like it.
Well, no, he's not saying that they don't permit it. He's saying that they would need to address just the changes because he found also like 5 other things that are just completely outdated and don't apply.
Well,
So it didn't say that it violates.
I mean, I think we're in conflict with our own bylaws now, that we're considering associates to be members and the bylaws say they're not.
But that's right, we have never officially considered them members. The nomenclature around the table has just used the shorthand, it uses the word member, which is incorrect shorthand. But we're just talking shorthand most of the meetings. What Bob suggested by phone is we could do tiered associates. You could have the $90 PR rate, if that's what you want to call it, and the $20 donor rate.
They are very different. So that was my question. You mentioned we have X number of associate members. They're paying X right now, and that could go away if it's just one flat associate at 20. So do we have that information of how many associates we have?
75. Oh, I thought it was like 75.
Well, 85 the last.
And they've all paid what?
90.
90. So We would hate there to be a disincentive to people who have $95 to give us $95. So perhaps this is a way to get at it. But it really, but then, of course, the word associate and the word supporter are two different things. And I understand we're going to go do the marketing and conceptualize all that at a different point. So I'm not sure what to suggest, except that this has gotten more complicated than it needs to be. I think we all agree the idea of letting people who like the goal of SPJ to be able to support us in some way with dollars is a great idea, but it's gotten a little messy.
Yeah.
I love the idea, but I do think it's going to be confusing that we're going to be calling them associates still, and that's just carries all kinds of bags that I don't understand. But I also don't understand why we can't be a supporter of SPJ member and have a $20 or whatever you want to donate. The minimum is 20. So that would solve that problem.
Well, except that we want some action behind it. We want some kind of strategy behind it, a campaign behind it. And you know, obviously we'll take people's money at any point and we could talk about ways to make that happen. But this was part of a larger idea to have a concerted supporters outreach thing.
May I suggest, with all due respect to this board, this is not a conversation you guys need to have. As a board, what you want to do, clearly, I hear it loud and clear, you want to create a new category that allows people to become monetary supporters of SPJ without becoming members. You should say that. After that, your bylaws committee will make the necessary changes to the bylaws, and you should let your staff figure out how to market it, how to bill it, what the dollar levels are going to be, what's going to work for the organization, how to keep from cannibalizing the $90 membership you get now. That's not really, none of this is a necessary conversation for you guys as a board. I mean, you could be here all day today.
I know, but what's on the table now is essentially taking our $90 associate and making it a $20 associate. So that is why I'm so in support of just creating a new category, keeping those $90 people as associates and creating a new category of SPJ supporter. And I truly respect the work that the committee, that you guys have done. I think the concept is wonderful, but the devil truly is going to be in the details. And I think we're losing money by taking these people who are still willing to give us $90 and making it more confusing for outsiders who want to support us.
I think all we're doing is asking somebody to give us some money. It's why there has to be a category, I don't understand.
Because it makes it easier to market.
Yes.
But if someone just donates $5, $10, $20, $30, $100, $1,000, right now we are currently not doing anything with them. We are also currently not doing anything with the associates. While yes, they may be paying us, we are not engaging or taking advantage of anything that they're doing at all. This is a way to say we want more people to be involved with what SPJ does, what SPJ believes in. And we want it to be people who are maybe members of the public, who maybe are PR people, maybe they're attorneys, whatever they are, they care about what SPJ is doing. And now not only are we going to ask them to come join us, we are going to engage with them, we are going to work with them, and we are going to do it because we know they are part of this group here. They're not the working journalists who we're going to engage with very differently, or the students, which would also be different. These are another separate group.
Michael.
I agree with Erwin, but let me just give you one example. Lynn goes and speaks to South by Southwest. People are like, that's really cool. I didn't realize that about journalism. I want to get involved. What do I do? If the response is, write us a check. That's not as compelling as become part of our discussion, part of our community. Now, the details of that, like Erwin said, if there are still things to work out, great. But if you're questioning the why, you just proposed 10 ideas today, more than a third of the ideas you proposed today for increasing our regular membership was marketing SPJ to non-journalists. Once you do that, where do you want them to go? This may be an imperfect solution, it may be an interim solution, but it was Lynn's attempt to point them somewhere. So I don't think the discussion should be $20, $25. I think I usually defer to the Roman censors in the back of the room when it comes to how to get to the end point. But I think what would be nice if we agree at least giving Lynn something to continue with. Like, do you agree with that concept? If you don't, then all bets are off.
Yeah,
but otherwise, we're getting in the weeds.
But if we don't, and I'm just being very honest because I've been working on this for over a year now, if we don't group them, I think it's not gonna work. I'm very, like, because I do exactly what Michael said. We're gonna go and say, oh, well, you can donate to us. It's great. Yeah, here, I'll take your $20. We're not giving them anything to be a part of. And that's what people want. They want to be a part of. They want to say, I'm getting this newsletter now, which is separate because it's identified for them as supporters, not as journalists. Oh, there's maybe a website that just is designed a little bit differently. Things are marketed a little bit differently, but it's the same content. But it's for them. They can belong to this instead of just, oh, I donated to SPJ and I got nothing.
Tom Johnson.
So I get it, we have two objectives. One is to potentially engage people who might become members of various schools. The other one is to raise money. No?
Yeah.
I'm suggesting that what we're learning in the museum world, at least in Santa Fe, is that people don't donate for altruistic reasons. They much rather would identify with a specific project or a specific task, whether it's supporting an exhibit, whether it's supporting scholarships or whatever. If we come at it that way, using sort of a Kickstarter kind of model to say, here's a project we're going to do where we're going to train high school kids in the state of Connecticut in Open Records Act or whatever it might be. What will you donate? And drive that and harvest those names and communicate specifically with those people to keep them up on what the project is. We might be able to accomplish both of those goals in more definable, actionable ways.
So who does that though? That's my question.
Well, then, yeah, that becomes the opportunity cost, and that I don't know. If somebody's going to do a project like that, training high school kids in Connecticut, then it's going to take a task force, perhaps led by a board member and other people in Connecticut to work that project out.
No, and I absolutely, I think that's a great idea, but then you're looking at one volunteer for one project for one time. Yeah. Which might be great, and we can do that now, whereas versus this is something that staff would help put resources behind with the marketing, separate newsletter, and these people would be supporting projects like that. I mean, that's kind of the goal.
Perhaps the role of the staff is to help us create a plug-in site, a template for projects like that have the objectives, who's going to be involved, what contributions do we need, et cetera, as opposed to actually doing the marketing on it.
But it doesn't happen now. So for me, this is a way to say, let's make this happen.
Okay, let's go back to the motion that's on the table. And barring any new discussion of any new points.
Call the question.
Thank you. The question has been called. There's a motion on the table made by Lynn and seconded by Sue. I think the understanding behind the motion is that the bylaws committee will clean up the bylaws, Erwin, Bill, Bob, such that it would match. And by the time any bylaws have to be approved at EIJ 16 anyway. We're gonna, in a couple minutes, we're gonna be talking about bylaws changes as well. Motion on the table, question's been called. All in, yes.
Just a question too, so these people are members or are not members?
So, okay, I guess it depends
We've
on,
gone back and forth,
I think it would depend on the naming, right? According right now in the bylaws, no, they're technically, I guess, not called members. But when we get our membership report, they're on there. So I don't know what you want to say about that there. And honestly, if we get all these people, we get 1,000 people and we go, I don't know, to a state house and try to, advocate on behalf of a bill, yes, I would say we would call them our members in the way that we talk about them.
Say we have 7,000 members and supporters.
And supporters.
Bingo. Okay. Question's been called. All in favor of Lynn's motion, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Nay.
The ayes have it.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you for all the work that you put into this. This is an idea that Lynn brought to the Finance Committee last year when we were in, where were we? Indianapolis. And we've been talking about it, and she and the group have done some wonderful work, so thank you.
And the task force too for their
That's what I'm saying,
support.
she and the task force, yes.
And for the record, I abstained on that vote.
Any other abstentions?
So we had Alex opposed, Bill abstains, anyone else? Not vote in favor?
Who did you have, Chuck?
I had Alex opposed, Bill abstaining.
I'm also opposed.
You were opposed, okay.
You know we're assuming.
Opposed.
Opposed?
Okay. It is 3:35. So we will take a very quick break at 4 o'clock and we'll keep moving through our agenda. Okay? The next item on here is the opt-out membership practices by chapters. Tara Puckett.
Yeah, so
Wake up, Michael.
hopefully you've had a chance to read the memo, and I know there was some discussion via email as well. Quite some time ago, we used to automatically affiliate people with chapters. So if you joined, your zip code determined the nearest chapter to you, and you were affiliated with that chapter, regardless of if that chapter charged dues and you paid them or not. We moved away from that, and there's a place in the memo that talks about the discussion at the board level. And so ever since then, we have been only affiliating people when they have made the choice to do so. So that is either they write in the chapter on a membership brochure, they select a drop-down chapter on the website, they let us know on the phone, something like that. So that was kind of the spirit of how we've been doing things. A gray area popped up recently where we were asked to affiliate people by an opt-out method. So by saying to members, we're going to include you in our chapter unless you let us know that you don't want to be. And so we kind of weren't sure what to do with that. In the past, staff has asked other chapter leaders if they have somebody they would like to add, to have that person contact us directly. And so that's kind of where we are. We are trying to figure out if the opt-out method needs to change the way that we affiliate people and the procedure we use to do that.
You're asking for board guidance.
Correct.
Rebecca?
Okay. I think that if you are the only professional chapter in your state, Florida Pro, New Jersey Pro, you're it, you're the only game in town, and you do not charge any dues, I think everybody should be in. Because like I said, you're the only game in town, there's no other pro chapter competing with you in your state, okay? And you don't charge any dues anyway, so there's nothing to really opt into essentially. So in those specific cases where only game in town, no membership dues, everybody should be affiliated, but only in those cases.
Bill?
In the DC area, and does Virginia charge dues?
Yes.
And Maryland charges dues?
Yes.
There are certain counties in Maryland that DC Pro draws from. And certain counties in Virginia that DC Pro draws from. And Maryland and Virginia don't touch journalists in those counties. And there is a list at headquarters, a list of zip codes that I've got in one of my binders that says that. So the New York State model isn't exactly right. I mean, now there are a couple of chapters in New York State, is that right?
Now there's one chapter in New York State, the Deadline Club, which is based in New York City.
That's the only one in the state?
No, there's Long Island.
Long Island, I stand corrected, you're right, the Press Club of Long Island. Long Island is a world. So, yeah, the Press Club of Long Island as well, but those are both very downstate ones, so.
And you charge dues and Long Island charges.
Absolutely.
Okay. So it would.
So Tara, you're asking, should this be procedure or should it be included in the procedures? Should there be one of another option that we?
I am asking for guidance as to how we should handle this moving forward. Is this an okay practice for other chapters to duplicate? And if it is done so in that way and we are provided a list of people to affiliate, we affiliate those people regardless of whether we have talked directly to them or not.
Michael, did it work? Would you do it again?
Yes, it worked.
Nobody opted out, right?
No. So here's just three quick things. Number one, there are two other chapters in Florida. They don't do anything, and I'm going to make a motion next meeting to get rid of them because they suck. Number two, when Florida did this, just so you know, they weren't like, we're going to work around this. They didn't know, they didn't ask me first. So they just did this thing because they have this theory, which I would love to actually have proven by numbers, which is that if you are an unaffiliated member of SPJ, are you more likely to stick around more than if you're a member of an active chapter? So for no more money, the email basically said, you get more stuff. So they were looking at it as a way of membership retention. And the idea for them, this came from our discussions, because, hey, we should do more about membership. So if you are going to talk about this for looking for guidance for her, you could really make it narrow, or even the fact that they're probably not going to do it again because they got so much crap the first time. They were just trying to do this good thing. What they are doing now, by the way, they're individually contacting people and they're sending the information to Tara. So Jason Parsley is our membership guy. He's emailing individual people, hey, how would you like, you're in a crappy chapter that hasn't done anything for 5 years, or you're unaffiliated, would you like to join our chapter? It costs you nothing. You can get money, you get services and whatever. And and when he gets a yes, he's sending it directly to Tara. So this may even be academic. I think the overall philosophical question is still sound, which is, what do you guys think? Is it better? Do our members are going to stick around if they're unaffiliated or affiliated? And I think the caveat to that is, and a very interesting theory from SPJ Florida is, you are probably more likely to drop out of SPJ if you are affiliated to a crappy chapter, because your expectations have been raised. Even if you didn't pay any local dues. If you pay local dues, even worse. I paid $15. I joined this chapter. I've never heard from them. They haven't done anything. I'm going to drop. And maybe being unaffiliated, you might stick around longer. But at the pinnacle is probably, hey, be affiliated with an active chapter. Even if I don't go, I see they're doing stuff. I'll keep giving you the money.
Michael, actually, I can provide some information here because this is something, and we'll get to the 41% committee proposal next. But as part of our research a year or so ago, you're correct. You're more likely to, there's a slight skew for dropping out if you're a chapter member. You're correct in what you just said. And it may be because of what
you're less likely to drop out if you're a member of an active chapter.
Other way around. Which may be counterintuitive, but that's the case. Kate Heller, who has not spoken yet.
Oh, okay. I just had a question, and now I feel like it's gonna halt the discussion for a second. For the opt-out, if you're registering and you decide to opt out of a chapter, can you pick a different one? Because I know I've had issues with students who are trying to join and their zip code will not let them join because their address for their credit card or whatever is their home address in a different state.
Yeah, so
I know, like I've called in a couple times for a couple people over the years, but I didn't know if recently that had been fixed, or with this opt-out it would be an option.
So the current system now pulls down available chapters based on state. So when you put in your address, it pulls down available chapters based on state. And so
it's not like a Amazon site where you have a billing address and a shipping address?
Yes, you do have a billing address and a shipping address that you can enter in there.
Well, then why does it refuse to?
Whichever one is that first one on the website, that's the one it pulls off.
I think it's the billing. Last time I helped someone register, it was the billing.
So before we get any further down this road, when we move to the new system, everybody will have the availability for all chapters.
Okay, that's what
yes, but at the current time, if you want to change chapters in the middle of the year or anything like that, then yes, that does require letting us know.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Because what I was going to say is that, do you differentiate between home address and business address? The contest chair of the New Jersey Pro chapter lives in New Jersey, works for Bloomberg in Manhattan. The whatever Colin's title is, the Deadline Club in New York City, works in New York City, lives in New Jersey. And plus the whole, if Philadelphia ever majestically rose from the ashes, okay, it's not gonna, but 2 counties in New Jersey were considered Philadelphia. So there's always a little.
So in many of those places, Chicago is a good example. The East Coast is a very good example. We've tried to do a very good job of including other states where chapters may overlap in that area. But like I said, it's kind of a moot point because we're moving away from that, and everybody will see all 150 chapters.
Okay, Matt Hall.
I'm a numbers guy, so I have 2 specific numbers questions for you. But broadly, I think that local chapters should be allowed some leeway. So I'm not sure that this is a policy that we should implement, but I do think there's a couple questions involving analytics or statistics, metrics that come into play. One is, how many extra members did you guys add?
I think it was 90 to 100.
130, I
Really,
believe.
130?
So that's important, because that's 2 more votes at a convention.
No, that you added or that you reached out to?
It's the same thing, right?
Yeah, because we only got.
No one opted out.
Few
Yeah.
people,
Okay.
no,
All
few
right,
people
so
opted
you
out.
Opted out.
Few people did.
Okay, so 130.
Just as, people opted out, including the people that we booted from the board 6 years ago. But no, so we had some opt out, but we gained, you're right, that's the relevant point, that we got more delegates, and if that's a problem, that's a legitimate concern. Although, what are you voting for these days? Like,
Well, it's
a resolution on how awesome policy?
2 votes, so in the grand scheme of things, it's probably not a lot. But it's good data for us to have. And then the other is, technology is very easy to find out who opened your email. Do you know how many actually opened of the
They
100?
use MailChimp, I'm sure they have
If
that.
they only emailed the people who they know that opened. So if someone didn't open, they did not give that to Tara into National, because
So how
they use
many?
MailChimp.
So the 130 is people you know
Yes,
opened.
Yes.
they opened the email. Yeah, because they
Well, how many emails did you send?
sent like 2 something, 300.
So half or something.
They blanketed the state of Florida. And I used their mailing list. This is another thing where I think Synergy really works, is we have a really active contest, which is why I don't charge local dues. Got a lot of people, so part of that mailing list is all the people that submitted our awards and were not members. They were lumped into that mailing list because they took your guys' edict really seriously about membership. And what's an easy category for getting more members? People that joined, people that entered our contest and didn't pay up. You have a really good idea, like maybe we'll do that. Maybe we'll just boost the fee so the discount makes up the difference, but that's who they went after.
So just to clarify, you know how many people opened your
Yes.
things. That's how many people you added.
Yes.
And we're talking about 2 votes for delegates. So that's right there. This should not be a national discussion. That should be a chapter discussion, given those numbers, in my opinion.
Any shots?
First of all, we're talking about 2 different things here. We've grouped them into one. One is that we have this policy nationwide of signing people to chapters, and we decided to stop doing that. If the discussion was about should we carve out an exemption and assign people to chapters where there's no dues, I might be receptive to that. But that's not what happened. What happened is a chapter took it upon themselves, and I don't want this to be accusatory because I don't think they did anything wrong. There's no malice. And I actually commend them for the initiative they took, and I feel bad that they feel dumped upon because of this. But the fact is that what happened is they decided that people cannot be trusted to return a yes. So an opening of an email is treated as yes, and I find that bizarre. I would like to clarify this, that the chapter should not be doing this because that goes against the spirit of what we do, but let's look at it differently then, of whether somebody should be attached to a chapter that does not charge dues. Now, you could look at it 2 ways. I mean, Florida's a really good chapter. It's going to be good for them to be part of it. It's local, get them active. It could also be assigned to a crappy chapter that doesn't charge dues, and what does that accomplish? So let's have that discussion, but we're not addressing that. We're treating one as the other.
Tara, you got your hand up.
Yeah, I was just gonna bring up a point here that I think we kind of touched on, but didn't, and this is a piece where I feel like we need clarification as well. So while you can show that they opened the emails, then are we comfortable with, and again, guidance is what we're looking for here, not necessarily a policy. Are we comfortable changing the chapter affiliation of someone without hearing from that person directly?
Just
go ahead,
opening an email now.
Michael?
If the only thing that I think would upset SPJ Florida at this point, and I would understand it, when they email, and you're right, they could have said, send us an email back, but the way the email was worded was, hey, well, we're SPJ, just hitting you up, thank you for entering a contest, doing all these great things. Instead of having them send an email back, it's just to make their lives easier. But if you decide you don't want to do that, my only hope is, and their hope is, that we don't have to go back and do something stupid like, oh, just kidding. You now have to send an email back to be a member, because then we're just going to lose 130 people. So, like I said, I don't think this is good. If it's a problem, they're not going to do it again. They're just going to individually contact people. Their big fear is, I mean, they would like to keep doing it, but, they'll deal. But the worst possible scenario would be that we're gonna go back to 130 people because we have an internal minuscule debate and make their lives more difficult.
Were the other crappy chapters in Florida consulted?
No.
Did they know you were poaching?
They know I'm trying to kill them.
Because I think.
They've done zero programming for 5 years.
Were you approaching people who were members of that chapter or people who were members of no chapter?
Both.
That's poaching.
You're right, we poached from a chapter that has done nothing in 5 years.
Now, let me say that we may have some beneficial unintended consequences here.
What's that?
Should a chapter do this and it be allowed, it helps to solve the 41% problem. Because everybody becomes represented. And it encourages chapters to charge no dues, which if you have contests and dinner and other income, you could probably do. I mean, DC Pro is sitting on 80 grand for no reason. I think they ought to do away with dues. And we could affiliate our 130. So those are the two unintended consequences that might be beneficial. But I don't like poaching.
Robin?
We did exactly what Jason's doing right now. We got the Kentucky roster and I looked at it and looked for, there's another chapter in Kentucky, Bluegrass in Lexington. And I looked specifically for Louisville people who were within a reasonable distance and contacted them. We picked up 20 to 30 members pretty easily. We did away with dues at the same time. We did this about 2 years ago. And then I passed the list along to Patty Cross from the Lexington chapter and said, there's people living in your city who are members of SPJ who are not a member of your chapter. You may wish to approach them. Here's the list. I don't know if they ever did anything with it. They still have dues, so they have that issue.
But you weren't poaching.
I was no. And to me, that's no. I don't like that at all, because Bluegrass could one day wake up and say, you know what? We'd like to have all their members and send them an email and say, you didn't respond in 5 days. Hey, Linda, transfer all of and they would never do that. But this could create a precedent for that. What Jason's doing right now, the individual things, that's great. I think it's wonderful.
Joe?
One of our concerns initially, and this Rebecca's comment about you can only be the one chapter in the only state. There's Region 10, nobody charges dues. And so one of the things we were concerned about when looking at SPJ holistically was an arms race. Like whoever could get the email out first gets all the members, because everybody in the state is unaffiliated. Now, there's multiple chapters in that state. So if we carve out a separate treatment for instances where there's only one active chapter, we think that that's going to be okay and very clear. In the issue of Florida, there's 2 active chapters still in the books that the board has not voted to inactivate, and the chapter still did it. So who gets to decide if a chapter is active or inactive in each one of those regions? From a standpoint of process.
This board does, because we vote to inactivate chapters every September.
Right, but if the email goes out before that action, can it be allowed? And what we're dealing with is we're trying to manage 300 chapters in the same way across the board. And what's happening is we're being put in a position to manage them one by one. It's creating this notion where every chapter needs to be handled differently. And that's really difficult at the staff level when you're dealing with multiple chapters who have multiple scenarios with different due structures. It's really difficult to treat 1 or 2 chapters different.
I will say, so they did consult me about this. I didn't know they were doing anything wrong. I'm totally okay with it. So if anyone wants to get mad at anyone, please get mad at me, because I read the email, I looked over everything, I said, this is a great idea. And I still think it's a great idea. Here's why I think it's a great idea. I live in San Diego. Tried to join the San Diego chapter. I could not go on and do anything myself. I gave money to the San Diego chapter. They couldn't do anything. So I had to go through 1, 2, 3 steps because I have to personally email headquarters. That's insane. That is so difficult. I'm sorry, like that's crazy. I had to, I logged into my SPJ account. So that means you're asking members who don't know their member ID. You have to go find it. All of this, that's like what, 15 minutes once you're logged in? Try to change it. I understand this may be changing, but this is what we have now. That didn't work. I then emailed Matt and Lisa on the board. They were like, oh, well, just give us the $10. I did, but they couldn't add me. So I had to then send an email to headquarters. That's a process. I did it because I'm dedicated to SPJ. Members just aren't going to do that. And in this day and age, like to me, saying if I get an email and it says opt out or let us know if you don't want to be involved, that is good enough to me. I really do think that is. And now it's not going to work in every situation because there might be multiple chapters, but in this situation and in general, if there is a similar situation where they're not poaching and there's no other chapter that they're going to make upset, I'm totally okay with it. Because it makes it easier, it gets more members. And for this chapter, these are going to be members who are engaged, who have great programming, who otherwise weren't receiving any emails or information.
Tara.
Just to clarify, if chapters are collecting local dues at events and things like that, they have to let us know that they've collected that money. Otherwise, we have no other way of knowing. So we encourage chapters to just shoot us a quick list and we can change that affiliation. The other piece of it comes with specifically when we're talking about the other chapters in Florida. One of those chapters does charge dues. And so now we're talking about unaffiliating someone from a chapter that they've paid money to belong to. So this is, like Joe was saying, we're talking about all these individual scenarios.
This is
And if we need to look at that.
This is a particular situation. It's never going to happen again. Those chapters are going to be dead by September.
We don't know if that's ever going to happen again. We're setting policy for the future, right?
Another chapter, Florida did it. Why can't we?
And I would say let them. If the situation, I guess
I'm
I'm
saying
okay.
that
You're
this
asking if you're
particular-
okay with an opt-out situation. I'm saying I am.
But you're right. I when I knew about this, I didn't think it was. I thought, maybe I was wrong because we have so many policies, that when we first started doing this chapter affiliation thing, that was a national policy, and the local chapter wanted to do whatever the hell. They always say they can do whatever the hell they want to do. Partly it's my fault too. I told SPJ Florida, I'm sorry, but whatever we decide or whatever guidance we give to headquarters, I think we need to keep in mind that after all of this conversation today, our job is to make it as easy as possible for people to get stuff out of SPJ, even if that means it makes our life a little weird at a board level. I will tell you that, they're with the calls they're making now, that's really working, but even the opt-out thing, it still works. And if someone there are a couple of people that actually said they want to stay unaffiliated or with another chapter out of state. We'll do all that paperwork. I don't want to make more headquarters paperwork either. But I also don't want to do this thing where, like Lynn is saying, for SPJ Florida, we've had people, we just told Tara about it the other day. We had people trying to sign up and it's still a problem. Even when that gets fixed, it's going to be a little buggy for a while. Why lose numbers now? And then if everything changes, we get a better database and a lot of this stuff that Lynn says goes away, then we can change. But why do something now that's going to affect how we service the people that are paying us?
Joe.
Would it be helpful if the board heard what staff wants, so that you can just respond with a yes or a no, as opposed to coming up with
I think that would be, because I don't know where we're headed with this conversation.
Staff would like that we no longer allow chapters to do opt-out emails, regardless of who's there. No more opt-out chapter emails. Make people say, yes, I want to be a member of a chapter, or give money to the chapter specifically. That's what we would like. We don't want to go back with Florida. Let Florida stay as, we don't want to do that. Like they were in, we don't want to hurt any members. It would be a bad idea to rip the Band-Aid off that wound. Leave Florida as it is. They did it. Let's move on, but let's not do it in the future. That's what staff's preference would be.
I would agree with that.
I'd like to clarify
Is there
too.
anybody who would make a motion?
Let Tara clarify first, because I probably
Tara,
just
clarify.
Let me let you talk.
Clarify me, Tara.
So one of those things is this does not stop chapters from reaching out to people and asking them if they would like to be affiliated, nor does it stop them from taking people on at events. But it's helpful for headquarters for us to hear from the member directly. And if they answer an email from Jason and he forwards it on to us, that's totally fine. But it's helpful for us to know that that's what the member wants. So that's just a little bit of clarification.
So no opt-out email, but certainly it's okay to reach out to unaffiliates and ask them but there be a step that triggers
And
a
there was
change
a very
of.
key word in what Patty said, on affiliates. They should not be poaching.
Michael?
Question. So is the option, just to be clear for all you guys, if South Florida sends another email to a bunch of unaffiliated members It says, hey, would you like to join our chapter? Just click here. And then it says, it comes back as a yes, and we send it to you. Is that enough, or they gotta fill out a whole bunch of stuff?
No, they
Okay,
can
so-
just, they can just say yes.
So if
'Cause
they
that's
just
what
click a
I've
button,
done
if
for
they click a
years.
radio button and it comes back on our MailChimp, we send that list to you, they're cool.
If they say yes.
If they say
It's
yes.
a one click, they don't gotta do anything else.
Sent to Linda?
Because I still think it should be
Yes.
fine, but that's the compromise, because I'm not a compromising person. If, I just want to be clear, so that would be enough, nothing else but one click.
As long as their name is attached from it and, that comes from them, then
And
I'm
that's
fine
fine.
with that.
They're
Yeah.
certifying
Make it
assent
Yes.
to being added to Florida Pro.
All right.
Okay, does anybody want to make that a motion?
I will make that a motion.
I'll second.
What is the motion?
Yeah, let's have
Further
language.
discussion, Andy,
Um,
on the motion.
Then affirmative, I make the motion that, that chapters need affirmative assent,
There's no
Affirmation.
opt-out. The ability to send opt-out letters
Yes.
remains prohibited.
yes,
But chapters may contact members,
unaffiliated members,
unaffiliated members.
and have them opt in.
But we need to have this motion say within their containment area, or their catchment area, whatever you want to call it.
Then there's
Service-
state,
It's called service.
Well, it's not state
Service.
because you
Your
don't want
service area.
state line poaching Long Island.
It's called service area in our bylaws. I don't know.
Service area, all right, that's good.
I might make this a little bit easier for us. The guidance discussion that you've had is fine. If you feel that we need a specific motion and policy, that's cool. But from a staff perspective, the guidance and show of hands is good enough for us before we start getting into the nitty gritty.
Next time, could you just tell us what you want at the beginning?
In hindsight, we should have, but
On
sometimes I
everything.
feel like staff shouldn't just tell you what to do. It's like it's your organization, we work for you.
Well, if we don't like it, we'll vote against it.
So it's very nice.
But you know how the mechanics
Do we-
work,
do
and
we
we
want to-
don't, fortunately.
do we want to continue with the motion and the vote, or do we want to take the guidance that we provided and they run with it?
I would say the guys, I
I
would
think
say.
just guidance, yeah.
We still have the poaching problem.
All those in favor?
They poach. And we're grandfathering that. In this one case.
Sonny Alvarado.
Hi, thanks for allowing me to speak. To listening to this conversation, great interest, because Bill may know the specifics of the boundaries where his chapter draws people. But I can guarantee you that most people in most states where there's more than one chapter don't know what their boundaries
Linda will send you a list.
And then how do we find that out?
Linda will send you a list. That's how I found out.
I think what we heard was people can recruit, I suppose, if that's what we're saying. That's your question, right? Can people send out an email and say, please join our chapter instead of theirs? Is that your question? Because what we just heard was you can't email people unless they're unaffiliated. Is that what I heard?
Correct. That's the guidance.
So people cannot email people who are members of another chapter.
That begs the question, what happens if they do?
Well,
Florida did.
So what happens if they do or did?
Well, we're about to
In
grandfather.
Florida's case, nothing, but going forward, what happens if they do?
Andy.
I think this has gotten a little bit more complicated than we imagined, because one thing is we're treating everybody as if they can only belong to one chapter, and that's not true. So that, I don't know how you even broach that. My motion is going to be something a lot more broad and succinct, which is SPJ should do no opt-out marketing, period. Anywhere.
Is that a motion?
Yes.
I second it.
I'm sorry, Andy, can you discussion?
As SPJ nationally and locally shall do no opt-out marketing.
In the future, since that allowing the grandfathering of the Florida situation.
I just think that's a really bad idea, because as things change, as marketing changes, as social media changes, as our needs change, who knows when there might be a really important issue and we want to say, do you support this? If you don't support this, don't respond. Those could be members. We could go advocate on behalf. I just think putting anything set in stone like that as like a board vote, to me, very uncomfortable with it as things change.
What I don't
Communication
understand is
changes.
what we gain from treating somebody who doesn't respond as if they did. I can't get past that.
I mean, I get emails all the time, like, if you don't respond, then it's a yes. I guess I'm okay with that. I am as an individual okay with that. I am okay with, because if you read the email and this, they can tell who read the email, then all you had to do was say, no, thank you.
Is it
What
read
if
the
you
email
just-
or open the
let's-
email
But
though?
what if you were so opposed, you hit delete?
You open it, you're like, this is crap, I delete it.
I guess I'm very opposed to putting something like that in stone, saying we will never do this. We're opposed
I
to
think
this.
it's a big, I think what you're seeing here is an age difference too. I think there is a difference. I don't know, Kate, what do you think? I mean,
Between,
I mean, it's, my question is, did they actually scroll all the way down to the bottom of the email, or did they just open it? Because I accidentally open emails all the time on my phone, and I'm like, oh, this is crap, throw away. And it's that, like, maybe I opted into a bunch of random stuff, I have no idea.
here's the thing, it's so funny is what you opted into is nothing. Like you opted into being part of our chapter, so all that's really gonna happen is you can participate in more stuff and you get one more email newsletter that you can also opt out of. So I understand what you're saying. I agree with Lynn that you probably don't wanna, if all they want is some guidance and the guidance here is like, yeah, it's probably not a good thing to do, then I don't know that this is it gonna come up again? And if it does, they can.
Do we?
We have a motion on the floor.
We have a motion on the floor. The question is, do we want to make this a voted policy or have we provided enough guidance to the staff? And Bill, you're still pissed off they poached.
I like to make this a
But that doesn't
policy.
have to be the motion.
Right.
I'll second a motion that Bill's pissed off.
Just for what it's worth, I'm with Lynn. I don't think that we should bind our hands. We seem to have a consensus that we agree it's bad form, and I think that's great for staff, and I think it's good for us.
Which is all the staff wanted in the first place.
Yeah.
Who seconded this motion?
I did,
Will you withdraw your second?
sure.
Andy, will you withdraw your motion?
because I'm not just talking about this, I'm vehemently anti-opt-out in general.
I
find
think the idea is that opt-out is not a favored way to do things here. And should somebody try it again, not only Bill's gonna be pissed off. So if you wanna make your motion, your second's been withdrawn. Is there a second to Andy's motion? We need to keep moving.
Well, there is no second.
Your motion fails for lack of a second. Do we have a decent understanding, Tara and Joe?
Yep.
Okay.
We're cool.
It is 4:05. Let's take a 5-minute break. We've got several things, important items left on our agenda.
Does anyone else want to
No,
confess
I
that they
think
did
that's
this before? Other than Robin?
All last semester, so I. Oh my God. I'm not the. And I decided bothering to take it off.
I got some annual.
So here's a question.
Okay. All right, awesome. Thank you. Thank you. Good. It's been good. Cleaning it up.
No, it's okay. No, it's just, I guess for me, it's frustrating because it's
Abby and Billy work together because Billy makes, or Tony makes the PDF, and then Billy to go to. Billy does the website, PDFs, Abby oversees making all those together. That's been a problem we've had forever. Just getting what it says on the website to match the PDFs. It shouldn't be that hard.
It should, but it's
All of our work, it seems like.
well, the Maggie's credit.
And it won't.
You know what? I don't want to.
Yes. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Facts.
But I just want to make sure that the other thing is,
Can you email that to somebody?
I did.
Okay.
we may have.
She has,
she wants it, she's in the middle.
Well, no, she didn't say, she said she gets it. The good thing is you're gonna age really well. Because no one's gonna look, I think the issue for sophomore is.
The nomination is what the deadline is.
That's what I figured.
And you will have hit the deadline for the nomination. It'll just be one more piece of information.
We don't know what's allowed.
If anybody.
If someone would have told me.
Just in case.
You know how we are, we
don't.
don't.
Well, I
I'm
know.
a loosey-goosey.
That's fine.
I'm not gonna suggest otherwise.
Totally agree.
Don't, when the conversation began as,
Yeah,
hey, you might not, you might have to go back.
totally agree. Great.
You might have to go back and contact these people. That's Warren's like, I'm not going back and talking to them.
No, I would not do that.
And that was the original thing. So that's why this got to be. I tried to kill him before. Because they thought it was 3 years. Oh, because they thought they were.
But they did a minimum program.
No, this is what they do. They put that into the program. Mixer, we talked about diversity. Mixer, we talked about Hawaii. The Mixer is always just them, but the Mixer's always the same bar. And they have 12,000, they have 8, 4, 6. The check will eventually back because they're going to run out of dollars, thousands of dollars. And it's just, I tried to get rid of the chapter before, Robbie O'Brien.
Yes, it was funny, like,
They're not doing.
I was asking about like, how much
In fact,
money
I am talking to him
generate
about starting
for the
chapter.
position
I had more active people that wanted to start, the film chapter, and he started
Just
just,
nice that there's this.
because they went to the chapter. And they
In their area.
They basically told me,
I explained the hiring process of how it's
this
involved.
year, I said.
It's so weird.
Oh, wait. Yeah, should do some jumping back.
You're on?
Need that drink tonight. Track you on everything.
Oh, yeah. People members, yes.
All right, everybody, if you can take your seats, we've got 47 minutes and a bunch of important stuff to do.
When you renew, you can change.
Oh,
So I have.
You will?
41%.
Okay.
Aye.
Just keep saying I called the motion.
Yeah.
Right. I call the question. Yep.
Working on it.
I still have.
All right, we got everybody? Okay. The next item that we have on the agenda is the unaffiliated member task force, or the membership representation task force, or the 41% task force. And let me give you the executive summary so that we can frame the issue, so that we can have discussion that is on point about it. This is a group that I started when Dana appointed me to look at it more than a year ago. There are probably 4 or 5 members of the group in this room right now. This is an effort to solve the problem of representation at SPJ's National Convention. It's been a problem that dates back to Robert Ledger's era.
Oh, before that.
Probably before that.
Yeah.
The gist of it is the bylaws, which Joe Skeel pointed out, are antiquated. The only way to have representation at the convention, which is the supreme governing body, is to be a member of a chapter. We've been aware that there are members who are not. There are a lot of SPJ people who are not affiliated with the chapter. We just went through part of the permutation on that. With Joe and Tara's help, in late 2014, we put a number to it. It's 41%, which is nearly half the members don't have any say at the convention. Dana asked me to look at it. I drew on some talented people to work on it. We did surveys, we did research. The recommendation that we made last year, you'll recall, was to adopt a simple system of at-large representation. That did the least amount of violence to the bylaws, and that would solve the problem, which would allow the unaffiliated members to have representatives at convention. When I became president, I passed that on to Alex, who had served on the task force as a member. She and her group continued to work on language. They knocked heads a little bit with the bylaws committee. I think, and you have it in here because the executive committee met on Monday with a recommendation. Both groups are now in agreement with the idea of having the at-large delegates. The devil is in the details, like it always is. What we're doing today, assuming we do it, is to vote to refer this on with the board's backing and recommendation, because only the convention delegates themselves can make a bylaws change. The executive committee voted to adopt the system, but to use language that was suggested by the bylaws committee, which is simple and direct. It doesn't put a lot of the selection of these delegates into the bylaws themselves. Their view was, let's not clutter the bylaws. Let's just make it said something like the board will set the procedure for choosing the delegates. There's a second recommendation, a second proposal, which comes to you without a recommendation from the executive committee either way. It's whether the convention can send a proposal onto a binding referendum of the membership. According to several members of the bylaws committee, they can already do that. And the question is, that's not well known. That has not been well publicized. We decided that it really should be well publicized if that's an option, which is why it doesn't come with a recommendation either way. You can decide to send that on to the convention or not with your backing. So let's separate out the two proposals. And Alex, if you have anything to add.
Well, I don't have too much to add. As everyone knows, Paul started this initiative. What the task force has done And if you read the report in January, we answered a lot of the questions that you might have, why the regional model, for example. What we have done is we've laid out a lot of what we think would be good guidelines for running this, assuming the delegates decide to pass the regional delegate model, which we think are pretty good. The things that we think are really key to include in any bylaws that we pass are the regional delegate model, and we also, something that was in earlier discussions, some of you may have followed, was what role the RDs should have. We do think that headquarters should take the lead on the selection of the delegates, but we do think there's a role for RDs to play in supporting it. So that's what the first proposal you have there. With the second, that's really come up because at the last two conventions and the closing meeting, there's been a lot of confusion, and there's been debate during the closing session, not about the issue at hand, but about procedures. Some delegates wanted to vote to put resolutions out to a membership vote. Those never came to a vote because they were told that would, some people thought that would require bylaws amendments, some people didn't. We don't want to spend a lot of time in closing business sessions arguing over what delegates are allowed to do. We feel that should be something that is made clear from the start of the closing business session, what they are allowed to do. So that's why we recommended that to this board and bringing that to delegates. And hopefully people think we have a good plan here and they want to send something to the delegates to discuss, because ultimately they will be the deciders.
So going back, and I think it would be a good idea if we separated out the two proposals to discuss them separately.
Oh, and one other thing there, Paul, I'm sorry, was one of our recommendations was that if we bring them both to the delegates, that they actually be discussed on and voted on separately, because they are two different issues.
That's fine.
We do not want to package them.
Okay, they are not, I don't think they've been considered as a package, all right. Recall that this is only a recommendation to the convention from the board of directors. Okay, I'll entertain a motion that we recommend in the first proposal, adoption of an at-large delegate system. And I'll go ahead and entertain the motion.
Second.
Okay. Eddie?
No.
Okay. So, recall that the executive committee said keep it general. That was our recommendation. So, further discussion.
Well, go ahead, Matt.
I just think it's a great idea. We're talking about 40% of our membership. They need to be represented, period. It's interesting that we made motions because our regions, or your ex-region now that you're on the ladder, are the two that have the most
yes, they do.
Highest percentage of
yeah, you're right.
Of unaffiliated people. I know this has been Kresge's thing for a long time, and I just think it's, if we're going to do this, we should have done it a long time ago. So let's do it now.
Okay. Any further discussion?
First, I just wanted to say Alex, you did an amazing job organizing all this and staying on top of this. Very, very good. Because it got very detailed. You did a great job. I was on the committee. I would say I do just want to make it clear. I do not think this is the best way. I want everyone to have a voice. I think this is creating more work for staff than is necessary. And I know that maybe is mentioned in the report. I don't know that it's highlighted as much as maybe it should be, in my opinion. It is, yes, it's going to give people more of a voice, which is good. But it is going to take work for staff, extra work that they're currently not doing right now. We also just talked about all these great ideas. It's going to take extra work that they're currently not doing right now. They can't do it all. I know, as I talked to Joe, they're going to make it work, but that means some things may fall below, or they're going to have to make decisions about, they may have to tell us no on some things, or we're going to have to reevaluate. To me, I think everyone should be able to vote. I think we have the technology to let that happen. So that's just my opinion. I'm glad we're widening it. I don't think this is the best way. I think everyone should just really one number, one vote.
Give it shots.
I was also on the committee, and I'm glad that we're taking steps to represent people who aren't represented right now, and I agree with Lynn entirely in concept, but we have not figured out a way to actually vote on things that can change as they come up for delegates on the floor, and that includes the most important stuff that we do. So until we figure out a way to change a principle in the code of ethics and send it back out for a vote, and that doesn't work, then change it again. There's no way to do that right now, so I support what the committee is offering.
Also, if everything's one member, one vote, then there's no need for delegates in the first place.
Yeah, sorry.
Bill?
If every member is voting on a delegate through the chapter process or whatever way it works, if they've elected their board, the chapter board appoints the delegates, then at all 100% of the members are somehow represented, either by a regional delegate or a chapter delegate, then you have representation. The same as everybody's represented by the 20, however many of us there are.
Tom?
Are we bifurcated between membership voting on issues, bylaw change at the convention, or just more broadly? That is,
The convention is the supreme governing body. Any and all action that is taken on behalf of SPJ has to be done by the convention. That's the way it's written.
but in the past, it's been delegates to the convention, as opposed to anybody attending the convention.
It's delegate, it's the delegate, yes, it's the delegates who attend the convention are the ones who make policies and pass stuff.
Not with the delegates differentiating with members who are at the convention.
Attendees.
Attendees, all right. So
Attendees don't vote
why not?
because it's a representative system.